things that are no longer occurring today if only we see them. And then finally, perhaps most sophisticated, trained, great lover of each people, wrote, history doesn't repeat itself, but it often rhymes. Meaning we don't necessarily have one-to-one relations between his distant history and our period, but we often find that there are elements that we can look at and understand some. And that's essentially what my goal for today is. Over the next 15 minutes or so, I would like to specifically look at the Roman-Jewish War, the first great revolt that erupted in the year 66 and ended with the fall of Masada in the year 73 or 74. And I would like to reflect on the light of what we have experienced since October years in Israel today. Most of my apartment down the hall, where I did graduate studies, it's very hard to translate those skills. I am very comfortable for our reflections for our current day. I think one of the areas that we have to look at first is, what are our sources? How do we know what happened in the past, and how do we know what is happening today? And there is perhaps one of the strongest correlations between the distant past of the first Great Revolt. By the way, there were several Roman-Jewish wars, at least 3 of them, depending on how you want to count. The Great Revolt is the one that we commemorate today on Tisha B'Av. But we have tremendously unreliable narrators telling us about what exactly happened. We begin with Josephus, who is arguably the most important Jewish historian of all time. He was a tremendous raconteur who was able to recreate, perhaps create, whole speeches of important personages in his great history of the Jewish war. But he is a deeply complex and versatile character. His background is he was born in the year 37 to an aristocratic Jewish family. He was something of a spiritual seeker. He explored all the various sects that were active in Jerusalem in his era, including the Essenes, which may or may not be identified with the strange Qumran community of the Dead Sea Scrolls fame. And ultimately, he found great authority as a young leader, at least he tells us so, of the population in Jerusalem. He spent time in Rome on official delegations. He was very impressed with Rome as a society and a country, and in fact, he was rather shocked and surprised that when he returned to Israel in the year 66, he found that the revolt had broken out, and that he was right away impressed into leadership and asked to lead the forces in the Galilee region in the north, which he commanded ably. Of course, we know this because he was so in a dramatic moment, as we shall discuss a little bit later, in the year 67, he was cornered by the Asian groups, and he elected to join in a suicide pact with the last fighters that he was with, hiding in some kind of underground cave. They agreed very much like Masada. They agreed that they would draw straws. The people who had the last straws would each person would kill his fellow until the people the last straws would then kill themselves. And then he ended up with one of the last straws. And then he talked to his friends and says, maybe we should rethink this. And they surrendered to the Romans. He ended up becoming sort of like a pet Jew for Romans. He was by Titus, the son of Vespasian himself, and he became his aide-de-camp and traveled with him, with the Romans. And acting as a kind of cultural broker to help the Romans understand the Jews that they were fighting, occasionally to be some kind of ambassador to the Jews who regarded the traitor who had gone over the side. And after Rome had destroyed Jerusalem, he ended up going back to Rome with Titus, his sponsor. He even took his name, Titus Flavius Josephus, his name after his sponsor, and he had a long career in Rome as a professional historian and kind of like the Oprah Winfrey of Jewish culture for the rest of the world. That's a very bad analogy, but he was like a celebrity. He was able to interpret Judaism for not only a massive history personal war, which we are dealing with very heavily today, but he also wrote a 20-volume history of the Jews from Croatia until the Roman era, called Jewish Antiquities, and a number of other works, including his own autobiography, which he wrote actually several times. So he is a very problematic narrator, because on the one hand, he gives us a tremendous inside look at what happened in the war, particularly in the period when he was with the rebels. But on the other hand, everything he wrote was written for the sponsorship of the Romans. His lifestyle paid for by the Romans, his fame was based on his association with the Romans, and they were always looking over his shoulder. And so although we know that he originally wrote in Aramaic, which would have been useful for a Jewish audience, he later switched to Greek, lingua franca of the era, something which was designed for oral publication. And so we know really what he thought. We know that he portrayed the Jewish rebel as being brave, heroic, but on the other hand, savage and requiring discipline from the Romans, and he wanted to portray the Romans as being, patient and tolerant, but ultimately at the end of their rope. And so they were nobly deciding to discipline. It's a very difficult read in Josephus to try to understand. Nevertheless, he is virtually our only source for the war. He is a problematic source, but we will rely on him heavily. We have other writers, for example, the Roman historians Tacitus and Cassius Dio. Tacitus comes to us with a remarkably Jewish perspective, and Cassius Dio sometime later, and so it's very heavily dependent on Josephus. Neither of them offer the same level of detail or perspective as Josephus does, so we're left with this problematic narrative. We also have the church historian Eusebius, also very useful because he's deeply invested in things that happen in Judea, but of course, as a Christian historian, to portray a Christological narrative which justifies the destruction of the temple as part of the unfolding of the divine plan, it's also quite rough. But we have to try and navigate through these difficult narratives to try to understand what exactly happened historically. Now, if I can take us to our own times, and that's what I'd like to do over the course of this series, basically alternate between times. We're faced with the same difficulties. We have, I forgot one more very source, I'm sorry. We have some amazing, fantastic, rich descriptions of the destruction of the world. The Gemara and Eid, of course, is one of the sanctioned texts that are allowed to be studied on this very sad day. But one of the problems with this particular source as a place where we go for historical information is that it's not a history book. The Talmud is not intended to provide us with academic history as a professor in front of a classroom. The Talmud is intended to edify us, to reinforce our Jewish values, all very wonderful and important and valuable things, but not necessarily the kind of objective history that we would like to get from a more academic presentation. So For example, the Gemara can really zones in on one specific cause for the revolt, which is, of course, sinas, a baseless hatred. And it's very true. That is no question. We can point to historical sources that identify episodes that demonstrate phenomenal lack of regard for one's fellow that contribute to the conflict. However, there's so many other factors, political, social, economic, which the Talmud chooses not to discuss, because the element that's relevant for them and for our future is really the sinas kenai. So the Talmud, while it does provide a lot of useful sources for us, is not necessarily the kind of source we need to understand the actual historical reality. But if we move our time, we don't have such better narrators today. Like, for example, we're aware of tens of examples of this kind of egregious behavior. They have a headline here on the front page, on the print edition, which, thank God, nobody reads print anymore. Everyone reads what happens on the Apple feed. Israel hits targets in Lebanon, and a photograph of grieving people at a gravesite. And of course, the photograph is a mismatch for the headline. The photograph of the Hezbollah attack on the community in the north, where 12 children playing soccer were killed. These were Israeli citizens who were killed in a strike, but the juxtaposition of the line with the photograph being misleading and certainly can only exacerbate anti-Israel feelings among people who just look at this casually. And of course, later they will be caught out and they will issue an apology, here on page 192 and so on. But the damage is already done. And we can point to many, many examples of these kinds of, one might argue, their mishaps with the evidence. There's far worse examples, of course, and less. Another one, the New York Times, of course. Here you recall the explosion at the Al-Aqsa hospital, I think it was, in which immediately Palestinian sources reported that the Jews, the Israelis, had conducted an airstrike, and then it turns out actually a Palestinian jihad rocket that had gone awry. So you can see here, within the course of a few hours, the time switches from immediately accepting the Hamas-sponsored account. Israeli strike kills hundreds in hospitals, Palestinians say, and then backing off is not correct. At least 500 in strike on Gaza hospitals, until finally the most harm. At least 500 dead in at Gaza hospital, Palestinians say. So these are the narrators that we are dealing with as we try to navigate what's happening in Israel. We can go to much more reputable pro-Israeli sources, like I read the Times of Israel quite a bit, for example, and I read, Bernie News on WhatsApp approximately once every 5 minutes. I'm checking to see if there are any updates. But of course, they have their slant as well, and they will say things the way they want. So we lack a clear, objective narrator of these events to negotiate our own assessment of what is actually happening. Okay, so I find as a human being very difficult to understand the mentalities of us. In many ways, and I'll just give you a few examples of this. I'm sure you've seen many of these come from Memory, which a wonderful, what basically they do for Middle East Research Institute. And basically what Memory does is they use the Arabic language web for broadcasts. They used to do only videos as well, very well. And they apply subtitles them so they can see what is the Arabic saying about what's going on. And quite often, those perspective on the conflict which I simply cannot understand. Fundamentally, we've all seen these kinds of things. This is like a children's, like a sixth grade or a 6-year-old play, school play. You can see parents here with their cell phones, watching their kids reenact the capture of an Israeli outpost. This is pre-October 7th, in which they will capture Israeli soldiers and bring them back to Gaza. These are 6-year-olds here dressed up as soldiers holding fake weapons. This never happened in any of the schools I sent my kids to. But nevertheless, this is part of the culture. It's so foreign to me that I simply can't get a hold on it. Also, examples like this. This is after October 7th. They interviewed one woman who lost several of her children. Says this is just screenshots, but you can go to memory and watch the entire interview. By Allah, if all of my children and grandchildren are martyred for the sake of
well, Mr. Aquarius, how are you? How was your day?
I can understand that, God forbid, a person loses a son.
Are you ready for number 100?
I hope so.
You think tonight?
I hope so.
You think you got me?
I think I don't know. If I don't get it, I'm just not going to get it. Don't get it, I just gonna.
Sounds like a plan.
I get it somewhere. Yeah. I'm going to tell you. Give me a minute. There we go. I'm going to have to do it like this. There we go. Okay. Let's go. Let's go. There we go. Come on. With me. Come on, Rabbi.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, that was bad. Oh, no. Wow, we both started off badly. There you go.
Yeah, you can like to do it. Hey.
No.
Yes.
No.
Okay.
Get it. Get it. Thank you. Oh, come on. I had to get more than that.
I might not get this to next week.
Don't say that.
Well, maybe this week.
Maybe tonight.
And Mr. Sammy's.
Maybe tonight, Mr. Aquarius.
Come on, gang, and that's it.
More games. If you win,
I know, if I don't win, another one.
be positive.
Okay, let's go. Come on, Rabbi, we got to win.
Perfect. You've got it. You're gonna beat me this game.
Come on, Rabbi. Come on, Rabbi.
Oh, I want you win. I just feel like this is your turn. Get it.
Come on, Rabbi. I didn't do it. I didn't get it. I want to do it. What happened?
Finger slipped.
See? No, gotta keep listening.
Get it. No. Get something. Uh-oh, Miss Aquarius.
Cat. Crazy.
Get it. Welcome. No.
Trying to make I'm trying to make me man. Thank you.
Get it.
Yay, good fit.
Thank you, ma'am. Call comes down to this, Miss Aquarius. Get a strike. Get this spare. It's a tough split.
We have good.
Welcome. How are you?
I have two messages. Do you have on my kick channel? Is it from bots or do you actually post them?
I post them, my man.
Oh, cool.
I'm so glad you're here. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
I'm not so good with Discord. Sorry, man. I don't use it too often. I'm just trying to see. Oh, I see. Okay, now okay. Okay, cool.
Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been streaming since the pandemic, more than 3.5 years of 24/7 content on more than 22 different YouTube streams. I have more data archived than any person in global history. Have you ever seen the movie Truman Show or the television show Big Brother Havens?
Sorry.
That's okay.
I saw a Truman Show. I seen like Big Brother.
No, that's what I said. So what I do, according to The Economist magazine, is Earth's number one resource, more value than food as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived than any person ever, which may make me an influential person. And if that happens, I'm going to ensure you, Havens, all your friends and family become independent if you're not already. I want to make sure that you have the ability to have generational wealth, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound? You're muted.
Yeah, sorry, I keep forgetting on mute. Yeah, all that sounds good.
Excellent. How long have you been on Kick?
Like 2 weeks, I think.
Okay, so you're pretty new to it. Do you stream on other platforms?
Yeah, I stream on Twitch also.
Oh, very cool.
But I have two separate channels. One is like I don't stream the same thing at the same time, you know. I just have two separate channels. One on Kick is my propaganda machine. So I just like downloaded a bunch of documentaries and then I just play them. I just play them one after the other, automatically. So I'm not even involved in like even playing them or pressing start or end.
That's cool. So that it's all automated.
Yeah. But then on Twitch is like I do more talking stuff like that.
Very cool.
I haven't even seen anything on the other one. It's the bot power_plot. That's the kick one.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah.
If I may ask, did you see my messages? Or did you see the clips that I post?
That's on time. I don't never get
Heaven post? Or did you see messages that I sent in the chat?
I saw a message that you sent in the chat.
Oh, very cool.
Aquarius, I couldn't really understand you there. Sorry, what'd you say?
You've got it. So we're playing
What
bowling.
game do you want?
Bowling.
Which game?
Bowling.
Oh, bowling. Oh.
Do you like to bowl?
I haven't been in a very long time bowling.
Yeah, I understand. Well,
Yeah, not for real.
if you saw my message, then you know that I stream my life 24/7. You know I like to talk about futurology, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things like artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence, life extension, and mind uploading technology. Do any of those things interest you?
Oh man, I'm sorry. I was just thinking about a question for you. I wasn't sorry. I asked you. You were gonna ask me about things.
Don't worry about it at all.
I was just like, do you only stream to what's it called, Discord? Or stream to like Kick and Twitch or what?
I'm live on 20 right now. I'm live on Twitch.
Oh,
I'm live on Rumble. I'm live on 3 other platforms. I'm live on everything except Kick. And the reason why I'm not live on Kick is I've been banned on Kick.
do you mind if I ask your name on Twitch?
Sure. I have a bunch. Just type in Rabbi Rothschild, like my name in here, in Kick, and it'll come up.
Okay, cool. Yeah, because I was just looking to watch it. I was just like looking to check. I wasn't actually looking to run a video call or whatever. But then everything just went to that Discord link. I think maybe I just like followed that Discord link. I don't know.
That's perfect.
I didn't go to the link tree, so that's fine.
That's okay. It took you exactly where I wanted you to come, because I wanted to meet you, Havens, and I wanted to be able to talk to you, tell you about what I do. You should know more than making you rich and all the futurology stuff. You should know that I'm just a person here who's very positive. I'm someone who is here to be a positive person in your life, to have an optimistic view on the world, and to just give people hope. So if there's anything that you ever need from me, I'm here for you, okay?
Yeah, I mean, I don't need anything, man. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for joining my Discord. I hope you continue to stay in it. In the future, come back whenever you're bored, and let's talk some more, okay?
Are you staying on? Are you closing? Can I just hang out? I don't want to interrupt you or anything. But
Absolutely. Absolutely. Please do. You like documentaries? I love documentaries. I'm currently watching Jewish history lectures, and you can stay as long as you want.
You can play ball with us. I can play, so I can win. I'm not gonna never win my husband.
Do you want to? If you want, you can play bowling with us.
I don't like to concentrate too hard, so I don't really want to play. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Stay with me, Haven. Stay with me. I'm trying to get to 100. Stay with me.
That's okay. We don't want to pressure him. But yeah. So I'm just watching Jewish history lectures. Miss Aquarius, you want one more?
Play one more, and then I'll just have to play tomorrow.
Absolutely. And yeah, Havens, to your point, you're always welcome here. I'm always live, so like Miss Aquarius, she'll sleep in here tonight. I'll get people who come in throughout the entire world who come in here, and they stay for sometimes 48 hours to sometimes just people pop in, just depending on how they feel. So yeah, this place your new home, Havens.
Thank you. You must know a lot about to stream to all those different things and have all these different accounts and stuff.
I'm a certified project management professional. If you would, take a look on the left part of this Discord, and you're going to see a red circle that says 24/7 YouTube streams. Do you see that?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Put that link in your browser and see how many live streams I have currently. It'll blow your mind.
Oh yeah, you have a whole bunch. That's awesome, man.
Absolutely. So yeah, do you have any questions about technology, or what are your goals? You've got a documentary channel. What's your goal for that? Just to educate the world?
Yeah, I like to show. So the documentaries are mostly about these America and social struggles. So they talk about strike, all that type of stuff. I don't know, there's a lot of stuff. But also they talk about MKO because the guy who his aunt was a victim of MK Ultra, so then he made all these documentaries, and one of them is about government experimentation on the population. A lot of it is just like anti. It exposes U.S. government crimes and immorality. That's what a lot of it is. Also, large corporation crime and immorality because it's often like the same thing or whatever.
Absolutely. What's your favorite documentary that you show?
Um, so what's showing so far? Because his documentary, his name is Scott Noble. His I don't know if there's a chat, but hold on, so I'm just trying to see. Like I said, I don't know Discord too great, but oh yeah, here's a chat. Cool. I'll put into the chat his.
No, you're not going to be able to chat. The reason why you can't chat is because people spam me with really nasty stuff. So, if you
Okay.
if you want to be able to send me something, I
That's it. I'm not gonna never win. If I win, it's gonna be a miracle. Okay? So
you're gonna win, Miss Aquarius. Miss Aquarius, you're gonna win.
I'll win this weekend.
You're good.
Okay?
Don't you worry.
So fight for me that I get it.
You're gonna get it. Don't you worry.
Yeah, I got the.
All right, have a good one. Nice to meet you, Davis. I'll be back in a little while.
Excellent, Miss Aquarius.
Yeah. Me too. I
So
can put it. Oh no, you can't put it on channel. Okay.
you can show it.
I can put it in,
You can show it if you want.
Oh, so. Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, I can show it. Let me show my screen. Let's see. Oh yeah. Let's see. Share screen. Boom. Bypass system. Something or other. Select a tab. Oh yeah, I can share this one. So yeah, so it's just like Metanoia is the name of the company, and then they have all these films here. So, for example, this one, The War at Home, it so then you just go to watch online, and then you can watch these little things, or you could click on the video source to see. But I don't know. This is just about
Watch it.
Jason. Oh no. This was and then this has two parts. Yeah, I like to tell people about it. So that's why I have it on my propaganda machine.
That's very cool.
So I just like downloaded. Yeah, I downloaded all of those, and then I just like have them running back to back. So what kind of data? You said something about data.
Yeah, data's Earth's number one resource, according to the Economist magazine. So that means basically a lot of people think we're in a race to whomever can either store the most amount of data or create the most amount of content. And I do my best to be able to do both.
Is it like data about everything, or is it data about like specific topics?
Well, I mean, it's generally the story of my life, but I watch things on history. I watch things on sports. I watch things on music and singing and just basically everything that encompasses a human's life. I eat on camera, I sleep on camera, I do just about everything that a human does on camera.
No, I meant your data collection. Because you said you had like a lot of terabytes, I think you said, or something like that.
Yeah, I do have too.
Yeah.
So a lot of documentaries and just videos of myself.
Oh, cool, cool. That's good, man. That's like a diary, except it's like better than a diary.
Exactly.
It's like a video.
Exactly. As I consider it, hundreds of years ago, I would have been a diarist or a journalist, and in 2025, I'm a vlogger.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna like use the bathroom and get some water and stuff.
Absolutely. You do whatever you need to do. I'll see you in a bit.
Man, I forgot I'm actually like super hungry. I'm gonna cook too, but I'm gonna leave you on and
Excellent.
jump in.
I'm going to have these Jewish history lectures. Feel free to listen.
Okay, cool, man.
Or a daughter in combat, then you can feel that your daughter or son did something valuable. Their death was not in vain. But I'm hard pressed to imagine any Jewish mother or grandmother saying it will make them happy. You can come to terms with it, you can accept it perhaps, but to say it makes you happy is beyond me. And here's one from just yesterday. This is an Islamic scholar from the Muslim Brotherhood speaking in Kuwait. And he goes on and says, if you are a nation of 100 million people and 10,000 people die, it's meaningless. And he pushes further on this. And he says, really, we shouldn't be worried about how many Palestinians are dying in Gaza. I simply don't know how to talk to people like this. We don't have common values. And so even if we have a reasonable narrator to explain to us what's going on, we don't know if we're going to get a handle on it because it's beyond, philosophically beyond human understanding. He goes on, by the way, to say, a bizarre point, why is every single person is so precious for the Israelis, meaning Jews? Why do we care so much about every single person? He offers this crazy answer. It's because we spend so much money to bring them to Israel. And he has it completely backwards. We may spend a lot of money on individuals, but that's because we care about individuals. We're not trying to win some kind of geopolitical point. This is the reason there is a war, because they've captured our children. Okay, so that's it. Believe me, that was actually the introduction. That was the first bubble. We have a few more bubbles left. If it becomes overwhelming, I won't kind of decide you want to walk out. That Tishba was really long. But let's now go to the war itself. So here's what the geopolitical environment looked like at the time of the Great War in the year 66. This lighter shaded area is almost all the Roman Empire. I couldn't squeeze all of it onto the United Kingdom as well. So this is the massive empire as opposed to the tiny little province of Judea over here, tucked away in the southeast corner. And Judea was important in some ways. I mentioned the balsam, for example, balsam palm, but also as a point. It's kind of like ancient flyover where the riches of Egypt and the connected it to the both continents of Asia and ultimately Europe. So it had kind of like importance as a place of traverse, but it didn't have a tremendous amount of natural resources. And it was a constant headache for the Romans because the Jews were so foreign. They worshipped an invisible God, which the Romans had great difficulty understanding. But one thing that they were not was independent by the time we get to the revolt. Many people seem to think, based on a very sketchy idea of ancient history that Israel was independent, and then the Romans came and conquered them and destroyed the temple. But that's not at all true. We're there from the year 63 before the Common Era. So in other words, the Romans controlled Judea for 120 years before the Jews' destruction of the temple. So Jews had more or less come to terms with Roman rule because they had been ruled before that by the Egyptians, Syrians, by the Babylonians, the Persians, and so on. Definitely not ideal. Jews harkened back to the golden age of the Maccabean when they had independence for a period of time. But basically, the Jews lost their independence as a result of their own fighting. The queen of the Jewish people was a woman named Zion, and under her reign, which ended in the year 76 before the Common Era, there was or began in the year 76, ended in the year 67, somewhere around that time. Shlom Zion had tremendous relations with all the various groups and ideological factions in Israel. The Gemara says that during her reign, things were so good that even the produce were bigger, even the avocados were larger because Shlom Zion was such a tremendous queen. However, upon her death, fought over who was going king and who was going to be Kohen Gadol. They ended in a very nasty civil war, and both of them, independently of each other, reached out to the Romans and said, "Would you please intervene on our side?" The Romans said, "Fine, we'll be to help you out." They came in, General Pompey. They decided to send Israel for themselves and entered into their empire. This is a scene that's from a 15th century reproduction of Pompey entering the sanctuary. The Gemara also speaks about that. The Romans were deeply curious about what exactly the Jews were worshiping. He simply could not believe that there was no idol in the sanctuary itself. And so he peeked himself in there and also did some atrocious things as well to defile it. But
that's great. What's your favorite kind of pizza?
The Jews had to live under Roman rule with the kind of disabilities of being a subject.
What brand is that?
But it was something that the Jews were used to and could tolerate. So let's look at why did they rebel 120 years after the Romans were. So there's several factors. One factor that led to the revolt was a tremendous history of Roman misrule.
Do you get many people who chew on kick?
Israel way out here in the boonies. Basically, Israel was the kind of place where the Romans, Judea was the technical term, where Romans would send off their second, third-rate administrators, and the expectation was that they would keep things safe, keep things quiet, and they would enrich themselves through various taxes and various types of strong arm tactics. It was not, the Romans didn't go to Israel with a sense of like elevating the society and bringing them up to a higher level of civilization and improving their economy. Basically, it was a place where Roman governors go take advantage of the local population. And so we have series of Roman governors who are extremely poor and cruel and rapacious. But that's held that base for 40 years. We had a very strong Jewish king. By the way, during this entire period, we do have a Jewish king in Israel. The Romans would appoint a king, a giant king, a puppet king, and the king would have to pay tribute to the Romans, but nevertheless, we had our own leadership under the Romans. The most famous, of course, was Herod, who was definitely a maniac who murdered his own children, murdered his wife and brothers-in-law, and so on, and was paranoid and tyrannical. At the same time, he, as it were, kept all the trains running on time as well.
Wow.
He was a very savvy.
I don't know who that is, but that's very rude.
He poured a lot of money into public works, building many cities and harbors in Israel and around the region as well to garner regional fame. In fact, it's somewhat awkward because Herod was such a bad guy as an individual. He's the one who renovated the temple, and when we worship at the Kotel were worshiping at that Herod's brick layer. It's his renovations which have died. So when in 4 BC, in a paroxysm of fratricide, killing off his children and his wives,
Okay, if you want to share what's going on in here,
Israel lost
is that what
the
you're saying?
strongest client, and a period of chaos where we're very weak kings. You may be familiar from the Gemara. You'll hear Agrippas. There are actually 2 Agrippases. The first one was actually pretty good and very pro-Jewish in many ways. He didn't last very long. He died in 44. His successor, Agrippas II, his son, was actually just a Roman toady who worked with the Romans throughout the entire period of the war, and essentially was a complete traitor to the Jewish cause, even though he was the king of Judea. So after Herod died in 4 BC, you have especially bad Roman governors who are once again more authoritative than the king himself, imposing phenomenal taxation, not caring at all about supporting public order. So there was a tremendous amount of this heavy taxation. There was a tremendous amount of lawlessness among Jews.
That's correct,
Jews
but
highwaymen, these terms used in the tongue. Finally,
Jewish Roman War,
sensitivity, in particular because the Romans simply
like 2,000 years ago.
the idea of Judaism.
Welcome.
Judaism
Was that your friend?
at that time was especially allergic to any kind of image of an animal or a person.
That's
like
okay.
that. So they had to mint coins separately. That the ones circulating in Judea did not have faces on them. They might have, rulabs and things like that.
That's correct.
But Roman procurators have no problem like putting up eagle insignia and things like demonstrate Roman authority. And
That's okay. No need.
to the Jewish population as a whole.
I'm an
The
actual
rest of the procurators was a man named Gessius Florus, who
Thank
was
you.
especially known for his ineptitude and really exacerbated tensions within the population. Such very ineffective
That's okay.
leadership
Yep.
from traditional aristocracy and the growth of sectarianism. But I mentioned again, who was our Jewish king at the time.
How do you do that?
Completely dependent on Romans for his position. At times, he attempted to quell the growing rebellion, going into Jerusalem with some of his troops, but finding that he was going to meet with opposition, he simply fled to the north and abandoned Jerusalem to his fate. His sister Berenice was actually a far more involved figure. She famously, she used to be a Nazir, a fascinating kind of thing. She used to take on for herself the vow of Zerut, where she would not cut her hair and not drink wine for 30 days. And famously, in one of these outrages of violence in Jerusalem, she approached Gessius Florus barefoot and still coming out of her with Zerut, with her hair shorn, begging Gessius Florus, the procurator of the Roman, to try and be more lenient on
Very
the
cool.
Jewish
Welcome,
people.
Rick Sanchez. How are you?
But besides her particular, and even she has her problematic
Rick Sanchez,
aspects.
can you hear me?
Later,
Hey, how are you? How'd you find out about me, Rick Sanchez?
So watching this guy stream, right? It looked like there was an invite, and so I just decided to join.
You're amazing. Do you mind if I?
What? I'm not amazing. I'm a piece of shit, dude.
All right. Well, I think you're amazing.
This is because you don't know me. Wait till you get to know me.
Okay. Well, I think everybody has a little bit of amazing in them.
I think that might be Mehdi. That might be Mehdi from my chat. I think that's Mehdi. Yeah. I don't know. I'm just kidding. I don't know. Yeah, man.
So you were
Are
saying?
you guys streaming?
I'm Jewish too. I do. Yeah, I'm streaming or what's his name? Rabbi's streaming too.
That's correct.
Yeah, Rabbi's on like here, I got the link for you guys. Look at this. Rabbi's on like 20 different YouTube channels or something like that.
That's correct.
And Kick is he was banned. Why were you banned, man? Why were you banned off of Kick? What happened?
Because spam people on it.
Oh shit. Well, then you can just spam from your non like you can have one account to stream and then just like spam people from other accounts.
Yeah, but they know who I am.
Oh yeah, damn.
Yeah, it's no big deal. I'm very famous on Kick. Rick Sanchez, are you and Haven friends?
No, I don't know this guy.
Oh, okay, very well. So Rick Sanchez, do you watch Kick streamers?
Hell no.
Okay, what do you watch?
They're all the fucking pedophiles.
Okay, I don't know about that. What do you like to watch?
Rick and Morty.
Oh, that's tight. I love it. Time travel. Very cool. What else do you like? Do you like Family Guy?
Whoa, I've answered some questions. What do you like?
I like Family Guy.
Oh man, I don't like Family Guy too much. It's like I used to watch Simpsons. I never got into Futurama. I didn't like Futurama. I didn't like Family Guy. I didn't like the Hell.
How don't you like Family Guy? How don't you like Family Guy?
I don't know, man. I just never got into it. I mean, I watched a bunch of it, but I just never liked it. I don't know.
Okay.
I like Rick and Morty, though. I like a lot of cartoons. I used to watch a lot of it.
What other
I
one?
I just bought on Amazon Prime Video, Pirates of the Dark Water.
What's that about?
It's this whole... You know that one, Rabbi?
No, what's that about?
Oh, that's like an old cartoon from... I think it must have been from the 90s. It's just about pirates that go around and they collect treasures. Maybe I was struggling.
Like anime?
Yeah, anime's good. I like Attack on Titan. What's your favorite anime?
A lot about it either. Very little. I would probably Speed Racer because that's like the only one I really know.
Oh, okay. Man, how do you have 20 million terabytes but not at least 2 million about anime?
I have a river channel that's dedicated to anime, but really anime's not my thing. It kind of wasn't popular when I was a kid, so I didn't get too into it.
How about Dragon? Wasn't Dragon Ball starting to get popular?
It was starting to.
Whoa, who's got it?
Welcome. How are you? What up, Mahidi?
What's up, new guy?
How are you, Mahidi Vampire? Is that your friend?
Oh yeah, it's
Even-
somebody.
I'm doing good, thank you.
Excellent. I'm just checking. Everybody 18?
Yeah,
We're all under 18.
Okay.
Oh, so you gotta be 18 to be in here?
Yeah, you'll be 18.
Do you have like windows behind that, or is that are you projecting? Or do you have a projection on the wall, or is that like a window behind you?
Action on the wall.
Oh, what do you project on? It's just like another.
I put Jewish history lectures. Rick Sanchez, you're not 18.
Okay.
Rick Sanchez, you're not 18 years old.
No, I'm 18. I turned 18 yesterday.
No, you didn't. Rick Sanchez, I'm going to ask you. I'm going to ask.
No, I'm old, dude. I'm old.
Yeah, he's 80.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. What's Mahidi Vamp? You're not coming in very clearly. Can you repeat that,
It
please?
was like static or something.
I said I'm over.
How did you guys meet?
Oh, no, he's pretty young.
Man, you got the like cavern. That sounds like your house sounds pretty cool, man. It sounds like
Whoa, that's like this, man. Holy shit. What the fuck even?
yeah.
Yeah, I know this guy.
Yeah, you know something.
You guys know something? Or?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you think about that, Rabbi?
To each their own, whatever makes you happy.
Yeah, up to you.
So, Rick Sanchez, you saw just the link somewhere. Was it on Kick?
Yeah, it was probably in a fucking, I think it was a kick clip or something. I don't know. It was,
That's baller, dude. Thank you so much for telling me. I appreciate that.
yeah, no problem.
So, Rick Sanchez, do you stream yourself, or are you just someone who watches streamers?
Yeah, I just watch streamers. You know, just like,
Who are your favorite streamers, if I may ask?
Oh, yeah, his
favorite streamer. Probably Hammer.
Oh, okay, Bill. I kind of know her. She's a nice person.
Rabbi's pretending like he's not going to pass judgment on that. Yeah, we know.
No. She's a nice.
very Jewish to like Hammer.
Yeah, it is. It most certainly is. She's raised on stream. She travels on stream. Unfortunately, she was recently robbed at gunpoint for her cryptocurrency, and that was very sad. Fortunately, she was able to get out safely, and I think they arrested the people who did the crime, so that's good. She doesn't do anything on stream that I find appropriate. Maybe off stream, the worst thing, she gaming. She's like a pretty time female gamer. I've spoken to her in her Discord. She's been nice to me. So that's good. You like her?
Yeah, she doesn't really like me. She's banned me in a couple of different spaces already.
Dude, it happens. Absolutely. Do you try?
No, I don't troll her.
Oh, why did she ban you?
I don't really know. I just.
To the best of us.
So, Rabbi, let me ask you a Jewish question. Because I'm Jewish too, and I was asking ChatGPT something.
Wait, you guys are Jewish?
Yeah, me and Rabbi, we both, I think Rabbi grew up in the same area, maybe. You grew up in Great Neck, Rabbi?
I don't know where that. Great Neck, New York? No.
Oh, Great Neck? No, okay. I grew up right near there. I was always around the street, and, like riding my bike around, and then one time some lady called the police on me, and the police jumped out from behind a bush. He's like, stop. He's like, what are you doing here? I'm like, I'm riding my bike. And then he's like, let me see what's in your bag. So I showed him my bag. Anyway, my question about Jewish history is, I was asking ChatGPT, I said, how soon after escaping Egypt oppression, I think they went to like Canaan or something, and then they started oppressing the Canaanites. They took over the land of him. So I want to see like how soon after escaping oppression did they start oppressing people. It was within, that's what ChatGPT is. Not the first generation, but the second generation that took over some land or something. Or it's the first generation that took over. I don't know. What's your?
Well, we were in exile for 40 years and roamed the desert, and it was approximately 1200 BCE. So after that, we entered Canaan. We were led by Joshua, and the battles happened thereafter, probably about between like 1200 and 1150 BCE, within a generation or so, and that's covered generally in the book of Yeshua.
That's cool.
So is our Bible just about? What's that about?
Not at all. It's a story of our people, but it's a story of the beginning of the world all the way to at least Torah until we make it to the prime. It's a beautiful
Yeah,
show.
man. I mean, if we start oppressing people in Canaan, we start like committing war, committing genocide, committing like. Because if we make a war of aggression, and that's like an immoral act. And that's like a bad thing that we can do. So is it just that? I understand it's a beautiful story, but is it just that? Does it also show that everyone makes mistakes, or it just shows, or it's not really about Jewish people. It's more about God, you know. So it's not the Jews are just like they're just like circumstantial or whatever.
Well, I mean, it was still, and we the people have learned to mature, or in ways we're not perfect. We're not perfect. The Bible is not a story of a perfect people. It's a story of struggling with God. In fact, that's what Israel means. He struggles with God.
Oh man, I had in the middle of peeing to come back to that. I was like, I need to go pee. But yeah, I guess I'm gonna go pee.
That's okay. Go do your thing. Rick Sanchez, I had asked you who are your favorite streamers. You said Amaranth. Do you have any other favorite streamers?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, she's the only person.
Favorite streamers.
That's a good question. I like a lot of people who like are YouTubers, but they don't necessarily live stream. I'm a big Joe Rogan fan. I like a lot of comedians. So Shane Gillis is funny. Bill Burr is funny. Do you know what Kill Tony is? Oh, okay. Kill Tony is the largest live podcast in the world, and it takes place every Monday night on YouTube, and it's also gone to Netflix now, so that's cool. I'm a big fan of that show. I stream it in here every.
I have. Oh, sorry. I was interrupted. Go ahead, Rabbi.
That's okay. We stream it in here every Monday. From a streamer perspective, like kick streamers, who do I like? I like Ori. I like X Straight Savage. I like Wappy Flanker. I like Amaranth. I like Aiden Ross. I'm the number one streamer all time in Aiden Ross's Discord. Number one streamer all time in IShow Speed's Discord. Number one streamer all time in Kaisana's Discord. And the number one streamer all time in Amaranth's Discord. So from that perspective,
what does that mean? Like number one share in the Discord?
Yeah, there's a function that you can see who has spent most time on camera, Discords, and if you do it in their Discord, I show up number one. It's like a ranking. So yeah, those are good ones. Who else do I like? Sam Bond, good streamer. Who else? Like there are some others. Actually, one of my favorites. His name is escaping me right now. Just one moment, I'll get it. He Steve. Yeah, dude. Yeah, I like him a lot. And I like I forget what the ice games that he does. That's really tight. I'm a fan of. Let me find this person's name. He is. Let's see here. So there's Wappy Flanker. From a girl perspective, I like Violet Brandini and Malibu Bailey. She have played chess together on stream. I like Shmed and Orlando Jet. He's great. Odak is cool. Mike Jr. I like a lot. Slum, I like him a lot. I don't know where.
Damn, so these are all your favorite.
I mean, it's just like some of them. I like Shakti G. Shakti G is really great. He does a lot of streaming challenges um, for charities, so those are really great. Um,
What would you say your favorite genre is? Do you like degenerate shit? Do you like just like gaming streams, IRL?
Great question. I really like boating, like that. There are some stream. Yeah, that's okay. But streamers who actually live stream while on the open ocean, that's really fascinating to me. So there are some streamers. Oh, I know the name of the one I was looking for. His name is W Vagabond, and he uses Starlink and live streams on Kick and all kinds of other platforms. And sometimes he has to avoid hurricanes. And it's just a really exciting stream. So I really like his streams. But that's kind of a niche genre. I like IRL streams, just people who are doing things around not just the United States, but the world travel. Are cool. I like desktop streamers as well. People who are just comment on music and movies and current events. Those are cool streamers. Um, I like people who like sports streams. Those are a little more difficult to do because a lot of the content is copyrighted. That's pretty fascinating to me. Um, I just the connectivity everyone has as streamers around the world, and when you do it, you recognize that a lot of us into the same issues as other people, like activity issues and power issues and vice issues, and it
Oh
makes
shit, you gotta get yourself a tech guy.
well, it's not just that. I mean, frankly, a cell phone only has so much battery, and then with a power bank, it only has so much battery. And you issues where it's difficult to see when the sun is bright on a cell phone, and you get issues of overheating on a phone. All of those things, really, even the best tech people can't overcome if it's just a normal phone. That's why, like Hollywood producers and directors have to use specialized equipment, and that's not something that a normal would have. You have issues where you just don't have enough hands streaming, and you've got your lights and your phone, and you also need to get your wallet out because you need to pay for something or whatever it may be. So those issues that can occur, and it's just interesting to see all the different people and how they juggle the different problems that come along with streaming. I am a fan of some streamers who like travel the world and you kind of follow along with them. That's cool. If I had unlimited funds, I would like to be a streamer like that someday. And I also like
Wait,
people.
you're not rich.
I'm independently wealthy, but not wealthy enough to be able to travel the world.
Not all Jewish people are rich.
Well, you're incorrect on that.
Do you stream for monetary reasons? You stream for like stick reasons, for like data gathering? No, but well, I don't understand because that's why you record the streams. But like, do you stream in YouTube and Twitch? I know you don't stream to Kick Cable. YouTube and Twitch is
To make money.
monetized, or
No, that's not important to me.
to like get your message out.
It is. I talk about pacifism and I talk about future technology and such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, farming, cloud seeding. Types of technologies I think could change the world, and I want to bring more awareness to them.
Oh, cool. Yeah, me too. I mean, I don't do it for like bringing awareness to stuff. I do it for like, well, that's why I have the Power Plot Kick channel. Not that type of stuff, but my Twitch channel, I just do it for fun. I don't do it for money or anything. It's just for fun.
Okay. I mean, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I know. So I'm not even monetized. I even got some ads or yeah.
I get that. Yeah, it's best to try to avoid that.
Yeah, it's like an art form for me. This evening, I was showing the sunset. It was pretty cool.
That is pretty cool. Do you enjoy, or would you say that you are some a person who enjoys the freedom that kick or that just live streaming gives you, or do you feel um, like it gives you a? Do you feel like streaming gives you a voice?
Well, it's more. Well, for this one, I have fun. It's not like tell jokes and stuff, and I don't know. I like to grow it.
How do you plan on growing it?
Just like just by streaming. Um, more I stream, the more people join and stuff. But it's kind of like it's a good medicine because when you're feeling bad, you can just like start streaming, and then people come and they tell you jokes, and you tell jokes, and then it's funny. And it's just like good mental health medicine.
I'm in agreement with you on that. How do you plan on growing your channel?
Um, well, some people like I think advertise. Um, I even turned off rates because I don't know. I didn't want. I just want people who voluntarily go there to go to my channel.
Without it,
Did you like it? What's the advantage?
It allows you to build a community. I mean, I wouldn't have the opportunity to speak with you all without one, and it gets kind of a home base to be able to have discussions about what you do, or just to be able to connect with other people who have similar interests. And then you can promote it. And then, like if you get people to become your fans that join and accept, like you can have like little alerts to tell people when you've gone live and such, which can be helpful and get you more people viewing you.
That's cool, man. Yeah. Maybe I'll start one day.
Do you do other platforms like Twitter and Telegram and that kind of stuff?
Well, I have an Instagram, but I don't stream to it. A long time I was just finding a lot of treasure on the street, like on the floor. So I was taking pictures and videos of the treasure that I found.
How do you find treasure on the floor?
Just because the people's earrings and stuff fall off,
Okay.
and then I find it. And I can only do it in New York City because only in New York City there's enough people walking around like that. I guess just dropping off stuff.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah. That's what I have on my Instagram. No, but I never live stream from there or anything.
Yeah, Instagram can be a good place to live stream, but you can run into issues with it too. It uses a lot of battery and cause your phone to overheat. And then there are issues that like if the app crashes, it may not save your video. So it's hard to live stream on Instagram while you're moving. I'm not saying that you can't do it, people do, but it's much easier if it's one location.
A Jewish wife, and do you think a Jewish woman is allowed to marry a Muslim man?
No. So if anything, he should seek out the Dr. Rabbi if he's interested.
Yeah.
Perhaps
Oh,
it's our culture, just
yeah.
like it's our culture. We have cultural mores, and that's one of them. Jews are to marry Jews.
Is it a cultural thing?
Most certainly.
Is it also a religious thing? Is it in the Bible or something?
It has become the custom to marry for Jews to marry Jews. Now, the reason why I don't say it's necessarily in the Bible is, but we do have some of our ancestors who married non-Jews as well for other reasons, perhaps political or perhaps taking concubines. It was a polytheistic society, so it's not as simple as just saying, well, yeah, we've been always marrying Jews since the beginning of time. We have, but there have been instances where other people have intermarried as well. But generally, if we were taking primary wife, that was a Jewish woman, and certainly that's how it works. Any other marriage won't be considered legally binding within Judaism, at least not within Orthodox Judaism.
Why? But if they did it in the past, are you saying because I'm not sure if you're saying that because I don't know the Bible so well, so
That's okay. Things have changed.
yeah.
It's rabbinical decrees of the last 2,000 years that have made and simplified who we can and cannot marry. And the Orthodox view on marriage is that Jews are to marry Jews.
But there's so many rabbis. How can over 2,000 years? That's like 2 billion rabbis saying all this random stuff. How can you say this guy said some stuff. Now we should follow what this guy says.
Well, it's been recorded in the Talmud, and we generally take our beliefs from the Talmud and Torah, but Talmud is basically the discussions and debates over Torah and the oral Torah. And one of the aspects of oral Torah is that Jews are not to marry non-Jews, and non-Jews are not to marry Jews. If you want to be, yeah, so it's in the Talmud. If we have a situation where we have a non-Jew who wants to marry that non-Jew should seek their local Orthodox rabbi for conversion. But that's not generally seen as an ideal situation. People should want to be Jewish on their own accord, not for another person.
Yeah, he just thinks they're hot. He just thinks Jewish women are hot. But I try to tell him, he should just get a couple camels.
It's okay. I think the most women are better.
Yeah. But I said, if you have a camel's money, then you're gonna be able to just start a little tourist thing, and then all the Israeli women are gonna come there and want to ride the camels, they're gonna ride camels on the beach, and then you have as many Jewish women as you want.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
How did you guys meet? You met on Twitch?
Yeah.
Very cool. So, was he watching your channel or were you watching his channel?
No, we both watch this guy who he likes to get drunk every night under a bunker on the side of a hill, and he drinks a lot of vodka every night. And then recently, his foot got really cold and he lost his foot. He had to take off his foot. So I bought him some food twice. Now he just said that social services came to pick him up like a couple of days ago, and they're gonna bring him somewhere. I don't really know where, but yeah, his name is Aaron Tires. You can see him getting drunk on YouTube.
Maybe a
awesome.
homeless shelter.
Yeah, maybe a homeless shelter.
Wow, he sounds like he has some
I
issues.
think you'll like him.
Yeah, I recommend him too.
What about him specifically do?
I think I like he is like he doesn't take personal.
Okay, so he seems genuine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very well. And do you think he is generally a positive person or no?
Yeah, I think he stayed positive despite them losing their foot.
Yeah. I think especially on the streams, he seems positive. I'm not sure how he is outside of the streams, but on the streams, he's generally.
That's good. So he lost his whole foot?
Yeah, the whole thing. You have to take it off at the thing was pinned or something.
Wow. Well, that's really unfortunate.
His foot got wet. Yeah, it was cold that night or something.
So does he have like a wheelchair now or something?
Well, he was just crawling around because his bunker wheelchair or anything out over there. So he was crawling up and down the hill, I guess. But then once he got to the top of the hill, he got on his wheelchair to go to the stores, I think. But he should be getting a prosthetic foot, but we don't know how or anything like that.
Is this person homeless?
He needs
Oh wow.
kind of.
And he's
He
still
only like has a
what do you mean by bunker?
Yeah, it's just like pieces of wood that are above, like stuck into the hill, and they're just held up. And then he has to crawl through the bottom because there's a hole in the bottom, off the side of the hill.
Wow. That seems like a really difficult situation he's in. So is he in the back in the bunker now?
right now we're not sure.
I'm not sure because they said like social services came to pick him up, take him somewhere, but we're not sure where they took him. I didn't see the latest videos. I still didn't see the latest video.
Oh shit.
Yeah, you check it out. You're on your tires.
For some reason, is he a Kick streamer or a Twitch streamer?
He's on YouTube.
He's on YouTube.
Oh, he's on YouTube. Okay.
He used to be on Twitch, then he got banned.
What happened to him on Twitch?
He got banned.
Oh, okay. Why did he get banned? Do you know?
I'm not sure.
Very interesting.
He used there's a way to call up a nut that uses a racist term, but it's the way that Americans like in rural areas type of nut, I guess. So he used that term for the nut. He was just talking about a nut like that you eat, and then someone reported him, so he got banned. And they couldn't figure out like his phone password or something like that to appeal the ban or to get on or to sign into his Twitter. So then, yeah, he's just been using YouTube. He tried to go back to Twitch once, but then the bastards who originally reported him, they tracked him down and they reported him again because they were upset. It was Flannel Houlihan and his evil sidekick too.
Wow, that sounds like a comic book.
Yeah. So they were, they were. Flannel Houlihan was like he was raging every night. He said, "Look what you make me do, you motherfucker! Look what you make me do! I hate this! I hate my life! I hate my life!" And he was like that like every night, drinking vodka. And then he was going to Aaron's. He said, "Aaron, you piece of shit! Don't, you don't. Why don't you talk to your children? Why don't you talk to your children, you piece of shit?" And then Aaron's like, "Get out of here! Get banned!" And he's like, "Fine, I'm a fucking banned motherfucker." And then, and then he got banned, and then Aaron tries to go back, and then Zoom was, he was always like, always scouting for him to see if Aaron's going to show again. So then, and when he, Zoom, when he's from the South, he's from Alabama. So when he's in trouble, he says, "Oh yeah, we're shitting in high cotton. I had to shit in high cotton. Take a shit in high cotton, like all cotton."
Right.
And yeah. So he says, so when Aaron went back to Twitch, Zoom, he was like on patrol looking for his. He Zoom said to Flannel Houlihan, "Hi Cotton, Aaron is back. What should we do?" And Flannel Houlihan was like, "Zoom, report. Get him banned again. He's banned a Vader." And then he got banned again off of Twitch. And so then he just been sticking to YouTube. But I don't know if it's easy to monetize on YouTube. He was pretty much he was making enough to live off of, or maybe not enough to live off of, but enough to, I don't know, but the Twitch money was really helping him. But on YouTube, he hasn't really made much. So, poor guy.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Is he? Yeah, definitely. And you haven't seen him stream recently?
No. He's been like once.
Okay, so what'd you say?
I said like not often like he used to.
Oh, I gotcha.
But yeah, he hasn't streamed in. I saw the video, but it's just like a short. I guess I thought maybe he was streaming today, but it's just not short.
I feel like he's said it didn't go to.
Yeah. Our friend dear Rabbi.
You should call me.
So our friend Deerbush, he has a big party. It's called Deer Stock, like a Woodstock, but except it's like deer stock. And
it's like an orgy.
Yeah, it's like an orgy. Yeah. No, we think there's an orgy tent somewhere on there, but so it's going on right now, and I brought Aaron all this food, and I was taking care of Aaron. No one else was helping, and then I couldn't. They don't even invite me to the party. I don't even get invited to the party. Can you believe it?
Why didn't you get an invite to the party?
I'm just like what's it called?
It's only for.
What's it called?
I think it's only for it.
Only for redness? No, I'm just a poor, what's it called? I'm a poor, social, ostracization.
Ostracism?
Ostracized. Yeah, I'm ostracized from all the cool guys. They down on me. All the cool, the girls, they gossip about me. They say, this guy, he's so creepy. That's what they say. All the girls, and all the guys like, yeah, that guy's weird. Yeah, blah. And then they ostracize me. I don't get an invite to the party. Even Aaron got an invite. Why am I getting an invite? You know?
I didn't get an invite.
Many got an invite. Yeah, many got an invite.
Did you do something to bother them?
Just like, getting picked on left and right by these mean people. Oh, we're boring, chief. Maybe I should do something else. I don't know.
Okay, well.
I need to be entertaining. I need to. Moving. We lost your question. We lost your question there for a second. I was thinking. Oh, my bad. Yeah. What's your real name? That's not your real name. You know, dog saying that's not your real name. What's the whole name if it is your real name?
Well, very well, guys. It's a pleasure to meet you guys. If you'd like, I'm going to continue watching some Jewish history documentaries, Jewish history lectures, I should say. If you're interested in watching, and if you need anything from me, I'm here for you, okay?
Sure, thank you.
Absolutely, my friends.
Okay.
And then Tito was the destroyer of the temple and went back to live with him in Rome, where under pressure he was forced to send her away. It's a very tragic story that's actually celebrated in a lot of Christian art, this ill-fated romance of the Roman Emperor Titus and the Jewish princess Berenice, but time for another story. At any rate, having no leadership, a host of sectarian erupted in the Jewish scene. And it was painful to see. You had multiple Jewish groups pitted against each other, including several groups of rebels who disagreed on how to do it, and that they disagreed violently with each other. We'll see in a moment. We have conflict with pagan communities as well, because don't forget that Israel always has been a multi-ethnic state. There's never been a time when Israel was only populated by Jews. And frequently we don't get along with our neighbors in Israel. During this period, there's a lot of conflict with Greeks who are living in Israel, who are pro-Roman in many of their orientations, especially at cities like Ashkelon and Kizari. Tremendous conflict with the Shomronim, what's the English word for the Shomronim? Samaritans. Thank you very much. I don't know why that skipped my mind. I guess must be fasting. The Samaritans, who were, how exactly we put them on the Jewish scale is more complicated, but there's a lot of conflict with them as well. And in fact, that lit the entire congregation was essentially a real estate dispute in Caesarea between Jews and Greeks over the construction of a synagogue. And then finally, Messianic fervor. This is a period of time where, of course, we have the Messianic movement of Christianity that is quite active up until the 30s, and then has kind of like a slow burn through the next few decades until finally it explodes on the scene in the 2nd century. But that was only one of at least a dozen that Josephus himself mentioned. There are several, sometimes named, sometimes called the Egyptian, for example, of people who proclaim to the Jews that things are so bad right now. Mashiach is definitely around the corner, and in fact, I am Mashiach. And then gathering people together, and then ultimately being slaughtered by the Romans or sent, driven away and so on. So this kind of like fever pitch aspect of thinking that it's almost the time for Mashiach definitely contributed to the conflagration that would erupt in 66. Let me take it now to our time and try to understand the origins of the war from Gaza. So I know bouncing around the room, you look like a very intelligent and learned audience, so I hope this won't be too much of an obvious review for you, but for those of you who are younger, perhaps it will be useful. So Gaza is this tiny strip that's out into the southwestern section of Israel. It's called the Strip because it's shaped sort of like that. And its fate between 1948 and 1957 was that it belonged to Egypt. Look here. This map, by the way, is the map of Israel in the 1949 ceasefire line, right after the War of Independence was 1948-49. This is what Israel looked like until 1967. In the remarkable Civil War, Israel to launch a preemptive strike as Egypt and Syria in particular are going to attack Israel. And when the United Nations, which has its peacekeeping troops in Sinai, decides that it's too dangerous for them, and Hussad, the head of the United Nations, decides to remove the peacekeeping forces separating Egyptian tanks from Israel, Israel decides to strike, which is amazingly successful. It was over in even over in somewhat less because they destroyed the air force of the Egyptians in the first day. Israel expands dramatically. Israel takes over the Golan Heights, which has since been annexed because of its strategic value looking over into Syria. They take over the west bank of the Jordan River, which includes East Jerusalem, which remains a very contentious area, and they take over the entire Sinai Peninsula, this massive area here. And so suddenly, in 1967, Gaza, with this huge population, suddenly becomes part of Israel. It is, but major things happen in 1978 with the Camp David Accords, when Anwar Sadat, shown here, the president of Egypt, and the retarded president of the United States, and Menachem Begin, prime minister of Israel, signed a remarkable peace treaty, and it is not, and especially
does that mean I'll be a trailer there?
Absolutely, 100%, my friend.
and Israel, but it nevertheless has held with minor
No, you've done sufficient.
In return for this peace treaty, they look very happy here. Unfortunately, Anwar Sadat would be assassinated by the Muslim Brotherhood in a stadium, short because he dared to make peace with their neighbor with Israel. The Muslim Brotherhood is, of course, one of the forerunners of. And so what that means is, shortly afterwards, with great contention, Israel ceded the entire Sinai Peninsula to Egypt. There were several Jewish outposts that had been constructed here, and it was very difficult for the Israelis to move Israelis from this region and repatriate them to Israel. But nevertheless, even though it was
anybody I've met along my journey has been recorded, and they will be rewarded
fairly
beyond their
stable
wildest
for the last
expectations in the future, God willing.
40 years. Then, so Israel now, one important point, Egypt refused to take back the Gaza Strip. Egypt says, we'll take all of this desert, thank you very much, but we do not want this massive collection of Palestinians. By this time, they were using the name Palestinian to describe them. We do not want to incorporate them to our country. A terrible reputation for destabilizing the region. Jordan, Lebanon, Syria all had difficulty with massive Palestinian populations. Jordan is actually a majority population Palestinian. They suffered in the 1970s that they only barely pushed on. And so Egypt simply said, we do not want the headache of Gaza. And so they left it under Israeli control. It was not annexed like Golan Heights was, primarily because if Israel were to annex the territory and make it part of Israel proper, they would have to find some way of giving citizenship to the Palestinians, which would create a demographic balance and would remove Israel's status as a Jew with two basic values. It's to do two things at once. Times these values match. Israel wants to be a Jewish country. It's designed as a refuge for Jews. That's the way Herzl thought of it. And it also be a democratic country. To, absorb the Enlightenment very much like, and that means one person, one vote. And so the challenge is if you don't have a majority Jewish population, then it could democratically very much vote. And so democracy or democratic values are sometimes sacrificed to preserve the other value of being a Jewish state. This is a highly problematic that Israel is constantly facing. And it's really at the crux of one state versus two states. So Israel is forced to administer the state. They use the term either administer or occupy. Those have different connotations. A small number of Jewish settlements, up here you can see from the satellite image, regions colored blue are where you had Jewish settlements between 1967 and 2005. Some of them were very successful ventures, like the Katif, hydroponics, so on, were developed in Gaza. However, by the year 2005, Ariel Sharon, the Prime Minister of Israel, decided that it was a demographic time, that there's no way it could hold on to Gaza with its some 1.5 million Palestinians and roughly 5,000 Jews. It was an extremely expensive endeavor, not only militarily, economically, but also socially to preserve it. And so, in a matter of great controversy, but supported marginally by the majority of the Israeli population, Sharon pulled out of Gaza in 2005. So it was a very traumatic moment, much more traumatic than what pulled out of the northern Sinai. But the thinking was, maybe, first of all, Sharon said, we can't keep Gaza because there are too many Palestinians there. At some point, they're going to demand citizenship. The United Nations will force it upon us. What are we supposed to do with them? We don't want to be jailers. And so that's one aspect. And the other aspect was, maybe if they finally have their own region with the promise of tremendous investment from Arab nations, from Europe, from America, they will begin to civilize themselves, and they will, develop a society that we can live alongside as neighbors. That was kind of like the ultimate sort of maybe utopian hope. The Gazans responded very negatively to this, as we see. From 2000 to 2006, it was briefly part of the Palestinian Authority, which was an organization or an entity set up to try and meet the requirements of the Oslo Accords by giving Palestinians a degree of autonomy in both the West Bank and Gaza. It was primarily engineered very much like this photograph with the American president and Yitzhak Rabin on the left, the Prime Minister of Israel, and Arafat former who later became the head of the authority on the right, for his effort, much like Sadat before him, Yitzhak Rabin was assassinated in 1990. But after 2006, when they had their first elections, the Palestinians in Gaza voted for Hamas. It was not an overwhelming result, as you can see from the map. This is the West Bank here, and you can see the regions where Hamas did fairly well in the West Bank, but Fatah, which was Arafat's party, did better. And here, the main reason they won in Gaza is because of their strength in Gaza City and to the north. But shortly after a narrow victory for Hamas, which was a terrorist organization so designated at the time, they had an internal civil war, and they drove out that entirely. So the region was, as a result of that coup, it was entirely controlled by. And their response to Israel was not the peace loving, we're going to use all this foreign investment and we're going to build up a society. Rather, they used as a staging ground for a highly ideological war, which was primarily by an incredible number of rockets sent out from Gaza against Israeli civilian targets. Israel, remarkably, to defend against many of those targets, this phenomenal technological achievement of the Iron Dome. And one of the analyses that looks at over 7, one of the reasons perhaps the Jews were caught off guard is primarily because they had overly relied on their technological security, and they were unable to come to terms with the low-tech attack that October 7th represented. So that basically brings us up to the day looking at the eve of the war. At this point, I've been speaking for about 45 minutes, so can I take any questions, any arguments, any discussions? Yes, please.
Can you let me know the Josephus was captured? You made that prediction to escalate. You reconcile that with a similar story, which was actually written later.
Yeah, Yochanan ben Zakkai, right. So, for those of you who may not be familiar with the background of this, the sophistication, Josephus is able to garner the support of his captor. He's not killed immediately because he says, wait, you don't want to kill me. First of all, I am a prophet, and I prophesize that you, Vespasian, are one day going to become emperor. Vespasian is sort of, tickled by this a little bit. His son Titus, who is the same age as Josephus, kind of likes the gumption of this person and says, Dad, maybe let's not kill him. Why not? Maybe he's right. So they put him in chains, and Kachava, within a year, Vespasian goes to Rome to claim the emperor. And at that point, says, Josephus, you prophet, you were correct, and he unchains him, and then, that's the beginning of his career. Almost identical story is told of Yochanan ben Zakkai in the Gemara, that he is able to extricate himself from the siege of Rome and go speak to Vespasian and tell him the same kind of thing. And for that reason, Vespasian grants Yochanan ben Zakkai 3 things. He grants him a doctor for Rabbi Tzadok, who is ill. He grants him and it says, Yochanan ben Zakkai says, we need to have a sage's retreat. There's a third thing, which I forgot what he gave him. I'm sorry, what was the last one? What was it that he wanted about Rabbi Shimon Gamliel? What it was? Right. Okay. Yeah. Identical, right? Vespasian doing this for Yochanan ben Zakkai, and Vespasian doing this. So, in terms of when these texts were written, we know that Josephus wrote this sometime around the year 76. The Talmud version was probably set to write, but 250 years later. So many scholars will simply say that Vespasian, that that the Talmud plagiarized for purposes. But we also know that Josephus was a horrible plagiarist and frequently steals things from several other historians and incorporates them into his own book. And he is certainly not above self promotion. So I think there are arguments to say that Talmud is adulterated. There are also arguments to say that maybe Josephus made a story for himself too. Again, don't forget, he's writing for a Roman audience that anything about Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, and if he wants to appropriate that story for himself, he certainly has a history of doing such things elsewhere in the book. He's actually, by the way, a deeply unlikable character. He's like a narcissist. He's never misses a chance to knock down his rivals and to promote himself. He was actually not that people's marriages can fall apart for lots of reasons, but he was given wives by Titus, and they ran away from him. He was definitely nobody wanted to live with him. Anyway, so I don't have a reconciliation for you, but I can at least give you a major argument. Yes, Vespasian did not. That was Titus, really. Yeah, so Vespasian was not at Jerusalem with Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. Correct. There's a great 2-volume set that says Ben Josephus v'Chazal that goes through every line of Josephus and compares to any comparable passage in Chazal, and lots of discussion about those things. Okay, yes, please.
What is the difference between what we call the 1948 peace offering and what the Muslims call Nakba?
Well, they're really describing the phenomenon. We have the war that erupted in 1948 and ended in an armistice, not a P9. Israeli historiography tends to call that the War of Independence. They use the term Nakba, or catastrophe, that describes the war, but that's secondary to the main point of the catastrophe, which is the mass displacement of Palestinians in the context of that war. Palestinian historiography tends to emphasize that this argument that the Jews forced them out in the context of the war, and it's not extreme to say that there were when that definitely happened. There was something called Plan Dalet, which said basically, if Palestinians leave these territories, do not try to stop them. Let them abandon their regions. It'll be better for military and so on. And I think if you look at there's definitely a whole range of historiography on this. People are very extremely anti-Israel, and people who are extremely pro-Israel without critical thought. In the middle is a scholar named Ben, who is one of the more modern of the new historians, right? In my humble opinion, I think probably has the closest vision of how to understand the chaos of that war. It also is important to note that things that receives very little attention, but there is some work being done at Bar Ilan right now on the Jewish Nakba, because while the Palestinian case is so deeply dependent on that massive displacement of Jews, of Palestinians, there's also almost same size, something like 820,000 Jews who were expelled between 1948 and 1952 from various Arabic countries, the Middle East and North Africa, and so on. And so that aspect of the whole story definitely needs to be brought into the overall historiography as well. Okay, so why don't we go on? Again, it's Tisha B'Av, and I don't mind if you want to leave. That's okay. It doesn't offend me, but we're not going home for lunch, so I'm just speaking slowly. Okay. All right. So let's explore the course of the war. This is David Roberts' famous depiction of the destruction of Jerusalem under Titus. How exactly did the war break out? We should remember that wars in the ancient world are fought in the spring and summer. The summer rains, the autumn rains of October, which is ironically reflected in a lot of the writing about the October 7th massacre as well, really cut down any kind of major military activity. So the war began in our case in the summer of 66. Gessius Florus, who I mentioned earlier was one of the Roman procurators, was extremely callous about one particular dispute that erupted in Kazakh. Jews approached him with a bribe to say, please, to support position. He said, I certainly will, the bribe, and then he ignores. And then violence when some Greeks set a vote in front of the shul. They set some birds in front of the shul in a way that the Jews would become the Tame would have to, it was just basically an swastika on the door, as it were. And a small fight broke out between Jews, younger Jewish men who were willing to fight against Greeks, and Gessiorus does not intervene at all. The older Jews, are forced to take the Sefer Torah out of the synagogue and run away from Caesarea because they're worried that the synagogue will be destroyed. Word of this gets to Jerusalem, and the Jerusalemites are extremely incensed with this kind of behavior, and there's protests in the street. Gessius Florus sends troops down to Jerusalem. There's actually violence in the street between his troops and the citizens there. And then what irks Gessius in particular is that while he is there, he decides to raid the temple treasury for a small and bizarre amount. There's 17 talents. And just the idea, though, of him penetrating the treasury of the temple and taking any kind of money from there was considered deeply offensive to the Jerusalemites. And he said he was doing it to repair the damages that occurred in the riots in Caesarea. So at that point, and this is what really got him mad, some Jewish cranks walked around the city carrying hats saying that we need a collection for Gessius Florus. He needs to build some walls. And this he found really insulting, and he chose to strike back with great violence. This is when Berenice got involved. But basically, Agrippa comes down. This is the king, and he's brought troops and says, hey, this is not right. You can't insult my colleague, procutor. But things are spinning rapidly out of control. And ultimately, what Gessius Florus does, he says, I need to call in some figures because I can't handle this violence here. And he calls out to Antioch for the assistance. Cestius Gallus is a regional leader. He leads the entire Syria Coele, which is like what would be today Israel and Lebanon and Syria. And he comes down from Antioch to quell things because obviously tensions are very hot in Jerusalem. He brings with him the 12th Legion, the Fulminata region, with perhaps as many as 30,000 troops. That's including the legion itself and lots of the ancillary troops. And he makes his way down. There's some violence that he uses in the Galil region as he makes it from Antioch, which is in Turkey, down to Israel. And then finally, he comes to Jerusalem, but he does not invade or besiege Jerusalem. Now, at this point, there's a little bit of a confusion in Josephus's chronology. I'm following the analysis of McLean Rogers and Steve Mason, who argue that basically what he did was he came down to Jerusalem with a show of force, with his massive, terrifying legionnaires, and then he felt at that point, okay, he's demonstrated Roman authority. He does not have to actually attack Jerusalem, which would be difficult. It is a well-defended city. It has small but reliable water system. He doesn't want to get involved in it, and of course, it is October, and there is no point starting a major siege in October. Rainy season is about to begin, so he decides that he's done enough show of force. It is now time for him to return to Antioch, and at that point, he goes through the Bet Horon Pass, which is a very narrow pass that requires him, because he has such a large train of troops and support, wagons and so on, he regards it way out, and he ignores one of those basic principles of Roman military strategy. he allows the troops to separate themselves from the baggage. At this point, some of the rebels under one Shimon Bar Giora, who was incidentally the only rebel leader who was later assassinated in a formal execution by the Romans after the war, Shimon Bar Giora takes advantage of their knowledge, the mountain passes, the terrain, and they attack the baggage train. They separate it from the troops, and then one by one they start on these harassing guerrilla-type raids down onto the Romans. Ultimately, Cestius Gallus and his vaunted 12th Legion is completely destroyed. It was hugely humiliating for the Romans that Shimon Bar Giora actually captured their eco standard, which is considered the symbol of Rome. The fact that these Jewish were able to do so was considered a huge humiliation. Gestius Gallus himself survived and fled, first to Caesarea and then back up to Antioch, until later he disappears from the story. He was probably forced to commit suicide by the Emperor Nero, who frequently did this to generals who displeased him. So the rebels, all of 66, a sudden, massive, they get a huge of weapons from things that they captured from the Romans, including lots of striking and piercing weapons, but also things like siege engines and catapults and things like that. And they're feeling really that maybe they can actually, fend off fight, which, if you recall the map war, which is ridiculous. They're like, Westchester County thinking they can hold off the rest of the United States of America. It's not going to happen. But nevertheless, there was a moment of they thought perhaps they would be leading towards spirit independence. In Jerusalem, and I put this in a different culture, alternating what the Romans do and the Jews are doing, the rebels form a provisional council in Jerusalem, which is more moderate than anything they'd ever had. They still have a lot of the aristocracy in Jerusalem, the wealthier classes, associated in particular with Saduceum. They still have some of the early rabbis in Jerusalem. This is before the period of Yochanan Hakkai's escape, for example. The idea of like, okay, look, did this, what's happening now? Oh my gosh, there are those who are claiming that that's it, Rome will never be just a pipe dream. I'm just saying, wait a minute, we got to prepare. They are definitely coming back. We have to deal with it. But they still have a certain level of communication. Which, in the spring of 60, Emperor Nero, hearing about Gestius Gallus's horrible defeat, says, "Hey, we've got to send someone else out there." Now, Gestius Gallus was known as essentially an administrator. He was not battle hardened. He never had to command troops before, and Nero said, "I've got to send someone that is definitely a much more authoritative leader." Vespasian, as it was a low-born, like Gestius Gallus was a nobleman, he was a low-born person warrior and had proved himself in many battles. He also offended Nero, because Nero was a strange individual. I'm sure you've heard stories about him, but at this time, in the spring of 67, he was doing his so-called cultural work, where he was going to the various outposts of the Roman Empire and proclaiming and performing as a singer and a poet. He regarded himself as something of a pop star, and he was deeply offended because Vespasian fell asleep during one of his concerts and was actually snoring. And so that may have added to his motivation to send Vespasian out, but it was obviously the right choice militarily from a perspective. Vespasian assembles his troops, and he makes the same route down from the north, and he leads a very brutal campaign in the Galilee region, methodically, going town by town, destroying the Jewish rebels up there, which you will recall were commanded this time by Josephus. Josephus describes his extremely heroic and intelligent defense of the towns, which, if we take him at face value, he was pretty amazing. Like, for example, at Yotapata, where he would ultimately be his downfall, in order to convince the Roman sieging the city that he, in fact, had plenty of water when they did not. He ordered that people do laundry and then hang their wet laundry to the wall. The Romans would see water dripping and they would say, oh, there's a good water source in there. The siege is going to be much harder than possible. But it is at this point when Vespasian is overwhelming. He has something like 60,000 troops with him. That's including several legions and all kinds of auxiliaries, including those donated by other client kings, who were only very happy to fight against their rivals in Israel. At this point, this is deeply in a fight with John of Giscala, and when Vespasian decimates all these, Josephus surrenders, and John of Giscala makes his way down to Jerusalem, where he would be one of the major rebels at this time. One other point that I didn't want to really raise, because I'm not sure what to do with it, but what I find ironic about the period is that the first century, we had no clear that we all quickly agreed was going to represent us. And I think there's a lot of similarities today, especially with Israeli politics, so fractured. And those elections every 6 to 8 months, because we can't simply decide what do we want as a people. That's an unfortunate parallel that's hard to avoid. Okay. Then in the summer of 68, there's going to be a break because you have to take off, no fighting the winter. In the summer, Vespasian hears about the in Rome. Nero has suicide, and now there's a bit of interregnum where there are several candidates for the position of emperor, and he stops attacks because he's waiting to see the Jews in Jerusalem have a period of about a year and a half in the course of this war where they could get their act together. And instead, they do the opposite. They engage in incredible infight in Jerusalem itself. There's one, Elazar, who takes over the sanctuary of the temple. John of Giscala takes over the courtyard. Shimon Bar Gilead comes in. Gibeonians come in. And there's horrible street-to-street fighting amongst Jews in Israel, in Jerusalem, for a year and a half before the Romans approach. At its point, the rebels meeting with each other actually burned each other's stores of wheat, which was essential for standing the siege that they knew coming. But in the paroxysm of final fighting, the Jews could not unify and agree on a common sections of the city, literally fighting with the other. At this point, Joseph describes some of the most bizarre behavior of these rebels when people were living in tremendous starvation, and other groups stolen their goods for living, essentially tremendous distraction. It's one of the most painful studies how the Jews wasted their time for a year and a half from the Jewish Christians who were in the city to Pella, which is just Jordan, and they were able to ride out much of the spring of 70, after those in Rome are resolved. Vespasian's son, now with Josephus at his side, they lay siege to Jerusalem, and that just begins around, and then by late eventually the city falls, and the temple is destroyed on Tisha B'Av or thereabouts, and that's basically the end of the war. There are a few rebels fight at a couple of fortresses. The most significant ones would be Masada, which falls into the year 73 or 74. So that's basically the course of the war. There are three main stages of the fight, and if you have to assess the Jewish response to it, based on Josephus, the Jews definitely fought with ingenuity and with bravery and with chutzpah. Their bravery and their skills could not be matched by the tremendous infighting that they did that completely any of their attempts to solve the situation. If we look at October 7th, this one of the most frightening photographs I've seen. I mean, I'm not going to show you the horrible graphic photographs are unfortunately readily available. This is a satellite photograph that shows you the Mediterranean here. Here's the Gaza Strip. You can see where it's tremendous congestion, as the Rabbi pointed out earlier. And this is on October 7th, the fires burning in the Gaza enclave in the kibbutzim as they were attacked on that horrible day. It was, of course, the Simchas Torah, and I don't need to go over the basics of what happened because we're all still living it. IDF would invade 20 days later after a punishing bombing campaign, and there would be one brief pause from the 24th of November to the 1st of December where 155 hostages would be released, but there's still well over 100 still living in Gaza, or there's still over 100 in Gaza, of whom perhaps 60 are still alive. Looking at it from a broad perspective, we should recall, however, this is not like a one-front war. This is a war where Israel has been attacked roundly from several sources. Not only the violence that erupted on October 7th in Gaza, but Hezbollah, of course, all of us, I mean, I haven't checked my news since we began talking, but everyone's worried about what's going to be in the north. Hezbollah has launched over 19,000 rockets at Israel. Have any of you experienced that same kind of strict reality where I'll open up my phone and I will look at Times Israel or Burning News or something and I'll see, okay, 30 rockets launched at Israel, and then I'll look at the rate of crickets. It's not important when bombs are falling on Israel. And of course, we had the dramatic lone drone attack from Yemen that succeeded in killing an Israeli in Tel Aviv, and then the counterattack by Israel on their port. And of course, what we're all worried about today is what will Iran do. Iran has been saber-rattling since Haniya was assassinated. And I also have a small personal reflection here. We're all involved in much. His son, Israel at the time, we wanted to bring him home for Passover, and his flight canceled because Iran launched 300 rockets at Israel. And, it just seems so weird to me that my life intersects world history because Iran shoots bombs at Israel, and yet that's the time we're living in. That's maybe not such a current. I'm not sure how to process it myself, but I feel like we're wrapped up in history today much more than we ever have been. Okay, let me pause now that we finished the question. See if there are any questions. Yes, please. Absolutely. The Talmud is absolutely referring to this when we talk about Sinas regard and ridiculous level of violence perpetrated on each other because we simply could not appreciate common humanity and our common Jewishness. That's exactly what the Talmud is about. And I think that's why the Talmud says this is so perceptive, really. That's ultimately the takeaway message. Not cestis gallus and not Vespasian, but Sinas. Thank you for pointing that out. Yes, sir.
Just comment on the role of the DPS. They sort of distancing themselves from this internecine warfare and playing and we know about the stuff. How they involved.
So, as best as we can tell, Josephus himself says he's, and you can't always trust. So he calls himself, by the way, he's under 50. It's probably the same as Jerusalem, although some scholars would disagree. And he was not in Jerusalem at the time, so his analysis of it is not necessarily as valuable. acceptable as what the Talmud has to say about it. What we can say, for example, if you look at the Yochanan ben Zakkai episode, his own family members were among the rebels. Right? The Yonan, who tried to stop her, one of them was his nephew. So this is very much like family politics. Okay? The individual families were divided on many different lines on it, and you have especially younger people who are attracted to the hot-headed rebels of various stripes. The Pharisees, as best as you can tell, tend to be a populist group who are largely pacifist. Not pacifist necessarily on a principled level, but on a more pragmatic level. But their approach was this: we have to deal with Rome. We can't. They're not strong enough to push off Rome, and any kind of open rebellion is going to result in disaster. So my best assessment of the solution is that there's still the people. They still have great connections with people. They're not alienated from them like the Sadducees were, for example. And in the case of Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, they definitely have connections with the rebel groups. But they want to cool the jets of the hot who want to fight against Rome. And that's why the Jerusalem strategy, as articulated by Yochanan ben Zakkai, is Ten li yavne b'chafecha. Give us a place. We're going to leave and we're going to establish ourselves there and focus on Torah. Because we can't win this. That's my question. Yeah, good argument. So this is the question. This may have been, as at least my assessment at this time. 60 years later, you get to the third Roman-Jewish war, led by Bar Kokhba in the 19th, about the year 135, and that had a lot of support from the Perusian later, like Rabbi Akiva, of course, famous view that Bar Kokhba was going to be Mashiach. This was going to be it. So for the Perusian, if they're such peaceniks, how come they could support Bar Kokhba? It was certainly not a uniform support for the Yosef Bar Gaga, for example, in Yerushalmi says to Akiva, wrath will blow from your cheeks. Definitely, there are lots of Tanaim who are not of Bar Kokhba, or at least not to the extent that Akiva was. However, the fact is, we have the 24,000 students of Rabbi Akiva who died according to the plague, but according to Rabbi Chai Gaon, a persecution. There's not, and there was Rabbi Akiva who died in that Bar Kokhba. So, the difference between them, well, it's a good question. I think the main difference, Bar Kokhba, as far as we can tell, since letters of his were in the Qumran region, he was a frummy. I mean, he was pro Torah Shabbat Peh. He was definitely like aggressive leader and so on, and very successful. I mean, he managed to hold Roman legions for 2 years. Unbelievable. Rome had to bring legions to fight against Sparta. So it was a pitched battle. It was far more threatening to Roman than the first Jewish revolt. And maybe that he captured their imagination that he was Mashiach. But it's a good question. It deserves a lot longer discussion than we have time for. I think I saw a question in the back. Do you have a question? No? Okay, yes, please.
The Greeks that were these Jews who are supposed to culture on themselves, or that's when the times were not?
So these are probably not Greeks like from the Peloponnesian region, but populations that may have originally been ethnic Arab and so on, who adopted Greek. There are certain cities like Caesarea, for example, which were Greek stronghold, and to the south, Ashkelon also. And they were populated more by like Greek tilted culture. Greek was the lingua franca, and they had like athletic games, and they had idols, streets, and things like that. Not tolerated at all in Jerusalem, but they were more like Greek oriented, as opposed to being ethnically Greek. And where there could be some Jews in those as well, I don't offhand. the Greeks said what the lack of those the same Greeks. So those Greeks weren't even Greek; they were Syrians. But yeah, so that would be the same kind of example where Greek was so overwhelming a culture that lots of populations call themselves Greek, even though ethnically they wouldn't identify. Just like it's like such, that lots of people. Well, maybe that's not a good one. I'm getting off topic, but let's go back to the material, okay? So here we go in the diaspora. So if we go to the ancient period, this was not a diaspora story by and large because Israel did have a huge diaspora population. There was a population of Jews specifically in Alexandria that was quite large, and they were deeply involved in the revolt, and they suffered actually from massive pogroms directed against them, a consequence of Israel's uprising against Rome. Parthian Jews, which is where you had the mass of Talmudic Jews. This is the period where you've got an expulsion of Jews there in the 6th century before the Common Era, and a large population where the Euphrates and the Tigris rivers meet, but they largely stayed up. One of the things that Nero was actually worried about is like, wait a second, maybe one of the reasons we better put this down, because what happens here, because again, Rome ends here, right? There's no Roman Empire. This is the Parthian Emperor over here. Rome is worried, what happens if all those Jews over here use imagined muscle and get the Parthians to attack? It never happened, but it was something that they were worried about. We don't know much about what the Jews thought about the rebellion at the time. We don't have many sources on it. The only real ally that Israel had, or an ally at the time, was tiny Adia Bene, who was here up in southern Syria, a region where they had a very famous queen, Hilni Hamalka, who converted to Judaism sometime in the 40s, and this is the 40s, the 1940s. And she sent. She was extremely charitable. She's mentioned many times in the Talmud for her gracious acts of support, using her throne for the people of Jerusalem. She actually chose to be buried in Jerusalem. They discovered her sarcophagus in Jerusalem, and it's now in the Louvre. And Adia Bene sent down to help the Jews in their fight against the Romans. Otherwise, it was a wash for Israel. It's entirely a local conflict. Looking at our times, however, and I'd like to go a little bit slower now because diaspora is where we live, and so many of these things are so relevant. This is really a multi-front war. Besides the fronts occurring with weapons, we have all kinds of things happening in the States as well. This is, of course, not too far away, across the river at Columbia University. I'd like to show you some of these statistics taken from Harvard-Harris poll. This is a really useful device for studying from the perspective of Americans. Every month, it's a very reputable poll, and it's primarily instituted for the purpose of analyzing America. It's got about 60 pages come out, 0.5, 6 pages on how politics are involved in, and the first so are all about the president. That's just what it's for. Since the war came out enough, they've added during these purposes some questions on foreign policy between Israel and Hamas, and they have repeated those questions, some slight variations every month. And so we've been able to get a really good sense of what Americans think about this war. So this is fascinating. It's a new question. It's close area paying attention to Israel war, and just remember, 59% of Americans say we're following closely, 40% somewhat, and 90% saying, obsessive compulsively. That's a really significant number. It's very 64% last month, but that means that more than half of Americans are really paying attention. And interestingly, this will be very important in the next few slides. When you look at what ages of Americans are following, it's fairly evenly divided amongst all the age groups. Across the board, if you talk to any American 18, there is like a 20% chance that that person will be following the more closely, 1 in 5. And that's pretty remarkable, given that sometimes Americans have difficulty identifying the names of the vice presidential candidates. So this is a remarkably large statistic. Now, what exactly do they think? This is a question they've asked many, many times, and the numbers have been fairly stable. In this conflict, do you support Israel or more Hamas? 80% of Americans support Israel. And that's something we should feel very good about. This number has been very, ever since October, not dropped below, I think, 76%. So even though when we look at the news, you know, we see these terrible demonstrations and we see these incredible numbers of people protesting and blocking streets and things like that, it's a minority of Americans. There's 1 in 5. I don't like the number 1 in 5. That's a very large number of people for a terrorist group. But nevertheless, we can rely, at least for now, on the fact that 8 out of 10 Americans support Israel more than Hamas. Do you think Israel is trying to avoid civilian casualties? 66% say yes. We think that Israel is trying to avoid civilian casualties. That's actually a pretty good number as well. However, this is the scary part. When you break it by age, and this is as well since October, the younger you are as an American, likely it is to support Hamas. If you look at this crucial issue, 18 to 24, 46% of children, young adults, 46% of them support Hamas over Israel. That's a terrifying number. 1 in 2 Americans under the age of 24 think that Hamas has the right in this fight. As you get older, of course, that number drops. When you get to like my age range, you're 90% correct. 65 was 93% correct for Hashem. But this is a troubling number because it's not the kind of number that's going to go away. Obviously, these people are there, and their values are going to be spread up along this slide as well. Right now, this is the millennials. They're not in power. They're the future, and it's deeply troubling. Over here, is Israel trying to avoid casualties? 54%. The millennials say no. Israel doesn't care about civilian casualties. These are really scary numbers, and this is why I feel that one of the most terrifying fronts of this conflict is what's happening in colleges today. And, I tell you that at Touro University, like every federally sponsored university, we have to report our crime statistics to the federal government every year. We have 0 incidents of anti-Semitism on our campuses. I hear there's another university in New York that also has similar statistics. I forget them. But I fear for regular campuses. One of my sons, who is studying to be a marine biologist, which is not one of Touro University's strongest majors, therefore he's gone to a college that has a strong marine biology program, and he describes to me just horrendous things, like people who are friends on Instagram, most vile, horrific, anti-Semitic things on his page, simply because he identifies as a Jew. You know, encampments and boycotts. And I myself was speaking at the University of British Columbia a few weeks ago, and they have a beautiful Hillel house on campus. And I was speaking in their Hillel house on the second floor, which has windows all around it. It's in the middle of campus. And they asked me if I mind, can they close all of the window shades? And I said, sure, that's fine, but why do you want to close the window shades on a beautiful sunny day? And they said that because when they see there's a speaker here, they go around and they chant and they shout profanities around on the building. I've never experienced anything like that before, that you could have a spontaneous eruption of hatred just because there's a Jewish speaker in Hillel House. And by the way, the Hillel at UBC is like extremely, a liberal use of the conflict as well. And nevertheless, it doesn't help. These numbers are terrifying. This is front, and it's not us who are facing it. We are, most of us in this room are older. We have our circles of friends. Maybe we see people at work, but going into college campuses, this is a terrifying kind of statistic. Here's another one. 7 in 10 voters say they only favor a conditional ceasefire with Hamas based on the release of hostages. Also, a fairly comforting number that Americans get it, that the hostages are at the center of this, and if there's no hostage deal, there's no ceasefire. But again, looking at younger people, 54% say no. There should be a ceasefire and let the hostages sit where they are. But this is... All right, thank you. 46%. Just rewind that part. 40 is a scary number. 46%. So this is really front that we have to be aware of. Our kids are really in danger. Our kids are in deeply hostile environments that I haven't experienced anything like this. This is something that happened actually just last night. This is an ad that appeared in the Jewish Standard this past week, and it's a Krav Maga class, and this year, learn essential skills for college life. Now, as a university administrator, I think essential skills for college life, I'm thinking, okay, math literacy, I'm thinking English composition skills, but it's self-defense as essential skills for college life. This is the environment that we're living in today. Dramatically had it on the air about, but shows how serious it is. Anti-Semitic level, it's not a joke either. I don't have to prove this to you, but the level, it's so hard that you would think after Jews attacked, there would be kind of like a backlash sympathy. There would be kind of people saying, no, we shouldn't be attacking civilians like this. But Adarab, we see that it inspires more attacks. And the number of anti-Semitic attacks, this is just until the end of 2023, skyrocket after October. As I'm sure. But what I find, I think, most frightening about all this phenomenon, and I'll speak a little bit more about it in a bizarre as Jew phenomenon that has really doubt that it has statistical. The as a Jew term was coined by a scholar whose name escapes me right now, who's looking at this conflict, begin the statement beginning with the phrase as a Jew. And the next part of the sentence is going to be, I condemn the actions of the state of Israel in Gaza and so on, whatever it is. But they feel that their Jewish ethnicity somehow, gives them special authority in this deeply complex conflict that has gone on for centuries. And this particular example frightened me very much. Jacob Kornblue is a journalist. He works for the Forward right now. And he covered this. It was actually a video, which you can watch if you like. Go to his Twitter feed, you'll find it. But it's this sophomore at George Washington University in Miriam, and she's at this presser at the Capitol House, and with the kafiyas and things like that. And she describes her experience at the quad at George Washington, which they renamed Shahada. Shahada, of course, is the Islamic proclamation of faith. It's also associated with suicide bombers. It is actually the emblem of the Hamas flag. So they named their quad after the Hamas flag, as it were.
The school itself?
The protesters. Yeah, the protesters. Anyways, this girl, Miriam, talked about how she's so grateful for the protest camp at her college because it has given her a uniquely Jewish experience in life. Growing up, she says she did not have access to an anti-Zionist synagogue. I think that's a weird term. I guess she didn't live in Williamsburg. But, she says, I never had access to an anti-Zionist synagogue, which is like virtually impossible. Grateful, she says, when a certain rabbi came and brought a sacred Torah, and on Shabbos in the encampment, and she was able to have her bas mitzvah right there in Shahada Square. And she was proclaiming how this was such a wonderful experience for her to be able to connect with her Jewishness. And she identifies her protest for Gaza with her Jewishness. Now, you can see the holiness of her neshama really coming there, because, no, I don't mean it facetiously, that she identifies with the suffering of humans. She identifies with the social roles of the blood of the Nevi'im run through her veins. And Yirmiyahu, and they're all saying tzedek, tirdof, and all those things. Absolutely, no question. But the thing is, it's so cruel, it's so mixed up, it's so confused, and so divorced from what actual Jewish values are, that we cannot feel that sadness. It's an excellent question. But the question is, what do I attribute? There's a rabbi in, I think he's on the east side, Rabbi Amiel Hirsch, who's spoken publicly about this, very powerful. And he takes an faith approach. And it's basically liberal identifications of Judaism. We have sacrificed too much of particularism to the concept of universalism. We really double down on teaching our kids that we have to respect all humanity, and we have to and it's not really part of our tradition as well. But we're also a family. We have to protect ourselves. We have to understand our own traditions, our own specificities. And he says that it's our fault. We have not balanced our education properly. We have not taught our children. And I think we all have to take a piece of this. It's not just because of his denomination. I think we all do this. We've not taught our kids enough about being Jewish. What in Judaism per se that we don't share with the rest of the kids. Kind of like, if you will, a Shemini Atzeres moment as opposed to a Sukkot moment. Okay, but I will return to this in 1 second. It's not all bad. Okay, I'm in my concluding. Thank you for your patience and endurance. So many of you at this time. Here's something I am coming across the other day. This is a Haggadah printed in Vilnius in 1859. And this is a period of time when the Tsarist government in Russia was deeply involved in Jewish politics. And I actually have a few volumes in my own home that have at the beginning stamp that says approved by the censor, who was a Jewish guy who was in the Russian government. Remove any kind of thing that the Tsar might was offensive. And so this particular zealous censor was looking at the Haggadah, and he said, it's going to offend the Tsars, so I think we should make some decision as compared to 1825. This is a famous passage I'm sure we're all familiar with. And God who stands for us and our fathers, it's not only history that will try to destroy us. The whole door, in every generation, there are people who rise up who try to destroy us, and the Holy One rescues us. It's not going to fly. So therefore, he made this small change, add this word hayu, and change the mem to a hey, so that instead it reads, in every generation, they used to rise up against us. No longer. We live in the Tsarist golden age where, we're so happy to live under Russian rule that no one's going to hurt us. They used to rise up, and the Holy One rescued us. Past tense, not present tense. We no longer need rescuing because we live in this, Soviet or Russian paradise. And although it's funny to look at this now, I think in many ways, I felt like this about America. I felt like all that stuff I study, like here it is. Look at my keynotes, right? We were just reading from this, and it's hardcover, like solid, because it's not going to change. It's great. It has all the past things we've gone through in a relocated spot, and I'm never going to have to replace this one. That's why hardcover is so useful, because it'll stay on my shelf. And I can abuse of that notion. We've all kind of like had a wake-up moment since October 7th, that what happened in previous generations is very much real. So I'm going to step out on a limb here, and I've been doing this for most of the last hour and a half, but I'm going to step out on a limb and go past my historian, boundaries, and think a little bit more about what are we supposed to do about it. And these are just my personal reflections. They are not, any rabbinic authority or anything like that. But I think that if we go back to the sources, this is actually also from a Russian printed Machzor. The advice we have is Tshuva, Tzedakah, Virnus, Roa, right? We have a threefold plan that we have relied on for millennia: repentance, prayer, and and that will ameliorate the situation. So if you look at three things in our context, I'm going to point out these three things. So it's called Tshuva. This is an amazing story I just read about years ago, and it illustrates a phenomenon that I think many of us have appreciated. This is the Reverend Anna Levy Leon, who was a very successful Unitarian minister in Manhattan. Her parents, who come from Jersey, were survivors. They hid totally from her the fact that she was Jewish. She didn't grow up with the name Levy, which I think would be a giveaway. But she adopted her family name after she found out later in life that in fact she was Jewish. But she was raised without any sense of identity, because her parents tried to shield her from her past. But at that point, and she also met a Jewish guy, and she married him. They bonded a shared Jewish tradition, and immediately joined the Unitarian Church. But the thing is, she was successful. She wrote a great book, and she was very religious. But after October 7th, large congregation, influential congregation, the congregation started pushing her on issues of making public statements in support of Gaza she was offended by the text. She had to get them to include some reference to the hostages later on, and it was so skewed, and she had so much opposition from her congregation that she eventually had an October 7 wake-up moment, and she said, I can't stay here any longer. And so she quit the church, and now she's in rabbinical school. Maybe not, there's probably not an opening here for her yet, but nevertheless, there is a phenomenon that we have seen with the Azad. There is a centrifugal force that when there is pressure on Jewish people, there are some Jews who will be pushed away. They're not attached firmly enough to the core of our values that when there is pressure, they will disappear. But there's also a centripetal force. There's also a force where, we saw this on Instagram. A friend of mine, Naomi Nasman, she does food. She says right after October 7th, there's all kinds of people piling onto her Instagram trying to find out recipes for challah. Everybody wants to get back in there, even though they'd be so far away. When we are under attack, there is something that draws us together as well. And I think we welcome that, and we should encourage that. And when we meet Miriam, whose Jewish experience at Shahada Square gets just a little bit more interested in Judaism, I think that's also a small tikkun, tremendous diss that we demonstrated in the first Jewish war. Secondly, tefillah. We read this upstairs just a couple hours ago. I referred to my keynotes being a hardcover. Now I have to awkwardly add a photocopy into it because I know that this is new history. This is history in creation. That commemorating the disasters of the past, they're not the last. And we will be creating us. This is the kina of our generation. This is a kina that, previous keynotes I've read, and occasionally I've been more moved or less moved. But who can read this by Rav Rimon and not be moved? Who cannot feel? Who cannot see the images of Fear Biba, the Chatufim? And so our tefillah has a new opportunity for energy as we cry out to Baruch Hu for finally tzedakah. And obviously, tzedakah doesn't need any more explanation. In 1958, on the 10th anniversary of the establishment of the State of Israel, Israel wanted to mark that milestone in its medallion. And so, whose name I unfortunately don't know, created a modern version of the Judaic poem. You recognize the looming Roman soldier, the woman representing Judea, and it says here, the exile of Judah. Coins obviously have two, and this is the obverse. This is Israel liberate. And this is a beautiful artistic expression of who we really are. A woman playing with her child, celebrating life. A man, the chalutz, wearing one of those kibbutz hats, planting a tree with confidence in the future. And this is, I think, what really represents us. And let us hope that next time we meet for Tisha B'Av, will be in Yerushalayim and Kodesh. Very much.
Great. Everyone,
there's some dispute over what exactly it stands for. My thank you all for coming. My goal tonight is to provide a brief historical overview leading up to the events of October 7th. A very quick look at the incredibly difficult year that we all experienced, and then to contextualize that history within the larger scope of Jewish history. Look at how have Jews reacted to tragedy in the past, and then perhaps to give a very brief look at how we have so far responded to the current crisis. And I hope to complete in 20 minutes. We'll have plenty of time to bring Hisporus and Israel. So, Bershusha Arash Yeshiva, now Shus Rabbi. Point that I find very emblematic of not only the situation that we experience now, but really looking at the larger historical experience of Galut, of exile. This is one of the 24 Judaic coins issued by the Roman Empire following the defeat of Judea in the First Roman-Jewish War. On the left is Vespasian himself. Sometimes coins show his son Titus, who later became emperor after him. And on the right, you see Judea Capta. Judea is taken captive. There's a balsam palm tree in the center, which was one of Israel's greatest exports at the time. And there on the left is a looming Roman soldier looking down at a despond represents the Jewish polity. The Romans made tremendous propaganda out of these coins, which circulated widely in the ancient, and it was a constant reminder of the humiliation of the Jews. This was not the only time, of course, that currency has been used to humiliate a defeated or to be defeated enemy. Here, for example, are from the 20th century, some examples from Germany. Tochtet, after World War I, local currency was instituted to replace the devalued currency, and they frequently include anti-Semitic messages, including this one here from that actually shows Jews being burned after post-desecration. And I think when we reflect on what these images mean, I think of two. The first is that nobody can school us what it means to be resilient. There is no experience more tragic and has yet come that tragedy with renewed and vigor. There is no people that can be compared to the Jews in that regard. But at the same time, we all have to learn lessons over and over every generation. Not automatically absorb the lessons of resilience from our parents. Perhaps we look to them for models, but the challenges are always different, and the responses always have to be tailor-made and titrated to the individual situation. So let's begin first with a quick overview of why we had October 7th in the first place, and then look at the year after that. So, of course, here's a map. On the left, you see the armistice lines after the War of Independence ended in 1949. You can see Israel is the green the part in the middle. And then on the right, after the remarkable Stay War that Rabbi so eloquently alluded to. Gaza is, of course, a little strip that is on the bottom left. We're all familiar with the map now. Now, in terms of the ownership of Gaza, between 1948 and 1997, it was part of Egypt. But then after they conquered those large territories, it was taken over by Israel temporarily. And then in the Camp David Accords, in which Anwar Sadat, the president of Egypt, and Billy Carter, president of the United States, and Menachem Begin, Prime Minister of Israel, signed a historic peace treaty with Egypt, which, although it is a tenuous peace treaty, it nevertheless is holding, then the peninsula was entirely given back. For his efforts at creating peace with the Jewish state, Anwar Sadat was assassinated by a member of his own bodyguard, the Muslim Brotherhood, which is actually an ideological forefather of the Hamas movement. But Egypt's entire Sinai Peninsula, the entire bottom there, which was conquered by Israel in the Six-Day War, but Egypt refused to take back Gaza. Gaza was simply too much of a demographic, economic headache for Egypt. They were also quite unenthusiastic about taking so many radicalized people, especially associated with the Muslim Brotherhood, into the boundaries of itself. So then between 1967 and 2005, Israel controlled the territory. There were some very isolated settlements. As you can see here, the sections in this satellite photograph are the Jewish settlements in Gaza before 2005. But there was a tiny population, about 1,000 Jews, inside of a population of then about 1.2 million very angry, unhappy Palestinians. It is demographically one of the most crowded spaces on Earth, and huge unemployment, and the population is under the age of 18, and it proved to be extremely difficult to hold on to this territory militarily, economically, and socially. So under Ariel Sharon's leadership, with a very, very close vote, and the polling in Israel was highly divided, they decided to simply disengage from Gaza. That is the term used. In other words, they simply said, okay, we are going to remove any Israeli controls over Gaza in 2005. It was a very, very difficult thing for the Israeli government to do, but essentially that was the moment that Gaza had to create a new future for itself. So the thinking was that they would elect to pursue prosperity and, if not peace, at least not hostilities with Israel. That turned out to be the case. So after 2005, it was given over to the Palestinian Authority, something, an entity that was created as a result of the Oslo Accords, once again brokered by an American president, and this time with Yasser Arafat, leader of the Palestinian Liberation Organization on the right, and Yitzhak Rabin, Prime Minister of Israel. Like Sadat before him, Yitzhak Rabin was also assassinated, sadly, by Israeli extremists. But what Gaza did to that territory since 2006 is basically they had elections fairly early on, and in those elections there are two major parties, Fatah, which is the PLO's party, sort of mainstream party, Yasser Arafat's party, which tended to do better in the West Bank shown here, or Gaza and Shomron. Yehuda and Shomron. But in the Gaza Strip, you can see that Hamas had a very strong presence in the north part of the Strip, and then shortly after winning the elections in January 2006, they had a coup and drove all of the Fatah representatives. So after that one and only election was dominated by Hamas. And the principal relationship that Hamas had with Israel from then was basically in two forms. One, work permits. About 30,000 work permits were issued every day for Gazans to enter Israel and to work in their jobs, even on October 6th. And the other way, of course, with rockets, because the hostilities absolutely never ceased from Gaza in 2006. Israel fought several smaller wars with Gaza, but the state essentially developed kind of modus tolerandi with the Gazan, part of which was related over-reliance on technology, was performed absolutely amazingly well. This is a photograph, of course, of the Iron Dome on the left, responding to rocket attacks from Gaza. But obviously, the Gazans were able to get around that with a low-tech solution on October 7th. And that was essentially a massive incursion into the state. I'm into the details. We're all familiar with what happened on that day. But perhaps some 3,000 Palestinians, half of them complete civilians, normally attached to various factions, stormed in and created absolute havoc. Even using the word pogrom is too limited to describe the atrocities that occurred on that day. We're all familiar with this, and there's no reason to review it any further. What we have experienced primarily by Iran. Iran has a very controlling role in this, and it's quite nefarious. Iran is the primary funder of Hamas, which is especially ironic because Hamas is a Sunni movement, but the hatred of Israel far more significant. They also fund Hezbollah, and Israel is, of course, at war now with Hezbollah in the north. In Lebanon, also having factions in Syria and in Iraq, and they're also funding the Houthis from far away Yemen, for even launching, unfortunately, once even successfully, a deadly attack on the Houthis. By the way, bizarre, their official government slogan, it reads, "God is great, death to America, death to Israel, a curse on the victory to Islam." I think that pretty much sums up their central philosophy and how hate is really at the core of this entire movement. But perhaps more frightening for us here in the diaspora is that Iran is behind quite a bit of the international movement against Israel. This is a map, of course, of all of the various pro-Palestine protests that occurred at many universities in North America and Europe. One of the dogs that does not bark, by the way, is the fact that there's fairly little protest against Israel in many Arab states, and that's for another discussion. But many of these protests and other activities, anti-Israel agents, are clearly the work of a particular group called Samidun, which is considered by many European countries a terrorist organization because of its deep ties to Iran, and clearly has the funding of many of these endeavors. There's a lot to say about other reasons why people would want to get involved, but we can't avoid the central role of Iran. Also significantly, and this is especially frightening for me, this is a slide from the September issue of the Harvard-Harris poll, which is a very well-respected poll conducted every month. It's a political poll designed primarily to measure the attitude of Americans towards upcoming elections and so on. But since October, we're monitoring what people think about the war in the Middle East as a way of gauging its reflection on potential in 2024. And what I find by if you look on the circle on the left, the question was, in this conflict, do you support more Israel, more Hamas? And this number is pretty constant. 79% of Americans support Israel, which is comforting to some degree, but in a different way, that means that 1 in Americans actually supports a terrorist organization over a democratic ally of this country. It's still a very high number. That number is pretty much held true for the past year. But if you look at the chart below, which may be a little difficult to see, this breaks it down by ages. And people over, let's say, 45 are overwhelmingly in favor of Israel. 84%, 90%, 93%. But when you get younger than 35, the number drops precipitously. And this is the frightening thing. Americans between age 18 and 24, 41% of them support Hamas over Israel. When you think about that in the context of young people in college campuses today, young people in high schools today, public high schools, half of the people they talk to support Hamas over Israel. It's a very environment. The implications of this for the future, of course, remain to be seen, although I will note that this number, thank God, has been slowly dropping over the past year. 9% in October 2023, it's now 41%, so perhaps younger people are beginning to get a little bit more educated about it, but it's still something for great peace. So take a minute to think about how Jews have historically responded to these things. This is a page from a Haggadah printed in Vilnius in 1859, where they have these Russian state censorship by the Tsar. And the censor was obviously unhappy with the classic phrase in the Haggadah. It says, in every generation, they rise up against us to destroy us, but the Holy One rescues us from their hands. Classic passage from the Haggadah. He felt that it's not appropriate for Russian Jews to read that even in our generation, in like 1859, that there will be people who would want to harm us, not here in the paradise of Russian Tsars empire. So therefore, in the little white circles, they used to get up, no longer. But back in the distant past, we used to have this problem. And the Hakadosh Baruch Hu was not Matsilenu, the president. Hitzilanu. Back then, when we were, beleaguered and we didn't have rights, then they used to help us out. But obviously, we look at this now and it's funny because it's almost 200 years later, and obviously we still exchange the same thing. And we have long had three basic strategies for how to deal with these things. I'm just going to sketch them out very briefly to remain within my time. They are, of course, Tshuva, Tefillah, and Tzedakah. And this is my Russian Matzor from around this area. And you can see on the top, there's a couple of suggestions. Teshuvah relates to Tzom, to fasting. Tefillah, prayer, relates to coal, voice. And Tzedakah, charity, relates obviously to money. So if we take a minute and look at each of these three, do you think about the great destruction after the Roman-Jewish war that I this presentation with? How did Jews react to that? First of all, they came back to basement. They came back to center. They sat in that glorious room that we have downstairs, and they said, we've got to get back to Torah. We've got to get to Avner the Chachamecha, and that we have to do. This is always the root meaning for us of tshuva is come back. Get back to our center. And we've done that remarkably well over the past year. The statistics are just in terms of synagogue, people attending shiurim, people joining, there's all kinds of things. It's not just, the learned elites who are already learning at very high levels, like here at LCM. If you look at JSU, which is the student union that serves Jewish kids in public schools, the numbers are also up there. Last year they served 14,500 students. This year they served 18,500 students. And here's something that burned me. They even set up a 7 a.m. Mesilas Yesharim Shir, 7 a.m. for public school students because they can't get enough learning. Do we have a 7 a.m. Mesilas Yesharim Shir? I mean, this is coming out of public school. It's an amazing thing that kids will get up out of bed early to go learn Torah before they have to go to school. This is the strategy of tshuva. And when we feel overwhelmed with the tremendous amount of our programming that we feel socially, I think in particular Yitzchak Cardozo was a completely assimilated Jew in the 19th century who reached the heights of his career as a medical doctor and poet. And then once he was required to watch the public burning of some crypto Jews in Madrid, and it turned him right around. And he said, I can't do this. And he left his fame and his wealth, and he went to live in the ghetto of Venice. And he wrote a tremendous book there, Las Excelencias, the excellent qualities. And there are many who will turn their lives around as a result of October 7th. We just have to wait to see how that develops. When we look at Tefillah, in the ancient Israel, we see so many examples of Jewish resilience. This is an aerial view of the Tiberia synagogue that was constructed in the 3rd century. And this is 200 years after the construction of the temple. And you can see that in their synagogue floor, got a mosaic that harkens back all the elements of the temple. They are returning to that center. They want back to the idea of Tefillah and practice them. And we see that so many things, the piyutim that we read so many of, Shana we will read on Yom Kippur, they were also imposed in the Byzantine era because the emperor had forbade Jews from studying Mishnah, and so they decided they would try to incorporate various teachings into the Piyutim. These were created as a result of the pressure from the environment. And in fact, even the Talmud Yerushalmi was composed in 352, and the result was that the Romans were cracking down even harder on the Jews. And as a result, they said, we have to start putting these things down on paper. And the basis of what we study every day really comes out of that moment of crisis. And one of the things that I especially appreciate is that we're not calling this the Simchas Torah massacre. It happened on Simchas, but we're calling it October 7th. We are separating it out. It happened on October 7th. We will mark it, but we have, as Jews, a perennial cheerfulness and optimism. That is perhaps built into our DNA. That even though we are in tragedy now, we're memorializing our dead, we nevertheless have a deep-seated confidence that we will dance again. And finally, tzedakah. This area of Jewish activities have been absolutely phenomenal. Projects like Boots for Israel, when all of a sudden Jews in America realized, here actually in the tri-state area, realized that the IDF doesn't have enough boots for all the soldiers that Russians volunteer. And between October and January, they collected 10,000 pairs, $50,000 worth of boots, and shipped them all off to Israel. Soldiers suggested they might like tzitzit, maybe for the first time in life, and so seminary was all dived in. All began tying tzitzits, combat greens, so that the Instagram clips of soldiers leaving their first pair of tzitzits really dancing around their barracks, wearing them because they felt. And organizations like Simcha Points use innovation to say, we should be collecting people's airline points to provide opportunities for Jews to fly, as well as the other, saving surgeries and like that they need. These are all elements of tzedakah, more of tzedakah sheba guf than tzedakah sheba mammon in many cases, but nevertheless, this is a Jewish response of tzedakah. So, I'd like to close now with just another thought about October 7th, but not October 7th, 2023, but October 7th. One of the curses of the profession of being a historian is that sometimes dates get seared in your memory. And when I read about October 7th, 2023, I remember October 7th, 1944, which was the great uprising in Auschwitz, when a group of the most degraded, most, lowly Jews rose up and actually destroyed two of the crematoriums. One of those rebels was the man here, Zalman Gradowski. He was a member of the so-called Sonderkommando. These were people who were given the task of removing the from the gas chambers and bringing the bodies to the crematoria for disposal. And he did this day in and day out, including to members of his own family and his own community. And every single night, he would come back to his barracks and he would recite Kaddish for all the people that he had to burn that day in and day out. He was also something of a poet. And he decided to write down everything that he had seen in Auschwitz during those terrible years. And before the uprising on October 7th, he buried in the ashes of the burned Jews because he said, surely archaeologists will come and they will dig up this place to find the truth of what happened, and they will find my writings. And in fact, they were found. And I'd like to read you one passage from an incident that happened in March. The Nazis had brought together a group of Czech Jewish women, and they wanted to launch a demonstration of the efficacy of Zyklon B, the poison that was used to death. And they had all these young women gathered in a single room, and they all stood there, the Nazis in their uniforms, looking at these women in their last moments of their lives. And Radowski records, large bunkers stand thousands waiting for death. All at once, spontaneously, a song rings out. The clinical superior officers stand tense. They cannot understand, they cannot grasp. How is it possible that they're in a bunker, in the heart of the grave, on the threshold of extinction, in the last moments of life, that people, instead of moaning, instead of weeping over their young lives about to be snuffed out, and raise their voices in song. And the women began to sing. The melody does not let them rest. It troubles them, shatters the certainty they felt up to now. A new song of faith and courage pouring out of their hearts. The mass now sings the national anthem. They sing This is something that the Nazis didn't understand. Hamas has done as well. We are fundamentally a people of hope. We are a people of Tikva. We believe in the ultimate messianic redemption of the world. We believe there is a plan, and we are following that plan. And so while the Nazis are following the same path of that faith in Judea Capta, I want to conclude with just one more medallion. 59, on the anniversary, the government elected to have a competition to find a design for a coin that would commemorate 2 years of statehood. Someone came up with this design to mimic the Judea Capta coin, and does a very good job. You can see there's like the Roman soldier there, and the balsam pine, and the despondent woman, I guess she is saying, talking on. But that's the obverse. On the front side, it said, Israel Liberata, Israel redeemed. And the play of the Roman soldier, you have a young Jewish woman playing with her despondent woman as she was planting a tree. And that's fundamentally at the heart of our response past October 7th. We remember that we are a people with a future, and it's up to us to follow that trajectory. Thank you very much for your attention.
So without further ado, let's look at the catalyst of balls and stars and stripes. Everything I have to say, I think it is a great book. The best wagon is supposed to get wilder and wilder, and you will get more and more open. The tone is definitely unique, that humorous, long-term talk tone that is inviting and unfiltered to the reader. I have watched any of his interviews.
Hello. This video is intended as a brief open letter to Jewish participants in anti-Israel protests. Perhaps you saw the video I composed a few months after October 7th. I certainly received a lot of feedback, positive and negative. I received a lot of messages. From many of you who were struggling with some of the issues that we discussed briefly in that video. And I'd like to revisit some of those issues right now, specifically in the context of the riots in Amsterdam, which have been most appropriately called a pogrom. I don't use that word very lightly. Basically, let's take a minute to talk about what happened, what we know so far. I'd like to place in some historical significance, and then I'd like to talk a little bit about the contemporary significance and really what I think this means for you and what I would encourage you to think about. Specifically, last night after a soccer game and 2 days before the anniversary of Kristallnacht, a major pogrom that occurred right on the eve of the Holocaust, there was a mass attack on Jewish and Israeli soccer fans after an Israeli team played in Amsterdam. European soccer fans are not known for their reticence to engage profanity and against teams they don't like, occasionally engage in violence. So in a certain way, this is within the culture of European soccer or football. That's nice aspect. of that culture, but it's one that they've been challenged for many, many years. But this specific incident of violence was clearly qualitatively and quantitatively quite frankly. Basically, after the game ended, teams of thugs arranged to ambush Jewish and Israeli soccer supporters as they came out of trams and at certain corners and certain main streets and things like that. There is some evidence there was some premeditation, some planning, and perhaps involving people riding around on scooters and identifying Jews who had been photographed at the stadium, perhaps involving taxi drivers. We'll see as the investigation goes on exactly how this came out. But in the end, roughly 10 Jews and Israelis were hospitalized. About 60 people were arrested. And Israel even took the extreme measure of sending rescue teams to Amsterdam to bring back the soccer fans that had gone there to watch a game. There's no question that the intended victims of these attacks were Jews and Israelis. The visuals are horrible with, crowd people, sometimes bats, and even attacking small Jews and Israelis. Jews and Israelis being run over by cars. And I think one of the most gripping videos in some ways was when a young man was cornered and he did not know how to speak Dutch or English, and so they challenged him because they thought he was Jewish or Israeli. But when he was able to produce his passport and identify himself as a Ukrainian, they left him alone. So this is clearly a directive at Jews and Israelis, and going to social media feeds, a lot of discussion about that. Now, again, on one level, it's not, because this type of violence against Jews is something which has a long and hoary past. It goes way, way back into the ancient period, where there have been these mob attacks, hence the use of pogrom, which was developed at the turn of the 20th century. Amsterdam is a little unusual because, historically speaking, Amsterdam is generally a very tolerant society, known for its liberalism, known for its kindness to its Jewish minority. Amsterdam developed a very, very important center of Jewish scholarship in the 17th century in particular. And a lot of this has to do with the cultural orientation of the Netherlands, which is expressed in this Dutch word gedogen, which basically means kind of like, if it's not bothering anyone, just let them do what they want to do, a kind of a tolerant, kind of your own business attitude that required social cohesion, literally in order to the canals and working so that Netherlands could literally be above sea level. There are some remarkable moments of tremendous friendship with the Jews, such as for February 1941, when the only example of the entire Holocaust, you have an entire industry rising up and protesting specifically the Nazi treatment of Jews. It turned out to be unsuccessful as the Nazis, tremendous repression and shut their days, but nevertheless, it was something very important. There have, of course, been very dark moments in the history of Amsterdam's treatment of Jews. Most significant, as was captured by Amsterdam's most famous Jewish resident, young Anne Frank, who lived in hiding her family from the Nazis for several years until they were afraid, and she was to her death at age 15 in Bergen-Belsen. So, on the one level, this is not historically significant because pogroms happened for a very, very long time in Europe and in America. But on another level, it is surprising, perhaps, with this long tradition of tolerance. Now, let's take it, though, to the temporary period and why I think it's so significant that I was talking to you about it. Except for the fact that it's in 2024, it's not especially surprising. There may be some unusual acts to this violence that we don't know about yet. It would not, for example, that as the investigations continue, they may find that there was some nefarious involvement of state actors, like even Iran, which has a very long history of sponsoring anti-Jewish and anti-Israel terror throughout the world. Hezbollah in particular has been involved with that. But why I see this as so important is because this incident is a very clear indication that we have formally moved into a new period of Jew hatred. You may have watched some of my other videos in which I walk through the history of Jew hatred as an ideology. It moves from xenophobia in the classic Greco-Roman period, then into Christian anti-Judaism during the period of the separation of Christianity from the mother religion. Then it goes into medieval Judaism, where you have the development of pathological ideas, blood libel, and so on. And then in the 19th century, you have the shift to modern anti-Semitism, which held sway for a little 100 years, in which Jews were primarily criticized as being involved in some kind of global conspiracy based on a racial concept of Judaism. And that's basically where we were, really up until October 7th. But now we are in distinctly a new period. It has been percolating for some time prior to October 7th, but now it is anti-Israelism, that Jews are attacked on the grounds that they are associated with Israel. Now, recognize that violence against Jews is sort of marketed as, hey, let's just go hurt Jews. That would be something that very few people of goodwill could get behind. There has another reason for it. The Jews killed Christ, or the Jews killed Christian children. That the Jews are communists, the Jews are capitalists. Those are all the justifications that are used for simple anti-Semitism hatred. Now, the main excuse for anti-Jewish violence is Israel, something that has shifted significantly. I have to be just coming from France, and I picked up this great book by Delphine Horville, who's a very important liberalist thinker in France. In this very brief book, which I really hope to find an English translator because it is very powerful. The title of the book is hard to well in English. Basically says, what's bothering you? Why aren't you okay? Conversations after October. And she captured really in very pithy prose how Jews have been feeling since October 7th, how things have changed for Jews. It's written in a series of conversations with her deceased grandparents as she reaches back in history, tries to understand contemporary time. Conversations, many other good people, again, fictionalized to try and express this sort of malaise. And in one of the most fascinating discussions, which I think is of especially relevance to you, she talks with some anti-racists. We would call maybe Antifa today, I don't know. But she talks with people who are otherwise, very liberal and tolerant and wanting to, quash any kind of racial prejudice. And she asks them essentially, what's motivating you to be anti-Semitic, to be anti-Jewish? And the imaginary response, oh no, say the liberals, it's anti-Semitism, it's Zionism. We have nothing against Jewish. Oh, well, of course, that's different. They are certainly to blame, right? They're certainly a couple, these Israeli children. To hear how absurd this sounds, and when we contemplate what's going on in Israel, it's very difficult. It is complicated. There's a tremendous amount of suffering in Gaza, no question. At the root of it is the kidnapping of people like the Bus brothers, who were aged 9 months and 4 years old when they were kidnapped. Now it's 399 days in this war. and they are still being held hostage. So what does this have to do with you, and why am I talking to you about this? I want to express that I have phenomenal respect and regard and admiration for you. You are motivated by the same spirit that motivated the prophets, Isaiah. You want to see justice done. And in fact, you are the inheritors of the tradition on a genetic level, not only on an intellectual and spiritual level. But I want you to understand that the Jewish opposition to the abuse of authority is intrinsic to the Jewish religion, and it is vigorously exercised in modern Israeli democracy. And there is a place, a very hallowed place, for your objections to Israeli policies, whatever they may be. And in your opposition, you may proudly stand shoulder to shoulder with many others, and many other Israelis, both Arab and Jewish Israelis, because this is the nature of the Israeli democracy. It is certainly not uniform. But please, I would hope that you would take some time to think about where you are standing right now. Who are people who are on your left and on your right? Are they the people who chant globalized intifada? Because Amsterdam is an example of the globalization of the intifada. Are they people who say resistance by any means? Because attacking soccer fans, resistance by any means. Amsterdam and the violence that occurred there is the next logical step to those kinds of slogans and statements. And I'm speaking to you as a fellow Jew. Please reconsider where you are registering your protest. I'm not asking you to shut down your protest. I'm not asking you to reconsider your positions. You can do that all on your own. Please think about who are your fellow workers. Thank you very much for watching.
Go to Ranger School. My Team Sergeant John says, hey, if you're going to Ranger School, you can't come back this year on a graduate. And so you have to go to Ranger School because you're immature, you don't understand leadership, you don't understand all this team. But then, like, I had a chip on my shoulder because I'm afraid. And I still haven't learned humility.
It's a Jewish history. I'm now in Jerusalem, and I'm standing on the balcony of my hotel, and you can see the new city behind me. It's so amazing to be back in this country that is, as Herzl put it, and new at the same time. See, there's a construction site going on right behind me, and this is just, it's such a resilient society and bringing in a modern future. I'm delighted to be here in my capacity as the Dean of Lander College for Men, speaking to many yeshivot about the tremendous value of studying in our institution, mostly Americans who are returning to America after their yeshiva studies here. And, you know, what a privilege it is. I'm seeing so much strength in here after a brutalizing year of horrific conflict, which is still ongoing. Everywhere you go, all kinds of posters and signs, the return of the hostages. On the buses, you see the slogans, "Yachad Ninach," together we will win. And this is a society determined to bring back all of the hostages and to return to a level of peace with their neighbors. especially given the tumult of these 2 days. But I want to say that I'm so grateful to the many supporters around the world. I want to especially call out Larry, who is at the Kingside Methodist Church in Springbury, and his grandson, who have been supporters decades of Israel and of the study of Jewish history. And we're really grateful that we are not completely alone in these very difficult struggles. As you can see from the landscape of the New Jerusalem behind me, this is a country that has a long and storied future ahead of us. Thank you very much.
Let me tell you how it is in this conference. He's still a junior.
I've just returned from an amazing visit to the state of University as Dean of Lander College for Men. Yeshivot to students, mainly from America, but also from Canada, UK, and other places who are interested to the United States, taking a degree here at our college. And while I was there, I had phenomenal, wonderful experience of seeing my who now live in Israel. And while we were traveling on one particular highway, and I was commenting on the incredible prevalence of the yellow ribbon everywhere, sometimes in monumental forms like this example here, where they have all over the state of Israel these yellow ribbons. And while I was speaking with my sons in the car, it came up that they really didn't know the backstory of the yellow ribbon. So I thought I'd take a minute to talk to all of you about it, in case there's those of you who were born, let's say, after 1970, who may not be familiar with the famous song of it. Unusual Jewish element to the story. So at the state of it, this yellow ribbon symbolizes a national solidarity with the Chatufim, the kidnapped ones, the 100 odd people who still remain trapped in Gaza after their attack on October 7th. These people, many of them are children. There are children under the age of 5 who were kidnapped, who are still not returned. So as a symbol of solidarity, you see the yellow ribbon everywhere. I myself picked up some of these yellow ribbon pins, and the color yellow is especially important. Often you'll see it like with the yellow chairs, the empty seats placed in installations all over the land of Israel to remember the people who are not at the table. Really very, very moving and powerful kind of demonstration. So what is the story behind that color yellow, specifically the yellow ribbon? So it is a very old tradition. It's been to European colonists pre-revolutionary America, and it seems to revolve around important is the idea of women wearing yellow ribbons as a reminder of their loved ones who are far away, often taken off into war. It has a military context. The Americans did it as a symbol as well. And it was popularized in 1917, in particular, by a song composed by George Norton. Here you can see the sheet music. Round, she wears a yellow ribbon for her lover, who is fur away. And there are variations on the theme. In 1949, a film was made of this. She wore a yellow ribbon, starring John Wayne. Really quite fascinating kind of example of this notion expanding in popular culture. But again, very specifically with this military context. In 1973, the group Tony, Orlando, and Dawn came out with a song called Tie a Yellow Ribbon on the Old Oak Tree. And I apologize to people who are my age, because this is such a massive cultural icon that everyone who was, older than, let's say, 40 probably remembers this song very well. It became the top song of 1973. It sold 3 million records in just 3 weeks, and really cemented the idea of the yellow ribbon symbolism within the American mindset, at least. The storyline for that song, and I'm going to look at the lyric, appeared first in a 19th story, later in a 1971 New York Post article, again, elements overlapping one over the other. It was, however, lyrics of two Jewish songwriters from New Jersey, Erwin Levine, 1930, and L. Russell Brown, who was born in 1940, captured a particular version and something that I think everyone the age of that basically memorized. Let's have a look at the lyrics and why this song was so popular. I'm coming home, I've done my time. If you receive my letter, I'd soon be for me to stop from actually sing, but you don't want me to sing. If you still want, he's speaking as it were to his wife, we don't know for sure, saying that, listen, I'm coming back home from prison. I don't know what our relationship is going to be like. I don't know if you're still hoping for me. I don't know if you've cut me out of your life, but I want you to leave a symbol for me. Then the chorus famously goes, tie a yellow ribbon around the old oak tree. It's been 3 long years. Do you still want me? If I don't see a ribbon round the old oak tree, I'll stay on the bus. Forget about us. Put the blame on me. If I don't see a yellow ribbon round the old oak tree, right? That's the whole setting for it. Then, beautifully, the lyrics go, he speaks now to the bus driver, and he says, bus driver, please look for me, because I couldn't bear to see what I see. I'm really in prison, and my love, she holds the key. A simple yellow ribbons, what I need to be free. Wow. So basically, he can't. He's waited so long. He hasn't heard from his wife or his girlfriend, and he's saying, "I don't know what I'm going to see when we get up to the old oak tree." So he asked the bus driver to please tell him what he sees, sign that he's welcome after coming back from prison. And then the last verse goes, now the whole damn bus is cheering, and I can't believe I see 100 yellow ribbons round the old oak tree. And he finally is emerging from his prison, which is not a physical prison anymore, but still very mental and emotional prison. And he sees that his wife is still with him. His wife is supporting him, and his wife wants him home. The song has occasionally been criticized as overly sentimental and kind of schmaltzy. I don't think that's a fair criticism. I think in the context of the permanence of this symbol of the yellow ribbon, it speaks to a very deep need of those of us who are yearning for the return of the Chatufim, to express how much we care about them, how deeply we are still connected to them. This current conflict can end until all of them are safe at home. I hope this brief discussion of Jewish backstory of the yellow ribbon contributes to a global sense of how urgent it is that those captives be returned immediately. Thank you very much for watching.
I don't know how he heard it. I don't know divine intervention. He just must have known when we walk in this door that the just started booming up.
Those students to Jewish history. I'd like to take a few minutes to go through a review of
His certain personal was unfortunately killed in Afghanistan in 2019. There's a lot of the most outlandish stories could be confirmed like Mike called it. The dark thought is that this could be intentional. Going back to the North, even Mike G, Tim would ultimately throw a grenade in the room after seeing a machine gun in the window.
Gaza in Jewish history. Just get a very basic sense of the long stretch of interaction between the people of Gaza and the Jews in various periods from antiquity to the present. First of all, where exactly is Gaza? You can see it here. I'm sure you've seen it on newscasts and on the internet. It's a little strip of land just on the Mediterranean coast in Israel's southwest. It's about 28 miles long, or 40 kilometers, and it's only about 3 to 4.5 miles wide, 5 to 7 kilometers. It has a very, very long history. It goes all the way back to the Bronze Age, where it was primarily an Egyptian base and an administrative center in the land of Canaan. That is well before the Jews appeared on the scene, the Israelites appeared on the scene. It was, under Joshua, as described in the Bible, assigned to the tribe of Judah. So it really remained under the control of the Canaanites, and then later under specifically the Philistines in the 12th century for the Common Era. The Philistines, in Hebrew, the Pelishtim, are of course the etymological origins of the Palestinians today. That term, Philistine in English or Pelishtim in Hebrew, was later adopted by the Romans in their attempt to erase Jewish memory from the region, and they named the entire land. That's where the Arabs get the word Philistine from the Roman borrowing of this 12th century people living there. Of course, lots and lots of biblical stories about the conflict between the Pelishtim and the Jews. If you have a look, for example, in the book of Samuel, it's constantly going back and forth. I think one of the most dramatic elements of Gaza specifically is the scene in which the judge Samson is taken captive and brought back to the temple of Dagon in Gaza, that would be, I guess, Gaza City today. And he is publicly humiliated. They didn't have so back then, but they blinded him and they strapped him to the pillars of the temple. And he had this great prayer to God that he should have strength one more time. And he pulled down the pillars of the temple and destroyed all of the people in it. Useful required reading for Hamas right now. Region, although it was basically independent from areas under Israelite control, it was briefly by King David, King Hezekiah, King Alexander Yanai in the Maccabean period, the Hashmonaiim, and even under King Herod. But the Talmud considers it as not technically part of the borders of the land of Israel. It's always been separate and recognized for its distinctiveness. That doesn't mean, however, that Jews did not live in Gaza. In fact, we have a very long history of Jews being in Gaza. We have some great archaeological discoveries, such as a fog there, dating from the early 6th century of the Common Era. You can see that they have King David here labeled in Hebrew. And it's clear that Jews lived in Gaza after the Muslim conquest in the 6th century. It tended to drop, the Jewish population dropped after the Crusaders entered in the 12th century, but basically began to grow again in the 14th through the 17th centuries. It's only in the 20th century when the Jewish population there finally disappeared, and that was primarily because of the uprisings in 1929. A lot of conflict between Arab and Jews in the Yishuv movement, that is before Israel became a state, and Jews decided to leave Gaza at that time. So when you get up to 1948, which is of course a crucial period in the history of the region, you have about 20,000 people living in Gaza. The vast majority of them are Muslims. There are only about 120 Christians. It was under the British mandate, and they had handed it over. They came up with this kind of a bizarre plan to divide what would become the state of Israel into 7 pieces. 3 of them would be Arab. Jerusalem would be a international. The Arab nations surrounded founding the future state of Israel refused to accept this UN plan, and they attacked, and this resulted in the very bloody War of Independence. Amazingly, Israel was not only able to maintain itself into the sea, but they actually even consolidated their territory somewhat. Gaza, however, was left under Egyptian control. The Arab population of the Gaza Strip expanded tremendously as tens of thousands of Arabs fled the conflict and made their way into it. So it expanded to about 88,000. And then after the armistice, it actually ballooned 360,000, which is characteristic of the Gaza Strip. It is a phenomenally overpopulated piece of. There were refugees camps set up in Gaza for these 1948-49 refugees, and they largely remain there to this day. The area is plagued by huge unemployment. Gazans were not allowed to work even in Egypt until 1952, and the unemployment rate was hovering around 50% at that time. Terrorist attacks from Gaza into Israel prompted Israel to briefly conquer the period in November of 1956 and then to return 1957 once diplomatic arrangements were made. Unquestionably, however, the significant date in the history of Gaza and relations to the land of Israel was June of 1967, when the remarkable Six-Day War occurred. In 1967, Israel was for a massive attack by the Arab armies that surrounded it, particularly from Egypt and from Syria. So they launched a preemptive strike, and largely using superior power, they were able to extend borders of the state of Israel, encompassing the entire Sinai Peninsula, the region that had been controlled by Jordan, called the West Bank, and the Golan Heights to the north. As a strip of course was also now part of the region that the state of Israel was responsible for. However, and this is really crucial, the state of Israel had to determine what it was going to do with these territories. Some territories were annexed, meaning they were made part of Israel permanently. That includes Jerusalem, for obvious reasons, because that is the capital of the Jewish people. And the Golan Heights in the north, which had a significant military advantage. It overlooks Damascus, and it also overlooks the Galilee from the other side, so controlling is considered very significant. But the Sinai Peninsula, the West Bank, and the Gaza Strip were not annexed, and they were rather occupied. And there was a lot of mixed thoughts in Israel about what to do about these territories. A large body of public opinion felt that now that Israel had really demonstrated that it was here to stay, then the Arabs would then come to the negotiating table and they would be able to exchange land for peace. Surprisingly, that did not happen until 1970, when President Anwar Sadat of Egypt, a heroic gesture, and actually traveled to Israel, met with Menachem Begin, the prime minister, and together with the work of President Jimmy Carter, they hammered out the Camp David Accords in 1978. As part of the Camp David Accords, this is very important for our purposes, the entire Sinai Peninsula was given back to Egypt. So Israel controlled it from 67 till 78, and then gave it back in exchange for a peace with Egypt, which has basically held. There have been some moments of tension, including in our own times, but it's basically a peace. But the thing is, Egypt did not want to take the Gaza Strip. By this point, in the late 1970s, Palestinian national sensibilities had grown significantly. They were associated with a lot of terrorists around the world in airports and at the Munich Olympics. And the Egyptians simply didn't want to deal with it. And so Israel was kind of left holding the bag, forced to maintain this territory with a very hostile nation, with very poor employment and very poor economic prospects. Things of a two-state solution with the Oslo Accords in 1994, when the Palestinian Authority was established, which theoretically gave Palestinians a bit of self-rule within both the Gaza Strip and in the West Bank. However, that has failed to take sufficient hold for reasons which are beyond the scope of this narrow video. Ultimately, however, by 2005, the Israelis said that maintaining the Gaza Strip was militarily simply too costly, and that with the demographic imbalance, because the Gazans have very large families, and there's an inverted age pyramid with a very, very young population, and with continuing unemployment, it would simply be untenable. And although there had been some very successful Jewish enterprises and settlements established within Gaza, in a period of tremendous national turmoil, Ariel Sharon ordered a disengagement, or simply a retreat from Gaza, and all of those Israeli settlements were removed. And what that meant was, from 2005, Gaza was technically independent. It was not part of Israel, and they could run their internal affairs however they liked. We will get to the blockade shortly. But the Gazans turned around, and between September and January, they had their election, and they pushed out Fatah, which is the somewhat more mainstream Palestinian movement that is associated more now with the West Bank, and they elected Hamas, a organization recognized as a terrorist organization by most Westerns, including the United States, and Hamas has been in power ever since. So now Israel had a very, very difficult kind of situation. They had literally a terrorist state on their borders, a state that was dedicated to the destruction of Israel's very existence. And Israel had to figure out how they were going to have these very, very hostile neighbors. The blockade was intended to make sure that the Gazans under Hamas did not import weapons. And then later, so they could not import secondary material could be made into weapons. That has proved to be not very successful, because Hamas has taken much of the foreign aid into Gaza, humanitarian, in many building more and more rockets. And in fact, rockets are the primary way in which God interacted with Israel. That and use of work permits. After 1967, there was actually a period of some prosperity for Gaza, as in an attempt to develop some kind of normalcy, some kind of relationship with this population. Bill allowed Gazans to work in the country, and they issued thousands upon thousands of work permits. In 1971, 7% of Gazans worked in Israel, and the unemployment rate was almost zero. By 1979, the number of Gazans working in Israel had risen to 44%. By 1996, it was at 46.1%. It was a steady increase of economic interrelationship between Israel and Gaza. The Gazans were largely working in mean labor and construction and things like that, but nevertheless, at least funds flowing in the region. In 1987, however, things exploded with the first Intifada, which was kind of a Palestinian expression of disgust at the lack of progress that they had made towards statehood. And Israel, responding to many of these violent demonstrations, began cutting down on work permits. By 1993, the percentage of Gazans working in Israel had been reduced to 20%. 0.5%, basically half what it was in 1980. But suicide attacks increased, and in 1994, 1995, horrific bus bombings and things like that, orchestrated from Gaza, meant that the number of Gazans who were allowed to work in Israel reduced to 3.3%. Now, this is the part that I think is especially significant for what we're enduring today. According to what I think is some quite insightful reporting by Reuters, Israel is apparently caught off guard because they were kind of lulled in security, thinking that, hey, things were getting better. It looked like they were beginning to realize that working for a living and building your home is much better than trying to destroy it with barbarism and with war. And in fact, the number of permits that were given to Gazans was going to be increasing. And so Israel seems to have let guard down, thinking that maybe slowly, as we are with many countries in the region, maybe we're finally getting to a normal kind of relationship, but that in fact was not the case because Hamas was still in control. Hamas, throughout this period, has been launching rockets, particularly at cities south like Sderot, and with newer technologies beginning to reach further north like Tel Aviv and even Jerusalem. And although the Israelis countered with the development of a remarkable device, the Iron Dome, which is the equivalent of hitting a bullet with another bullet, that essentially blunted the impact of much of the rocket fire. But then the Hamas began to of kidnapping. In particular, Gilad Shalit was kidnapped in 2006, was years, and because of the Israelis' vaunted opinion that no soldier should ever be left behind, they actually negotiated a controversial 1,027 Palestinian prisoners, some of whom had been jailed for violent crimes, in order to get back to Gilad Shalit. And that's basically where we are today, going into this particular conflict. Hamas has clearly learned that the Israelis are sensitive to kidnapping, that Israelis value their population, and that they want to get their people back. And all I can see from a historical perspective is that Hamas worships death and wants to increase the suffering of their population, rather than pursuing the route of work towards prosperity. It's that all of their energy is going to more bombs, more violence. I hope you found this video useful.
Retired Green Beret myself, 6 blokes, gone through a little years, stuff out there. I've actually known Tim for almost 20 years. So I'm going to address first the end rebuttal bit. Tim.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let me begin this video with a few disclaimers. First of all, in accordance with YouTube community guidelines, I want to make sure you understand this is a video of educational content. I'm just going to discuss a historical phenomenon, things that relates to the present day in many ways, and it has some graphic, disturbing images and discussion. Secondly, I want to give you a spoiler. I am going to say that anti-Semitism is basically a form of anti-Semitism or Jew hatred. If that disturbs you and you prefer not to listen, then just leave a nice comment and then go watch something else. I would recommend something relaxing like kitchen or puppy video, something like that. What I intend to do in this short video is first of all to discuss what it is we mean by the term Zionism. What exactly is that as a historical phenomenon? I will discuss some of the legitimate objections to Zionism that were especially prominent at the turn of the 20th century. And then I'm going to focus on the illegitimate objections that hide under the term anti-Zionism, but are basically just a mere for old-time Jew hatred. I have discussed this in other videos and much more detail on the history of anti-Semitism in other videos, and I'll try to remember to put some links in the information boxes to avoid it now in discussing a little more details, because unfortunately, as we had feared, many of the most unpleasant and unfortunately violent aspects of harmful rhetoric that is surrounding this debate has seeped out into the public space, and now we've got the horrific and sad murders of two young people in Washington, D.C. by a person who was reputed to have said afterwards free power. And we've also had a horrific attack on peaceful protesters murdered by a person apparently tried to get a gun. His questionable immigration status prevented him from getting one, but used homemade flamethrowers and cocktails instead, and 22 people. And since the rhetoric is getting out of hand and is starting to cross over into violence, God willing, that was the end. That would be optimistic. It's important for us to understand what exactly are we talking about when we refer to anti-Zionism. So let's begin by saying what exactly is Zionism? Well, first of all, it's not a settler colonial movement. On the contrary, it is historically the most pro-indigenous movement ever in human history, which is why, ironically, so many First Nations in Canada, the Maori in New Zealand, and elsewhere support Zionism. You see that occasionally in the social media spaces. The Zionism refers to the age-old for Jews returned to their ancient homeland in the land of Israel. It is, without doubt, the oldest movement of its nature in history. As I will explain in a minute, the term Zionism, for the capital Z, was really put in the context of the 20th century when it had a distinctly political overtone, and I'll come back. But historically speaking, this is something that goes all the way back to, at the very least, the 6th century before the Conquest, when the Jews were exiled from the land of Yehuda, the southern part, central and southern part of what would be today the land of Israel, to Babylonia under King Nebuchadnezzar. So we see it recorded, for example, in the Bible, all over the place, but Psalm 137 is perhaps the most powerful statement of that yearning to return to the land of Israel. Just quoting here in English: by the rivers of Babylon, there we sat down, yea, we wept when we remembered Zion. Right? What is Zion or Zion? Zion is one of the hills of Jerusalem, and so it's come in the 20th century to represent this general desire to go back. Very powerful song. Now, in the 20th century, as I mentioned now twice, that's when Jews, particularly in Europe and especially in Eastern Europe, began to be affected by the nationalist movements that were growing at that time, and many began to seek opportunities themselves as national units. Lots of nationalities emerged within empire. For example, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the German Empire, the Russian Empire, all kinds of or Hungarians, and non-Russians within them. And a lot of those people, the Czechs, the Ukrainians, the Slovaks, the Poles, and so many, wanted to form a state. And so Zionism represented this movement that took hold of this age-old yearning to return to the land of Israel. And by the way, I should point out that the vast majority of the time, in fact, had been for the last 15th, 18th centuries, you had the bulk of the Jewish population living outside of Israel, but there was always a small population in the land of Israel itself throughout this entire period. Some can also make the argument the Jews actually never totally leave the land of Israel. They always regard Jerusalem as their eternal capital. It began to acquire this modern national political tone of Theodor Herzl, here, very famous leader of the World Zionist Organization that was established in a tacit, motivating Jews around the world to contribute in a financial way to purchasing land in the land of Israel in order to eventually come back there. Herzl's particular strategy involved, negotiating with great powers to try and have some kind of diplomatic, dedication of the land to the Jewish people. This eventually was expressed after Herzl's death in the Balfour Declaration, when the British government said that they believe in the idea of the establishment of the Jewish homeland. We talked about this in many other videos. Now, while Zionism was arguably the most popular of the various political expressions that were happening at this point, Jews all over the world began, like many other peoples, to explore their political expression. It was certainly not universally approved by all Jews. There are many, many object to Zionism, and there are three main groups of Jews who legitimately objected to Zionism at the time. The first were the ultra-Orthodox. This is based on a reading of the Talmud that essentially argues that the Jews, having been exiled from the land of Israel and having lost their sovereignty specifically way back in the ancient period, they were not allowed to go back to the land of Israel and establish a sovereign nation with a flag, with an army, with passports, with currency, all those things, until the arrival of Messiah. And so there was a good core of ultra-Orthodox Jews in particular who felt that returning to the land of Israel and establishing a state there was inappropriate. Returning to the land of Israel, to live there, to study there, very, very beautiful. But to establish a state, these ultra-Orthodox Jews said, no, that has to wait for the Messiah. Ultimately, this group was always a minority of the Jews overall. And again, various election results to indicate how Jews felt about this position. But nevertheless, it was a theologically principled argument. Today, we have a situation where half of the world's Jews have already demonstrated their commitment to Zionism by actually living in the land of Israel, and so only a tiny fringe of that ultra-Orthodox objection still remains. See them showing up in pro-Palestinian rallies, and they have been doing it consistently for many, many years, not just since October 7th. They're associated with groups like Neturei Karta, who were pretty much universally disliked by the rest of world Jewry. And you can see them here. This is in a German protest, and they have a few non-rabbis or non-Jews apparently standing beside them, carrying signs that say, authentic rabbis are opposed to Zionism. Here's a pro tip, by the way. If you believe you are authentic, you are certainly not going to convince anyone by putting it on a sign and saying that you are in fact authentic. And it's especially difficult for most Jews to deal with this kind of thing, because you see the other flags that are being represented here include, for example, Hezbollah, which is one of the most murderous terrorist organizations that is dedicated to the idea, as you can see on their flag, they've got like a gun on the flag. They want to destroy Israel and the Jews who live there. It's just very offensive to most Jews to even think of Jews participating in these kinds of rallies. Enough that they're wearing this kind of keffiyeh, taliesin, and things like that. But anyways, that is nevertheless the modern vestigial remnant of a theological objection to Zionism, which was more prevalent at the turn of the 20th century, but dramatically dropped off after Israel became a state in 1948. There was also a socialist objection to it, and you see this most dramatically in a political party called the Jewish General Socialist Workers' Party, known in Yiddish as the Bund. And this group that said, no, it's a bad thing because it's going time to a kind of bourgeois form of government, whereas we want to move forward with a social democratic government, specifically kind of a communist government. And so they oppose Zionism on political grounds. The Bund basically also disappeared with the 20th century. Stalin got rid of the most leftist section of the Bund. It survived to a certain degree in America as a Jewish women's circle and so on, but that was also in support of opposition to Zionism, is that it was moving in the opposite direction of what society should go. This is, social democrats tend to oppose Zionism, and there were Jewish social democrats at the turn of the 20th century as well. Finally, much smaller group, but still nevertheless significant in some ways, the so-called diaspora nationalists, who were led by Shimon Dubno and had some success in implementing their notion of the appropriate form of Jewish political expression in the interwar period in the Baltic states of Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, and also in shortly before it was taken over by the Russians. Dubno's vision of Jewish political expression argued that they should in fact be invested in their own communities around the world and not seek to go and create a state. In Dubno's vision, he felt existing as a diaspora community actually represented a more advanced form of social organization than good, and that the Jews were in a unique place actually expressed it. So, occasionally the diaspora nationalist objection to Zionism, it was especially prominent in the 1920s. It faded away in the 1930s under the influence of integral nationalism and fascism and so on. Nevertheless, these are three principled opposition to Zionism that existed when Zionism was still kind of like an idea as opposed to an actual expression in a state. Let us move now to what is anti-Zionism and what is specifically Semitic about it, since I've described to you three kind of reasonable forms of anti-Zionism, although they're very hard to find in actual people today. So let us understand that anti-Zionism is unfortunately basically the fifth stage of the evolution or devolution, if you prefer, of a form of ancient hatred. Jew hatred is, arguably the oldest form of hatred to the Jews as a whole phenomenon. But, we see it in much the same ways, and, when it happens, we recognize it. I'm thinking to myself, for example, how many times have I walked the synagogue on a Saturday and some car drives by and someone rolls down the window, yells, some expletive, F you Jews, that kind of thing. Nowadays, they roll down the window and they yell, Free Palestine. It's the same thing. It really is just a different form of expressing hatred of Jews, but I hope to demonstrate exactly how that's happening. Let's go through the first four ideological forms of anti-Semitism, and then we're going to focus on anti-Zionism specifically. The first form of antipathy to Jews is actually the most normal of them, the most kind of like human and understandable. Greeks and Romans in particular, you see it in Greek and Roman literature. And basically refers to like nasty things said about Jews, largely because the authors did not understand Judaism and Jewish culture. For example, the fact that Jews would refrain from work one day a week. They were therefore considered slothful because that was on the Sabbath. That was something that was not familiar to Greeks and Romans. Assumed that Jews were lazy because it requires, if you want to do Judaism, it requires a fairly high bar of commitment. For example, circumcision for men. So they felt that Jews were clannish and were like self and things like that. And so it's basically represents a form of misunderstanding of the the basic function. So here's another one, for example. Jews keep close. If you want to invite a Jewish neighbor over to your home and say, we're having pork or shellfish or something like that, and the Jew says, sorry, I can't eat that food. It's like, oh, what's wrong with you? Share with me. So that's just misunderstanding the reasons why they're not eating with you, misanthropy, of hatred of other people. So this is something that happens when cultures meet up against each other and don't fight on each other. It's still not so nice, but nevertheless, it happens, and it happens to all peoples. The second form of anti-Jewish antipathy is something we see more with the birth of Christianity, because Christianity is a daughter religion to Judaism, and as a result, there's a special mother-daughter relationship that Judaism would not have, for example, with Hinduism, or to a lesser degree with Islam, which is kind of like granddaughter religion. But the relationship of the mother and the daughter is, especially in this context, this early form of Christian and Judaism is basically a theological debate. Are the Jews as a chosen people? If they're the chosen people, what is the Christian relationship? Who is Jesus, and what does it mean for the, we have the Jewish Bible planted at the beginning of the Christian Bible. How do we define our distinctions? That can sometimes express itself in an antipathy to Jews, and that's something that was especially prevalent for, let's say, the first millennium of the Common Era. Periods when Jew hatred really off the rails, and criticisms are leveled at the Jews were just mind-boggling and bizarre, like this crazy idea of Jews must be Christian blood, to avoid some kind of strange smell or, various other nasty things. The idea that Jews must somehow ritually murder a child in order to the bizarre ritual. These are like weird ideas that in the 12th, 13th century, particularly, began to take hold of the European imagination. They connected, especially when printing became popular and it was possible to disseminate these ideas cheaply and widely. Unfortunately, we are still dealing with this form of medieval Jew hatred as well. The fourth form, which unfortunately until recently I believe was likely the final form, but I was optimistic, is what we would call modern anti-Semitism. This is when the term anti-Semitism invented in the 1880s as an attempt to try and sort of couch these old antipathies in a modern sort of science content of modern anti-Semitism. The departure of the religious moorings of anti-Jewish hatred and placing it all on two basic ideas. One, that the Jews constitute a distinct race, separate from a religious nation, for example, or a national identification, some kind of quasi-scientific permanent association with their very beings, their very bodies. And secondly, the idea of conspiracy. But the way this race works is that they are all connected in some grand, awful, diabolical plan to dominate the world. And that's where we were living from the 1880s through the entire Nazi period, through the late 20th century up until recently. Finally, we come to this fifth form, anti-Zionism. What is this? How does it differ from the legitimate forms of objections that we talked about earlier? And why is it fundamentally still Jew hatred? Anti-Zionism is basically this position that ascribes a fundamental illegitimacy to the modern, like all other countries in the world, Israel somehow should not be allowed to exist. That is based on fundamentally flawed principles. That means that it is something that must be eradicated completely. Something we don't say about Canada or England or any other state. We only say it about Israel. Not just Israelis, but all Jews around the world are somehow equally culpable for establishing they are so-called complicit in this crime of Israel's existence, and that's really what this anti-Zionism is all about. So what I do now is to walk through a few examples of how we see just how inappropriate and illogical, fundamentally hateful this argument is, how it distinguishes itself from the earlier forms of Zionism that understand based on grounds, whether or not we agree with them. Let's take International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance. It's not, to me, it's not my favorite form. My anti-Semitism is in the news just because a lot of political debates whether or not we should formally accept this definition, not this, but let's just use it as our litmus. So if you look at where I pointed the arrow here, we should say clearly that criticism of Israel, similar to that leveled against any other country, cannot be regarded as anti-Semitism. I mean, if you were to say anyone who criticizes the government of Israel as an anti, you would have to say of the population of Israel is anti-Semitic, because they have a very vigorous democracy. They have protests, they have arguments. It's actually a right kind of thing. The Knesset politics there's tremendous amounts of criticism of the government, the current government, previous governments, and I'm sure future governments. So there's certainly no boundary in this definition that says that the decisions of a given government or political orientation in Israel is off limits. There are, however, some things which go beyond it, and that's where we really want to focus. So here, have a look at the second page, which sort of expands with lots of examples of the definition. Let's look at some of them in detail and see why anti-Zionism really goes beyond the level of appropriate criticism of government and gets into anti-Semitism. First of all, accusing the Jews or Israel as a state of inventing or exaggerating. Right? We sometimes call this Holocaust revisionism, and the reason why an anti-Semite wants to do that is because part of the reason why the need for a state of Israel is because of the genocidal attack on the Jewish people in the Second World War that necessitates some kind of refuge for them. Accusing Jewish citizens of being more loyal to Israel or to the alleged priorities of Jews than to the interests of their own nations. This is also a very old criticism. It's the dual loyalty charge that it's possible for a Jew to let's say, for example, serve in the United States Armed Force because they're really more dedicated to Israel. I mean, if that is the case, again, you have to wipe out, you have to remove from its ranks a tremendous number of people in the armed forces who other countries who have, affinities for other. So we're going to set that one again. Anti-Zionism, denying the Jewish people their right to self-determination by claiming that the existence of the state of Israel is a racist endeavor, meaning all other countries seeking to establish national homelands for their peoples, that's how okay, but for Jews to do that, not okay. We see it perhaps most starkly in the 1975 UN resolution that equated Zionism as the national movement of the Jewish people as a racist endeavor. There's no such UN that French nationalism, American nationalism, Russian, Venezuelan nationalism would be are somehow racist, but Jewish nationalism is somehow racist. It's a fundamentally flawed argument, and as you can see from this map that indicates the nations that sponsored it, primarily the Arab League, and those that voted in favor it, primarily those who are beholden to some of the petroleum resources of the Arab League, a sense of like where this is coming from, as well as those who objected to this particular resolution. Building on this idea of equating the Jewish national movement with the racism and not other national movements, applying double standards by requiring of it, i.e. Israel, not expected or demanded of any other democratic nation. And hold Israel to a different standard is acceptable. And we see this especially today, and you can see this in actually a rather brilliant article that was just published yesterday by Zach Goldberg in Tablet. And basically what Mr. Goldberg did was he went and looked at some of the major media resources, and he said, okay, how many times is the word genocide used in connection with, and then he recognized massacres that may reach the level of genocide. I won't go into the details of the separate between us. But as you can see, when you connect Israel genocide, that's a phenomenally popular term. Far more than connecting, for example, Cambodians to genocide, Rwandans to genocide. When you say Israel in one sentence, you get a lot of hits, and so therefore that has suddenly become a tremendously popular thing, too much of the media space. And he points out here, I'm actually read a quote from that article, which is rather remarkable. He says, if Israel war in Gaza qualifies as a genocide, it will strike the historical, perhaps the first such case of genocide triggered involving the slaughter of civilians and the taking of hostages. The first genocider, quote, permitted food, fuel, and aid to flow into the territory of its purported victims, and potentially the only instance in which the perpetrators lacked any prior plan or ideological commitment to extermination. It may also be unique in that the targeted group's combatants have deliberately embedded themselves in civilian infrastructure and sought to increase civilian casualties for strategic and propaganda purposes. And it could be the only genocide that might plausibly be halted on the spot, not by the genocider, but by the group claiming victimhood, specifically with Hamas to release the hostages and lay down its arms. Israel's military campaign, having at its core objectives, likely cease. And I don't mean by this discussion to in any way diminish the horrific suffering of the civilian population in Gaza. It's a horrible thing. My entire being rebels against it. The bottom line is there's so much focus on Israel saying, stop trying to rescue your hostages, and hardly anyone is saying, Hamas, let go of the hostages. You took civilian hostages, murdered many of them. You still have. Why isn't the world screaming at Hamas, screaming at the Arab world that is in league with Hamas, and saying, force them to release the hostages. And the violence will cease. That's something that still bothers me. Next, using symbols and images associated with classical anti-Semitism, such as claims of Christ killing or blood libel to terrorize Jews or Israelis. Lots of examples of this, very offensive metaphors of Jews or Israelis drinking blood, harming children, God forbid, these kinds of things. Drawing comparisons of contemporary Israel policies to Nazis, that happens all the time. You see a swastika on the Star of David, things like that. And finally, holding collectively responsible for the Israel. And that's why we're talking about this right now. This is something that we've seen for a long time. If it wasn't Israel, there was other things, such as the horrific matters at the Tree of Life and God that occurred actually before October 7th. But of course, we see today in the trying murder of two Israeli staffers walking out of the museum in Washington, or the events on the peaceful places in Oregon. I hope this video sort of means, what is anti-Semitism, why it is fundamentally a form of Jew hatred. That yes, there is a possibility of disagreeing with the policies of the State of Israel. Yes, there are so many people who disagree with how the current government is waging this war, and that's not the topic of this video. But the purpose of this video is to illustrate that by aligning yourself with a group that calls themselves anti-Zionist, may be buying into a much larger agenda than we're actually thinking of initially. I hope this video is useful to you, and I hope that we see an end to the violence, return the hostages, their families, and all of the victims and suffering. Thank you very much.
There have been a lot of calls for recently to make a statement. I think that's very fair. There's too much evidence out there to not accept that he lied. People like Sean Ryan and John Morelli, just so you know, people.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I've been conducting research on the upcoming Rome cruise, and I came across something yesterday that just blew me.
Relationship with the veteran community, but who knows? Maybe they're actually not aware of the situation. The person that seems John was eager to share stories on the Sean Ryan show back in September. It was an honor to interview you and on your social media description. Thanks, man. I just so love it. Thanks, man.
It's in a very close-by area, the region of really next year. It was just such a fascinating. I figured I've got to do more research, and I can't wait to share it with you. Talk a little bit about the region, specifically to the south region of Bayonne. I was reading a one-volume study by Esther Ben Bassa, a fascinating historian who is also a Christian. She was a senator. And I came across this amazing story of the Santos Free Le Bayonne. I chased out by Anne Zink on this to read a little more, and it's absolutely amazing. So this place, Saint-Louis Le Bayonne, you can see where it is sort of like perched on the western edge of France, just above the border with Spain. That, by the way, gives it a very important role later in the colonization of the Americas. And Jews were part of that story, and I'll get to that in a second. It's also especially important because it was the destination for a lot of Portuguese Jews. And let's just quickly explore why they're coming to this place. Let's recall, Jews were not allowed in France at the time that the Portuguese Jews began to move there. The Jews were expelled from, and France is not unified like it is today. There are different, territories controlled by different and so on. But basically, Jews are expelled first in 1182, and then invited back, and they're expelled again several times until the end of the 14th century. And in Provence, the region close by here, finally expelled at the beginning of the 16th century. However, there's a little footnote in that King Louis XI wanted to resettle the region of Bordeaux. So in 1574, he invites foreigners, just the hated English, to return to Bordeaux and to settle them. And he explicitly allows these so-called Portuguese merchants, and later they're openly called Portuguese New Christians. They are given residency rights in this region of Bordeaux and now. Who are these merchants, also known as Portuguese? These are essentially who were forcibly converted in 1497 in Portugal and were looking ways to get out of that country, and many of them made their way to more hospitable colonies like Amsterdam, for example. We've spoken about that quite a bit. And many of them went out to the New World, to Brazil, and other places. But this is really close by. It's just over the Pyrenees, just over the border, and there's a lot of these Jews who are given technically the right of Christians, but still wishing at some level to live as Jews. They used to be called Maran, itself a derogatory term meaning swine. So crypto Jews or conversos is considered a more acceptable term. They're Jews who they're along a whole spectrum. There are some who really become true believers and are ultimately absorbed into larger Catholic populations. There are those who deeply resent the forcible conversion and are doing everything they can to live underground as Jews. And then there's a whole bunch of Jews who are in the middle of that, who are trying to maintain their safety as living as Christians to the outside world, but in their own homes, they're still marrying other crypto Jews, practicing some Jewish traditions, and so on. So they're making their way now to the region of Bordeaux and Bayonne. Everybody knows that they are of Jewish extraction, and there's a degree of persecution that goes along with that, even though they are technically baptized. We know that the Jews were useful. Look at this chart here. You can see that in 1751, 51% of the Jews, a very small number of them were impoverished, almost producing for the economy. About half of them are involved in trade. About 30% are involved in banking. That is a little bit skewed from what we see in other parts of Europe where Jews are allowed to live banking. It's be a little bit larger, but nevertheless, there's 12% involved in crafts and 5% involved in other things. In terms of the trade, this is Santa Esprit is on an important river that opens out into the Atlantic, so they're involved in all kinds of things, in wool sales, in chocolate, in tobacco, you name it, all kinds of soap, and making soap, all kinds of things are going on there, and they're definitely very useful. So by 1550, King Henri II specifically assures their residency right, even though they are Portuguese New Christians. Now, what's especially interesting about this is that what's going on in Bordeaux and Bayonne is not necessarily what's going on in the entire country. By 1615, King Louis III requires all Jews, including crypto Jews, to leave France. And that, by the way, affects a lot of the Jews who have made their way to the New World. A lot of French holdings in Louisiana and elsewhere, Jews are technically expelled from those regions as well. But in Bordeaux, here's the really interesting part. In Bordeaux, the Jews are allowed to remain there because the local parliament refuses to obey the king on the expulsion of the Jews. And in fact, they took a legal remedy. They sell naturalization rights. Portuguese merchants, 160 of them take advantage of this, and they buy the right to be naturalized in Bordeaux. And essentially, they just sort of ignore the king on this regard. And by 1723, the people living there are openly referred to as Jews, despite the fact that the legal ban on their settlement in French territory is still fully in place. Absolutely amazing. The legal nomenclature of what we call the Portuguese merchants or New Christians or Hebrews reflects the reality developing on the ground in Bordeaux. Throughout the 7th century, all kinds of measures that are catalogued in an exhaustive manner by Anne Zink went down to local archives more and more openly returning to their Jewish practices. For example, birth rates seem to be pretty much, but the number of baptisms, especially baptisms of Portuguese families, declines. They employ a parish which serves as a kind of go-between to buy a plot of land to allow them to have their own cemetery, their own fabrication and their rights, and they develop all kinds of additional institutions like we have much more well developed in, let's say, Jewish Eastern Europe. So by the last quarter of the 18th century, the Jews of Bordeaux are openly flooding what's going on in the rest of France. They're living with any restrictions on their movement within Bordeaux and Bayonne. They can own real estate. They have to wear the ruelle. They don't have to wear the yellow. They have, an incredible amount of freedom within this region. Now, I want to point out one thing here that we can't miss this. Just think about this. I was just describing things that happened at the end of the 1700s. But they were the descendants of people who were forcibly converted at the end of the 1400s. So we're talking about 300 years, right? From like 1500 to 1800. So we're talking about how many generations is that? The generation is about 25 years. That's 3 times 12 generations. I mean, can you imagine living as a submerged identity? 12 generations. And if you want to say that the Jews were sort of coming out of the woodwork in 1800, well, it's been a good century of tolerance in Bordeaux and Bayonne. It's greater, I would think, in many ways than the famous conventia that you see in the south of Spain during the Muslim period. But that's still 100 years after that started. So if we go back 100 years, we're still talking about 8 generations. Can you imagine returning to your ancestral identity after generations of living as a submerged individual? It really is mind-boggling. Here's the thing that Anne Zink really drives home in her article on this topic. And maybe she's thinking of the darker history of the 20th century, when this kind of tolerance was sadly hardly in evidence. The fact is that national leaders, kings, and so on, all kinds of pronouncements, so-called political states, they can pronounce ideological purity, like saying, hey, France is going to be Judenrein, be completely Catholic. And it's had a lot of difficulty with Catholic Christians as well. But it only really matters when it can be enforced on the ground. And if there is a gap between these national leaders who are praying to all kinds of different agendas there, together with Jewish neighbors, if there is a gap, any daylight between those two, that's a moment when you can have real humanity itself. The non-Jewish of Bordeaux and Bayonne saw the Jews in the 17th and 18th century as essentially their neighbors. We know that they're linguistically very well adapted, that looking at Anne Zink's studies of rental agreements and purchase agreements and all kinds of tracts, that Jews were basically treated like citizens of Bordeaux and Bayonne. And so it's especially fascinating to see how these crypto Jews were able to emerge from identity and yet find a place in this corner of France. Wow, I can't wait to visit it. Thank you very much for watching.
Part 2 is dated 28 October 2008. This post is fairly generic. Again, it humors tone as he explains November 2008. This is the most interesting letter. On this one, he refers to himself as a big guy of Jamaica, peace sign, on the meeting Prince or Madonna. He also state how he got the green light to go fight in the MMA and stripes. From the mellow detail of minute things to injecting humor and a captain on the point in dangerous areas. This prequel to his book.
In the course of my research, as I took another Kosher River cruise,
Lance Armstrong on the March 2018. They were talking about variety things during this interview.
I came across absolutely fascinating discussion relating to liturgy. Many historians have pointed out that one way to study Jewish history is to simply look at the Siddur, the prayer book, because many events and experiences of the Jewish people are layered in the fabric of the prayer book, and as you peel away those layers, you can see a lot of fascinating things about Jewish history in general. So I came across this one passage in the work of Gerard Nahum. He's a phenomenal historian, perhaps the greatest historian, certainly of the Bordeaux and Bayonne region, which he's been studying all his life. His family was originally from Algeria, although he himself was born in Paris. He was a student at the Sorbonne, and he taught at many universities. Nahum is especially associated with L'École Pratique des Hautes Études. He was a major scholar of French and Sephardic. I found something really fascinating in his 2003 publication, Judaism at Bordeaux, Jews and Judaism in Bordeaux. So here's what it is. So the first part of his book goes into some of the Bordeaux antiquities, like when did Jews first come to this region? Lost in the sands of time, because by the time we first had records of Jews, not referring to their settlement, but referring to Jews that ultimately have lived there for some centuries. Most likely they came in the early first millennium, maybe the first or second century with the Romans, but we'll get into some of the details. We have some interesting archaeological discoveries. For example, in Bordeaux, a gold ring was discovered in the vicinity of streets later called Rua Judaica, Rue Juive, the Jewish street. And if you look at this amazing ring here, it was first published by Camille Julien in 1890, who presumed that it was an engagement ring of a woman named Esther. When you look closer at it, you can see, in fact, it does have Esther, which is in fact a Roman of the name Esther. You know that from this remarkable first century epitaph that was set up for Claudia Esther, who was one of the slaves who was taken from Jerusalem in the first century to Rome, and it was put up by her husband. But looking more closely at this particular image, why would you think that this Esther is definitely a Jewish one? Well, it is obviously the representation of the menorah on both sides of the ring. And you can see that's a classically Jewish symbol. The seven branch menorah in particular really goes to the heart of Jewish symbology. You see it from very, very early. It's very popular in the first, second centuries. So, whereas Julien argued that it was an engagement ring, Nahum says that's probably not the case. He says it probably belongs to a man named Asterius. I'm not sure how his argument is personally, because I wouldn't say Asterius, although those last three letters kind of indicates like a nominative case. It really should be in the ring itself, unless it's a short form. But at any rate, everybody is, it's from the century, right? So we're talking 500s, we know already living there at this time. We also have a really fascinating document that goes back a couple hundred years earlier, and this one is really interesting. It is the document of the Pilgrim of Bordeaux, which is really fascinating. It goes back to the year 333 or 334, and it's regarded as one of the very earliest itineraries composed by a Christian making his way to England. In this case, from Bordeaux, all the way over the northern Mediterranean, and then down into the land of Israel. And it's been studied for centuries and centuries as a history of geography, of piety, and so on. But what's really interesting is that there's this Professor Klein who already published in the 1930s an article saying that, wait a second, are we sure that this pilgrim from Bordeaux was in fact Christian. Because when you look at the itinerary itself, zips right through Galilee, where Jesus was active half years. That's where most of his stuff was happening, or Capernaum, or the important places in the east. He goes straight down to Jerusalem, and he talks and talks and talks about really important Jewish characters like Elisha and King Chizkiyahu and all kinds of people who are really important in the Tanakh, in the Hebrew scriptures. But he only has two references to Jesus in the entire document. One of them seems to be entirely in passing because he was going through Bethlehem. So maybe this guy's actually a Jewish, but he left this travelogue, and now we have it. And it was a mistake to ascribe it. At any rate, that's sort of an open-ended question. What I want to Hu Rachum prayer, which is well known in particular to men and women who pray the morning service. In the Orthodox world, typically women do not pray this section called Tachanun, which are penitential prayers that are read immediately after the central part of the prayers, the Shemona Esrei or the Amidah. And on Sunday through Friday, there's a short version. But according to Jewish tradition, since Mondays and Thursdays are the days when the Cajun sits, that is the Jewish Rosh sits, so it happens also in heaven, and that requires additional expiate our sins. So that's basically what this prayer is. And there's this longer section on Mondays and Thursdays called the Hu Rachum, which is the first two words, and he is merciful. God is merciful. Where does this prayer come from? So looking at some of the standard reference works, like the Otzar Tfilos, there is a reference to some people who were once in danger, somehow connected with oaths, but not too much discussion there, and they composed this prayer, and it was considered so beautiful that it was included in regular liturgy. What Professor Gerard Nahon brings forth, however, is a 1407 manuscript from Troyes, elsewhere in France, where a student of Rabbi Menachem Bar Eliezer Tzvi records the story that occurred much earlier. So we're definitely now talking in the realm of legend. This is something recorded in the 15th century, describing something that happened in the 1st century, but it happened in Bordeaux. The story goes, as we've discussed previously on this channel, there's a legend that Vespasian, as part of his feat with the difficulty of putting down the Jewish rebels in the Great Roman War of the 1st century, he loads up 3 boats full of Jews. He removes the rudders. He puts no skipper on them, and he just pushes them out into the Mediterranean. This is considerably less comfortable than enjoying kosher river cruises. At any rate, according to this, which has been recorded in the 12th century onward, these 3 boats went to largely southern France. One went to Arles, one went to Lyon up the Rhone River, and one somehow got Bordeaux, which is hard to imagine because really you had to go all the way around Spain to enter from the Atlantic Ocean. But nevertheless, this is a legend anyhow. And the Jews worked there, and they established really settlements in what would have been Roman Gaul, or would have been Roman territory. So according to the legend recorded in this 1407 manuscript, there was a king in the region of Bordeaux, and originally he treated the Jews very well, but then he died. And just like we have in the book of Exodus, a new king arose who knew not the Jews, and he began to persecute them. And there were 2 brothers named Joseph and Benjamin, and a cousin of theirs named Shmuel. It's interesting that specific names, Joseph, adds a degree of to the whole story. But at any rate, these 3 people get together, and they each compose a section of a special prayer, and they recite this prayer to God, and then the king forgets about persecuting the Jews and decides to die. It's a horrible thing. After this, the prayer was considered so successful. And actually, it is very beautiful. I will tell you that, we tend to rush through it because nobody likes saying Tachanun. It's very sad kind of prayers, but it's actually very beautifully written. So I actually enjoy it when I plenty of times to daven. This prayer read throughout the entire Jewish world, it has been incorporated into both the Ashkenazic and the Sephardic rites because its great antiquity precedes the separation of Ashkenazic and Sephardic cultures, and it is included and appreciated to this very. So it has its origins, apparently, at least according to the Bordeaux. I hope you found this, and I hope you'll be able to join us on this fantastic tour of France, where we hope to discover a lot more Jewish history along the way. And if not, I really look forward to sharing these videos with you. Thank you very much for watching.
But more on that later. From what I saw, Nate was extremely fair, even when being critical of Tim. Nate is also known for a firearms trader, but Nate chose to speak out in situations that serious.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. A few weeks ago, we spoke about the Bordeaux itinerary, which is this
context and see if there's some questionable intentions. But I know for the word. Overall, I'm convinced that these platforms can reach in a fair way and worship. But again, I want to include this section for context, since both these platforms are
fascinating sort of travel log, taking a pilgrim from Bordeaux in France all the way to the land of Israel.
I decided we'll start with the ATR podcast 101, the bookups. There's a lot of back episode.
And I had come across this article that
in terms of egregiousness and what was important for Tim to respond to. Also, it's important to note that they reached out to
suggests that perhaps this Bordeaux pilgrim from the year 333-334 was possibly Jewish. So I want to dive into that just a little bit more because I just think it's so fascinating that we should have some kind of artifact like this all the way from Bordeaux at this very early period of time. So first of all, what is this Bordeaux itinerary? It's known in Latin as the Itinerarium Burdigale or Itinerarium Burdigale usque Jerusalem. Meaning the Bordeaux or the itinerary from Bordeaux to Jerusalem. And basically, it's really boring. It's a text of a few pages that basically describes, really dull information, but important if you're traveling, of how far it is to go from stop A to stop B. Meaning you got to break this into a lot of stops because you're going to be doing a lot of overnights if you travel by a donkey or by a horse. So how long it takes to get from one place to another one, and where you can change horses. I think it's really fascinating that you have like horse transport, horse transport, places, horses and things like that. The oldest versions of this document that exist today are from the 8th and 10th centuries, and there are 4 of them. 2 of them omit most of it except for the section in Israel itself, which is really relevant for people all over, but 2 of them do describe the route all the way from Bordeaux to Israel and back. Here you can see a map representing the Bordeaux itinerary, both there and back, and with several stops along. The text itself, however, looks something like this, like change at Stomatai, weeks 7, change at Senone, weeks 9, city of Astates, weeks 8. Most of it's pretty boring until you get to the land of Israel, and then of course there's a lot more detailed information about what to see in connection to the Bible and things like that. So it's basically what this really early pilgrimage account is, and it has lots of fascinating things to associate with. Now, there are a lot of questions for scholars, like, for example, are the actual sites as they are described, meaning can we link the sites described in the Bordeaux itinerary that's actually described in the Bible? Or were these places kind of like made up because that was the time when there was a huge kind of like quote-unquote rediscovery of Christian holy sites, which scholars affirm to one degree. There's a lot more fascination from Constantinople saying I found the true cross and things like that. So perhaps these sites aren't actually represent actual historical location. And it's also some really literary discussion. Is there a subtle Judeo's tradition here? Is this fitting into church father writings around the same time? Perhaps criticizing Judaism by the contrast of various holy sites? These are all great questions. We'll look at one set of questions in particular, which was answered by this tremendous moral climb. Born in Hungary, he moved to Israel in 1929, where he was one of the first faculty members of the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. He had a rabbinic background. He had served as a rabbi and served as a chaplain and so on. But his real love was historical geography, and especially the historical geography of the Holy Land. His PhD dissertation was defended in 1909, and it was on the graphic and historical material in the poetry of the 7th century liturgical career. Absolutely fascinating. And he wrote, a list of describing various historical and topographical aspects of the land of Israel, huge influence on later geographic studies. Now, Professor Klein opined that, maybe we shouldn't take itineraries at face value. For example, he says, why is there so little material in the itinerary on the Galilee? I mean, that was Jesus' main area of activity. Why is there no reference in the itinerary to Nazareth, Capernaum, Magdala, Cana, sites that are so prominent in Christian scriptures? Why does the pilgrim spend this huge trip making his way around Israel and then just skip over all those things, just go straight to the coast and then spend time in Jerusalem? Important question. Second one, why are there so many references to Hebrew scriptures, especially events that occurred to particular kings, as described in the Book of Kings or the Book of Chronicles, and like lots of things which are fascinating, but they're not that closely follow Christian history. Some scholars precede Klein, and he quotes them in an article on this topic, suggest that perhaps it was a Jewish Christian or a Christian Jew, maybe someone who was part of that generation, was of Jewish ethnicity, but was practicing Christianity. And there's something to be said for that argument, but it's really quite late for that. We're already in the 4th century, and the split between Judaism and Christianity is pretty profound by the 3rd, 4th century. Finally, perhaps most times, lots of references to text, not Testament, Hebrews, but to Jewish legend. Both materials that are discussed in the literature, but a lot of material that appears to be like local popular lore that is not exactly agada in the technical sense of things contained in the rabbinic text, but nevertheless as a tradition handed down in the Jewish community. This is not possible, asked Professor Klein, that the pilgrim is actually Jewish. Now, a spoiler alert, he says no. He says, I don't think so. I don't think the author of this particular text was Jewish. First of all, the text has lots of Christian references to Jesus as Savior, which would definitely be not okay for a Jew. Perhaps the pilgrim was writing for a particular audience and included those things in there for the audience. Possible, not especially convincing, but possible. Perhaps it was added by later copyists, also possible, but if they're going to add stuff, they could have added so much more stuff. Why only add a few toss-away references? What Sir Klein argues, and many scholars believe the same, that it was not actually written by a Bordeaux pilgrim. It was rather written by someone living in Bordeaux, cobbling together reports from other people who had made this journey. And he argues that the author of the itinerary actually collected information from Jews in the of Bordeaux and itinerary, and he pulled material from them into Jews in Lyon in particular, which is fascinating because we do know that there are Jews in the region already from the 1st century, but we have only tiny little scattered references. If Professor Klein's thesis is correct, then there's a lot of detailed information available to the author of the itinerary because there's significant Jewish populations in Bordeaux and Lyon at this time. We know from rabbinic literature some figures. For example, there's someone called Rabbi Menachem Ish Galia, Rabbi the man of Galia, that is Roman France. I mentioned in Tosefta, Erevin. There is a Rabbi Yudan Galia, a rabbi from Galia, and he's mentioned in Sikta de Rabbi. These are all very texts, which suggests that, yeah, in fact, there are, some kind of quasi-rabbinic populations there that somebody would produce, at least these two figures who are cited in very, very ancient times. So this is actually Professor Klein's contribution and thesis, and I think it's really quite convincing that the pilgrims who wrote this text didn't actually make the journey herself or herself, but most likely cobbled it together from at least one Jewish source who traveled to this region from Bordeaux. I think that is absolutely. Thank you very much for watching this short video. I'm so glad for this stuff. So interesting.
Which is not the right one. It's not even the right ODA number. So he doesn't know the ODA number. Or if he wants to say, well, that was sensitive information, I don't want to put in the ODA. Everyone's real name into this. The ODA sergeant started pushing all of the units to the high ground. To take the fight to them as out and guys out of the line of fire.
River cruises. It's so fascinating to see evidence of those Jewish communities living in that area over 500 years since the Inquisition. But we're going to move on now because in order to we're going to another location. We're going to go to Bordeaux, which is southwest. It's new for me. I've never been there before, and I'm fascinated to see what place is like to discover the Jewish history inherent in this very unusual region. What I'd like to do in this short video is to just go quickly over the history of Jewish settlement in Bordeaux. It's quite fascinating and unusual, and very much related to the discussions we had regarding Portugal as well, because a significant number of Portuguese Jews made their way to Bordeaux, particularly in the 16th century. To start with, have a look at this map here. Here's where Bordeaux is. You can see it's on a waterway that opens to the Atlantic Ocean of Jewish civilization. It is an important mercantile site. The entire region is suffused with wine culture, and I'm going to have to learn a lot more about that before I go there to understand the Jews in the history. But today, let's just look at settlement. So we have a medieval legend that speaks about 3 rudderless ships being cast adrift in the Mediterranean Sea by Vespasian in the 1st century after the destruction of the Temple of Jerusalem. These rudderless ships wandered throughout the Mediterranean and landed at the city of Arles, located at the mouth of the Rhone River, and made their way upstream to Lyon, a little further on that same river. And then another one went somehow all the way around, I guess, the Strait of Gibraltar to land in Bordeaux. And this is the legendary origins of the Jewish communities of these 3 very important cities. But if we move past this fascinating legend and look at the archaeological evidence and the literary evidence, we do have a fascinating signet ring that looks at a ring that appears to have menorahs on it and the name Aster, which could be an abbreviation of the Latin name Asterius, not especially Jewish, or Esther, which of course is very Jewish, and that dates from the 4th century. In the late 500s, we have a literary report of a Jew in Bordeaux who got into trouble because apparently he ridiculed a priest's belief that a particular saint would cure him of an illness. We don't know the specifics of that particular story, but it does have certain ring of truth in some ways. And then we also have much more evidence by the time you get up to the 9th century, they're coming from anti-Jewish sources, but nevertheless pointing to a fairly well-developed community for the 9th century in Bordeaux. By the 11th century, you already have of a place called Judaïque, which means like the mountain of the Jews or the Jewish mountain. That's outside the city. There's a Jewish cemetery in place. There's a Jewish street, and a port is called Porte de Jeux, which was known earlier by the name Porta Judea, clearly meaning the port of the Jews. So certainly by the 11th century, this is around the time of Rothschild, this is around the time just before the Crusades and so on, you actually have a very significant Jewish population living there. Where they came from exactly is not clear, but we do begin to see clear migrations from other regions afterwards. And this is largely because France went through kind of like this paroxysm of desire to expel Jews from its environs at several points during the High Middle Ages. There was the first of them was 1182, which did not actually affect the Jews of Bordeaux because during this time, specifically from 1154 to 1450, Bordeaux was not under French control; it was under English control. And even though this part of England was located on the continent, it was nevertheless, impervious to the demands of the French kings. I think it's also interesting to observe that the 300-odd years that Bordeaux had independence from France, being attacked, have contributed to a certain cultural orientation that we certainly see more of as we move into the early modern period, of being willing to defy central authorities, specifically with regards to the treatment of their Jewish populations. So our expulsion situation, the Jews of Bordeaux were not affected by the expulsion of 1182, but they did get exposed to 3 rapid expulsions in swift succession in 1284, 1305, and 1310. And as you might wonder, wait a minute, how can you expel a population in 1284, again in 1305? Did they get invited back? That's certainly happened in other parts of Europe, and then expel them again 5 years later in 1310. I mean, it doesn't make sense. In the case of Bordeaux, it seems that the expulsions were implemented. There were orders of expulsions, but they were really just, tools to extort bribes from the Jewish community to allow them to remain in place. This is another illustration of what one of my students called the fee or fleet strategy of Jewish survival, that when confronted with various threats and expulsions, the communities could elect to simply bribe the nobility or the kings that were demanding their expulsion and remain in place, or they could say, well, it's too dangerous or the price is too high and they could flee. So it seemed that the fee strategy was working at the turn of the 14th century in Bordeaux. In 1320, however, the Jews of Bordeaux suffered horrible attacks by a group called the Pas. These are the shepherds. It's a populist movement, very similar to the Crusades, which of course began in 1096. So this is like a century after the First Crusade, but they continued for some time. It was originally an anti-Muslim movement, the idea of the Euro-Christian effort to wrest Jerusalem and Holy Land from the Muslims had lots of very negative spillovers in Europe proper, and particularly for the Jewish communities living in Europe, particularly because if the whole idea of Crusades is to reclaim Holy Land for Christianity and drive out the infidel, well, a lot of locals, the populists said, we have infidels living right here in our own communities, obviously referring to the Jews. So there was also a class element specifically to the Pastoreux uprising, in that they wanted to try and attack the community, have concentrations The Jews were fortunately an ideal target because they concentrated in urban, more openly associated with cash industries like money lending, like minting, like crafts, silver, goldsmith, things like that. And so they were a favorite target by the Pastor, and they suffered horribly in the year 1320. The upper church, and the Pope in particular, defended the Jews, like they did with blood libels and things like that, saying this is not right, this is not Christianity, we should not be doing these things. However, when the pastor had forcibly baptized Jews in their riot, the church would not allow them to return to Judaism because, as we've discussed many times, connections with the zeitgeist, the spirit of the era, that baptism being a sacrament meant that once a person was baptized or otherwise, it was forbidden to forcibly baptize someone. That meant that they were nevertheless considered Christians. There's a lot of sad stories about that, but I don't want to get off track. So at any rate, 1453, Bordeaux returns to French control, which was this time Judenrein, because there had been a major expulsion of Jews in 1306 from a large amount of French territory, and it's not certain this decree was imposed on the significant population, especially crypto Jews, who had been making their way from the 15th century. Again, you'll recall that there was a massive wave of pogroms and forced conversions that gave people the status of Christians. And as I mentioned a second ago, they were officially Christians, even though they did not necessarily want to regard themselves as Christians, but they had the privileges of free movement as there would be attempts to lock this down by both Spain and especially by Portugal, where a lot of these Jews fled. But in the 15th, 16th, and 17th centuries, there was periods of time when this was relaxed. And a lot of these nominal Christians, these so-called New Moranos, which is a derogatory term, they made their way out of the Iberian Peninsula and looked to other places to live. Amsterdam, Hamburg, very prominent sites. The New World, Brazil, and also just the Pyrenees Mountains, the region of Bordeaux. And we begin to see an unusual sort of cultural combination of these new Christians moving into Bordeaux, identifying as Portuguese, later as the Portuguese nation, and ultimately openly as Jew. That combined with the sort of contrarian spirit of the Bordeaux population, and the Jews begin to get more and more privileges for their independent communities, even though they're still technically considered Christians. We see that they develop separate cemeteries. We see that they're developing unique processes for marriages, which are recorded in church documents as people were married according to the Portuguese rites, which means essentially they are married Jewishly. And by 1723, they just totally give up on even bothering to call themselves Portuguese. Even though technically Jews are not allowed in France, they are openly living Jews in Bordeaux specifically. At this time, we also begin to see Jews migrating from papal states, where there were also holdouts of Jews that were not initially affected by the expulsion of 1306. Increasing pressure we placed on the Jews of Avignon and the Comté Venaissin, which are regions that were controlled directly by the popes rather than the French kings. And so Jews begin to make their way over to Bordeaux as well. And over the course of the 18th century, you have two distinct communities living in Bordeaux: the Portuguese Jews and the Avignon and Comté Venaissin Jews. They're not exactly Ashkenazic. They have their own ritual, their provenance, but you have these two communities living together, and they begin to really establish significant communities which were technically illegal. They set up yeshivot, right, schools. They set up bikur cholim, which are like Jewish welfare associations. especially for the sick. He set up all kinds of charity organizations for the community. And eventually, the Jews of Avignon claimed a similar communal status as the Portuguese, even though they had never been New Christians at all. By the time you get to 1806, which is where I'm going to cut off this, because we're going to enter into the modern world of amazing things that affect Bordeaux Jews at this time. You have 2,100 Jews living in Bordeaux. 1,650 were Spanish/Portuguese. 144 were from Avignon, and another 336 were attracted from other Ashkenazic lands, Germany, Poland, and the Netherlands. Absolutely fascinating community with all different strands of thought. And I'm really looking forward to visiting Bordeaux in November, and you'll be able to join me. Thank you very much for watching this video. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I just want to tell you about one really interesting moment in the year 1755 and a great scholar named Rabbi met another remarkable scholar from Bordeaux. It's a really fascinating story, and it's got a little bit of humor. Here it is. So first of all, who was the Chida? That's an abbreviation for his name, Rabbi Chaim Yosef David Azulai, who's an incredibly important scholar who lived in the years 1724 to 1806. I've actually studied personally many of his books, and one of his books I've actually read multiple times. Great encyclopedic scholar, tremendous special interest in manuscripts, and fascinating. Now, the reason that he's especially useful for us is because in the year 1753, when he was in his 30s, he was asked by the community of Hebron, he lived in Israel, he was asked by the community of Hebron to make a circuit through some of the larger communities, particularly in Europe, to collect money for this struggling community. And so he did this. He went and he became like a mashulach, as it were, a messenger to collect funds for the yeshiva in Hebron in particular. He ended up being especially good at it, and he did it for about 2 decades. On the course of his mission on a travelogue, which is called Gal Tov. It is one of the remarkable rabbinic documents of the 18th century, which also used a whole series of amazing documents. But this book, Magal Tov, just fits within the long history of Jews going on trips and describing everywhere from Benjamin of Tudela to, your Aunt Sadie going to Boca about it on Facebook. This is a long Jewish tradition of describing paradises, and the Chida does it phenomenally. He, with a sense of adventure and with curiosity, and he provides all kinds of fascinating, many of them really quite scurrilous. It's really surprising. It's quite fascinating how he gets deep into the community and understands the kind of stresses they have going on. And it's a remarkably important source for understanding of the nature of Jewish communities throughout Europe in the 18th century. He also has a great, amazing sense of humor, which you would never know from reading his standard rabbinic books. But Magal Tov, this really comes out right. He went to Bordeaux several times. That's the reason for this particular research is preparing for the Kosher River cruise to Bordeaux this November. And he has a lot to say about Bordeaux in specific, but I want to talk about one encounter he had with a remarkable Bordeaux Jew whose name was Jacques Rodriguez Herrera. He was born in 1750, a rough contemporary of the Chizah, and He lived until 1780. His story is like Bordelais Jews, came from Spanish Portuguese roots, especially after his father died. His mother fled Portugal, and they ended up in Bordeaux, where they readopted Judaism. Jacob at this time was 6 years old. He was circumcised, and he dropped his baptismal name of Francisco, and that's when he became Jacob. He had a brilliant creative mind, in many ways a lot like the Chida, although obviously without all of the rabbinic background and have the advantage of that kind of training. But he invented all kinds of fascinating things. Like, he's considered one of the fathers of modern computing because in the he invented an early calculator, a mechanical calculator. He met people from Tahiti, where Trav Bordeaux, you recall, is in port, and so he wrote a dictionary of the language of Tahiti. He was an engineer. He designed a method to allow sailing ships to dramatically increase their speed on transatlantic voyages. Really, really fascinating things. He was an educator, and he was also, not only a tremendous advocate for the Jewish community in Bordeaux in particular. We'll talk about that in another video. But he also believed in public education, and he taught the poor children of Bordeaux for free, giving them basic life skills, vocational training, and so on. He was a well-regarded, well-revered Jew. His main claim to fame was that he was one of the first early people to teach people who were deaf and mute. He actually demonstrated the effectiveness of his techniques before King Louis XV, who awarded him with an annual pension of £800, and he was a big hero for inventing it. The method of using finger shapes to represent sounds. He wrote about this in 1778 entitled Observations sur les sourds et muettes. It was published by the Académie Royale des Sciences. Observations on really fascinating. Now, in his travels, the Chida went to Paris and arranged for a meeting with this individual. They met on the 12th of Av in 5515, corresponds to July 1755. And just overwhelmed with this. I mentioned that personality-wise, they probably had a lot in common, very curious, very eclectic, and so on. And now I'd like to read to you from this passage of meetings. It was really quite fascinating. I should mention that Magal Tov is really quite an amazing book. It's been published many times in Hebrew. The original. There's a very, very hard to find English translation, which of course we have at the library. Translation by Dr. Benjamin Zimmerman. He published. Listen to this. Now, an astounding thing of wisdom did the said Senor Jacob relate to me. With his wisdom and by exercise of his intellect, together with painstaking care, he had succeeded in taking a person who was deaf mute, to whom the sages refer, and this is interesting because in the Talmud, a person who is both deaf and mute is considered an invalid in all kinds of ways, not only in terms of ability, but also in terms of legal agency and so on. And there's a question about their level of intelligence and so on. And Professor Pereira really changed that dramatically. Let's go back here. Who could not hear and could not speak from the womb and from conception, meaning he never was able to speak from birth, and bring him to a state of speaking whereby he could reply with his mouth orally to something they would ask him and write yes, and for no, quote, no. He could also write with his own hand in the French language and in the Holy Language. He's teaching Jewish deaf mute kids to be able to write in Hebrew as well. And with his mouth, it reads in the books of both languages. Amazing achievements. And he could understand Tanakh. He could understand the Bible. And he, Rodriguez, was also competent, and he gave with them signs on the joints of his fingers, right? These are the finger shapes. And each joint he made as a sign for one letter. And when he wanted to speak with them, with great celerity would he take and move the joints of his fingers, indicating the letters of the word desired, and the mute person, after much practice, straight away understood his question and would reply. And now with my own eyes I saw in house a lad who they said was a mute, not hearing nor speaking, and I saw him talking to me in the holy language and in French. Now here's the funny thing. And my eyes watched Senor Jacob indicating with his fingers to this mute, and immediately would he indeed reply to his question. And as I was making a jest, I did make some signs with my fingers in a random manner, right? He decided, like, hey, I'll try this out too, and started making gestures with his fingers. I did not know the signs which Jacob had selected to him, meaning I was just making it up. I didn't know the system at all. And I saw that the lad was perplexed by the sight and was upset that he did not understand. Then his master said to him, right, then Professor Rodriguez said to him, oh, don't be upset, for the rabbi did not mean to send the finger. So that is actually, sounds like this phrase, send finger. I looked up in the Hebrew, the original here is shalach, it's a literal translation. The Chidah, with his tremendous version, is quoting from Isaiah 58:9, which has that phrase there. The commentators explain for this stuff, it says that this phrase to send the finger is like aggressive gesture, condemning Adam on the reading. By people who are arguing, one will send the other a finger. And then the Shadal, very important. The Italian commentator quotes a Latin commentator named Marshall, who refers as the digitum, which means the middle. So essentially, what happened was he died in attempting to communicate with this person, or at least he's joking about it, gesture, which caused the boy consternation. But Professor was assure him that the rabbi didn't mean that. You really get a sense of this humor that the records in this Magal talk through. At any rate, the Chidah is clearly very impressive. He ends his descriptive visit to Professor with the phrase, Baruch Honein Adam. Blessed is the one who gives knowledge. What an amazing spot to be able to develop a method of teaching people who are deaf. It was Jacob Rodriguez. Amazing story. Thank you very much for
yeah, for me, that's where I wrote some when I was deployed in foreign land, and people like I'm an okay writer. I'm not that anyways. Resource. More on that later. But overall, the podcast was coming and waiting 8 days.
Hello, fellows. Really interested in looking at your Abraham for very important. Ago, and had a lot to do with the transformation of French Jewry from the medieval period to the modern period. And this actually, it's not a slow process. We talked about it, after the French Revolution, there was this dramatic change from the medieval environment, which had essentially a corporate structure, into a modern environment in which Jews were citizens of France. Exactly that. I mean, that also happened automatically. They had a petition for it. It took a couple of weeks to pardon first. Then I said all kinds of interesting things. But right now, I'd like to just take a few minutes to look at Abraham Furtado and specifically his role in the last years before the revolution. One really fascinating moment. And I think it illustrates the complexities of French Jewry, which is fascinating. Okay. So first of all, he was born in 1756. There is some controversy over the nature of his parents' experience, but the story goes that at least his mother, possibly his father, left Lisbon after the tremendous earthquake that happened on November 1st, 1755. This was an important earthquake not only because of the tremendous damage that it caused. It was, a fire broke out that destroyed much of the city, and then a tsunami. If you imagine all three of those things happening at the same time, totally destroying Lisbon. It allowed, however, for a creative force to spin and not only reorganize the city and lay it out with modern principles. This is middle of the 18th century, but also there was a kind of a mood in Lisbon that we should just get rid of all of this old stuff. And the Marquis de Pombal, in particular, very, very important political figure, who was one of the major activists who was in the country at that time, and in fact got rid of some of the most noxious aspects of the Spanish Inquisition. However, according to many accounts, including very reliable historical accounts, his father was killed in that earthquake. His mother moved to London, and he was born in July of 1756. Now, this is kind of confusing because if his father died in the earthquake and he was born 9 months later, incredibly tragic moment, his father would have died shortly after. However, Francis, who is definitely the greatest authority on the Jews of Bordeaux, especially the Sephardic Jews, great book. She argues that no, the couple left together after the earthquake to London. So it's possible that the accounts are mistaken. At any rate, our protagonist, Abraham, is born in London, and then when he gets married at age 19, he moves to Bordeaux, where he becomes very successful, like many of Bordeaux at this time, in the maritime trade, working in insurance for international companies. That's just burgeoning in the 18th century. Now, let's just recall what's going on with French Jewry. Remember that as of 1306, and then later confirmed in 1394, there are no Jews officially in France. And of course, there are Jews unofficially in France in a couple of different ways. And they're distinct populations with very different rights and privileges, even though they're all technically illegal as Jews. There are, of course, Sephardim, who are largely from Portugal, who are living in the Bordeaux region and also in neighboring Lyon. These are Jews who are technically as well, because the Bordeaux experiences, they were largely populated from Jews who were forcibly converted a few hundred years earlier in Portugal, and then they made their way up to France, where they were slowly adopting their Jewish identities, openly or otherwise, by the time we get to the 18th century, as we've discussed in a few videos now. Then you also have an interesting population of Provençal Jews who live at the Rhone River that were originally under pagan control. Here, Jews were allowed to live quite a bit longer. You have the important communities of Carpentras, for example. Avignon is an extremely important place, and sometimes the population of Jews. Many of them later actually moved to the Bordeaux region, so they're also in Bordeaux. They're the same as Sephardim. They have their right, their Provençal right, has largely been lost, but they were never converted to Christianity like the Portuguese Jews were. And then, of course, you have the eastern of France, neighboring, you have a mass Ashkenazic Jews, and they are very, very again, like the Provençal Jews, they have never been converted to Christianity, and certainly, unlike the Sephardic Jews, they have largely no interest in adapting to non-Jewish culture. This would be changing over the 18th and especially the 19th century, where there would be a lot more assimilationist pressures brought to bear on the Ashkenazi Jews. But in the medieval period, they're highly distinct. They speak a different language, Yiddish, which is close to German, not at all close to French. They dress distinctively. They tend to be much more pious, much more scrupulous about observance of traditional Judaism. So they're a very different population and largely considered an undigestible mass in France. And again, all of these populations as Jews are technically illegal, but this is a medieval state on the cusp of modernity. They don't really know how to deal with it. A lot was changing in the 18th century, and a lot of the change was a result of the work of this man, whose name I will now attempt to slowly pronounce, Guillaume Chrétien de Magnon de Malesherbes. That's really hard. And I know sometimes, but it's really hard. Malesherbes is how I'll refer to now. He wrote a really important essay that ultimately resulted in 1787 edict giving Protestants civil rights. Because although we're focused on the history of the Jews here, the Protestants posed a much larger problem for technically Catholic France. And they executed them at one point, and they discriminated against them later, but they didn't go away, and they constituted a massive population in France. And they had to somehow come to terms with them. So ultimately in 1787, with this edict of tolerance, they said, okay, fine, you'll have civil rights as Protestants. France was still technically a Catholic country. This is before the Revolution, but we're going to stop, like, for example, not registering your marriages. When you get married, okay, that will be marriage, even though you're not getting married in the Catholic Church, for example. So this edict that came in 1787, the Jews to say, hey, what about us? Should we be emancipated too? So it turned, no, we weren't thinking about Jews, although Malesherbes himself may have actually been thinking. But this sparked a whole feverish activity in the last years before the Revolution to figure out what should be Jews, or more specifically, what should be the positions of various Jewish communities. Because they were all so very different. And this is where Abraham Furtado stepped in. He's a successful man, he's very articulate, he's wealthy. He became one of the most representatives of the Portuguese nation in Brazil. Portuguese nation is like the term they use to describe the Jewish population. There, they call themselves the nation. So in 1788, he and another man named Lopez Dubec went to Paris to argue for the rights of the Portuguese Jews. They met with Malesherbes, and they explained how they should have the same kind of rights. Now let us recall that because they were technically Christians, because they had been converted, so they were identifying as Jews, they still had the Christian driver's license, as it were, and they could go anywhere they wanted, they could attend. But they basically wanted to make sure that all Jews would have an increase in rights if Malesherbes' project would be advanced. They did not have the imagination that all Jews, all French, using the term citizens, then they would be subject, but they didn't quite think that far. They wanted to make sure that the Sephardic population specifically was protected in its place. And, thinking maybe some advances could happen to the other populations. Now, we can read this in a couple different ways. It does seem, as Molino appeared to argue, that the Portuguese, who enjoyed already a much status, wanted to preserve that distinction, and they didn't want like chaos to erupt where they lost any special privileges, but they definitely did approve of this general direction. That it was they hired a historian named Beaufort, with 150 pages defending the uniqueness of the Sephardic. read one page from those works, in which they Furtado and Vex write a little on top of it. Says a Portuguese Jew is English and French in France, but a German Jew is German everywhere because of his customs from which he deviates. Right. So essentially, when he says a Portuguese Jew, he means a Sephardi. Sephardim, he says, are able to adapt to the civilizations in which they live, culturally, mold themselves to the cultures in which they live. Thus, one can look at the English and the Germans as brothers who, although sharing the same mother, have nevertheless developed characteristics which are absolutely different, nay, even incompatible. When he says the English and the Germans as brothers with the same mother, the brothers are very different. They're saying we are like those people. That's essentially what they're saying. Some of the scenes of the eternal Jewish community at this moment of great change. Now, what ended up happening was was won over to their cause. Yeah, I think it's a good idea. We should move forward in this. We know from other things that he wrote that he wasn't necessarily such a forward thinker. He did believe that the route that the Jews would essentially have to follow was conversion and assimilation to the world of French body politic, but this was rendered moot by the French Revolution that would break out just a bit later. And a much more radical solution would be proposed, and that we've talked about previously. We'll definitely talk about it on this cruise. Okay. Oh, fascinating stuff. I hope you listened to this video. And thank you very much.
Actually, Nita told me, but did he ever find her? No. Yes, came out. Their phones were silent. With that, Travis started with Craig Tim on if he really trusted him or not, like he wrote in the book. So, I mean,
other fellow students of Jewish history. One of the reasons why I'm so fascinated with Bordeaux and how great to visit that place with Costa Rica this year is because Bordeaux is right at the very beating heart of the changes that affected Europe and brought them into modernity. Speaking specifically about the movement towards emancipation, which occurs primarily in Paris. That's where most of the debates and discussions were held. And the great Sanhedrins, which I'll talk about in a second, is convened and so on. But the transition from pre-modern state, and really a medieval state, to a modern state is so crucial for the development of modern Jewry all over the world. And in many ways, American Jews, Canadian Jews, Australian Jews, we all have to look back to what happened in Paris and Bordeaux in those few decades that traversed the turn of the 19th century to really understand how did we get to where we are right now. So let's just think about this for a second. What do I mean by this emancipation, this change to modernity? The term emancipation is kind of a weird side on, towards the end of the 19th, early 20th century by Jewish historians trying to describe the shift from pre-modernity to modernity. Not precise. That was borrowed primarily from the American context with the emancipation of the African slaves in America, which was happening in the 1860s in the context of the American Civil War. The Jews of Europe were not slaves, but they clearly were of a much lower status. They had all kinds of legal disabilities, facilities, residence restrictions. Lots of institutions were closed to them, like universities and so on. And really, the only way to get ahead was to leave Jewry and to convert to Christianity, because in the pre-modern era, these states did not have conception of secular identity possible for all citizens to get at. So unusual for the time of a given state. And so the transition from this kind of like legally disabled status to equal status with other citizens is really the scene of modernity for Jewry. And it happened on a very sharp date, 1789, with the French Revolution, as we shall discuss. Now, the reason why precisely the same emancipation is because they weren't within limits. They had freedom. They could not move anywhere they wanted. They could not even have as many children as they wanted. The laws and so on. All kinds of special restrictions on them. But nevertheless, within those contexts, they did have freedom. This is not the case, obviously, with the African Americans in America, who were enslaved in many far worse than they had been in ancient times. It's not even like a comparable type of emancipation, which happens right around the same time, the emancipation of the serfs of the Russian Empire. Like the African Americans, the serfs of Russia were also emancipated, thank you very much, freedom of movement, things like that, but they were not given any resources to take advantage of that emancipation. So a lot of the things that were actually supports in the pre-modern era, like the fact that they did have certain privileges on the land, those things all disappeared, and now all of a sudden they were expected to pay rent for their keep, and that meant that, you know, if they weren't producing quite enough in their agricultural output, they had to find other sources of income, which led to slowly burgeoning industrialization of Russia, which took much longer than it did in Western Europe, and it led to the decrease in population in the rural centers to urban centers, a lot of major changes. These are not the same things that affected Jewry, and especially friendly to what happened in the revolution, how it affected Bordeaux and Parisian Jewry, and later, Jews all around the world. If we look at this key document here, this is the Declaration of the Rights of Man of Citizen. It was passed by the Assembly in August of immediately after the French Revolution. And this is a really important document in the history of the world. It basically declares the same kinds of things that you see in the American Constitution, the Bill of Rights, things like that. A fundamental commitment to equality. All citizens living within the Now, this was a massive from the pre-modern period, because at that time, there was not equality. Nobility, ranks, the clergy had their own little box. The peasants, the burghers, the cities and villages, and so on. And there were all kinds of different rights and privileges. And we saw not only with the Jews as an entire corporation, entire class, but within Jewish communities. Spoken in the past about the distinction between the Sephardic communities, who were primarily located in the area of, you can see in this map here, towards the southwest, is very distinct from the population of Ashkenaz, who were primarily in the northeast. Within the Jewish community, especially between Jews and non-Jews, and all of that was thrown out the window, theoretically, with the French Revolution. When they promulgated this document, a lot of Jews and women said, hey, that was us, right? All of a sudden, the authors of the document, wait a second, we weren't necessarily quite that broadly to include Jews as women as they wait a second. So they put the brakes on that, but they couldn't put the brakes on it forever. So by 1790, they had made the decision, okay, the Sephardic Jews, though they're French, it's fairly well assimilated or acculturated to French norms, we'll give them to the Ashkenazi Jews. It took another year, but by 1791, they were fully. Now, with this emancipation, there were lots of tensions, and the tensions really lasted for 2 decades. As these Jews who had been, pent up with all kinds of artificial restrictions, suddenly found that they had an open and level playing field in all kinds of areas where they already had natural and cultural strengths. Like, for example, long, long tradition of literacy and numeracy, a long familiarity with financial endeavors, partly because of the prohibitions on owning land and the discouragement of owning land and various other being barred from things like that. So they have developed quite a bit of expertise in all kinds of fields that were especially useful to modern and growing economies. And this is a lot of background and local populations which are wait a second, the Jews are taking over. So by the 1800s, this level of complaint from the non-Jewish residents who felt that, especially in the Ashkenazi lands, they were being taken advantage of by Jews who are now equal citizens, which was something that was deeply resented. They eventually went to Napoleon. And they said, Napoleon, you got to figure this out for us. Napoleon, in his characteristically large way of thinking, said, okay, fine. Have you got a body of Jews that we can find out exactly what they think about this new experiment? And his advisor said, well, there is something called the Sanhedrin, but it hasn't met since ancient. I said, fine, up the Sanhedrin. And so he assembled mass enthusiastic group of Jews from all over Napoleonic Europe to come together in Paris and to answer a few questions that Napoleon had for the Jews. And he posted Sanhedrin saying, okay, you guys speak for the entire body of the Jewry. Obviously, the Jews themselves had differing opinions of the authority of the Sanhedrin, but they did have a respected Talmudic scholar by David Sintan, you can see here. He was given this to serve as the president of the Sanhedrin. I've never seen anyone wearing a hat quite like this. I personally love it. I did what people left for sure wearing one of these. But anyway, the Sanhedrin, which had a lot of controversy behind it, obviously I'm sure a video, I don't want to go into great detail about it, but ultimately the Assembly of Notables was the predecessor of the Sanhedrin proper, had 12 questions posed to by Napoleon. And these are those. First of all, Jews believe in polygamy. And that was also, I think the reason is probably because we wanted to kind of assess, sort of reflect on just how prepared are Jews to accommodate themselves to such realities. Now, in the Jewish tradition, of course, if you have any familiarity with the Bible, as Napoleon would have, you know that Abraham had 2 wives, that Jacob had 4 wives, and so on. And he was wondering, what is Jews going to do today? It's interesting to note the degree of resistance of the Jewish community, because since the year 1000, more or less, the Jewish community of Europe, the Ashkenazim in particular, had already banned polygamy, and it had disappeared for 800 years by that point. Polygamy was still practiced in African Jewish communities and Middle Eastern Jewish communities, but not at all in Europe. So they could simply say, with confidence, no polygamy. And then he asked a question about divorce. Of course, the Catholic Church does not permit divorce. There's something called annulment, some common features, but he wanted to know how Jews were used to this idea. Jews did permit divorce. He asked about do Jews intermarry with non-Jews. That was probably one of the questions that the Sanhedrin had the most difficulty answering straight up. And they basically judged the answer and some said, you know, wow, look at the time. It's already on time to really distracts Napoleon's representatives from the answer, which is that basically using the Jews intermarriage, but if it happens to Jews and the Jewish community don't really have a lot of tools to prevent it. And of course, this was important to Napoleon because he's thinking, okay, how long am I going to have this problem? How long am I going to have this assimilable match? Okay? Living in France, don't necessarily regard them as French. So that's the heart of the question. Are French considered residents or strangers. Assembly of natives knew what kind of answer he wanted. He said, the double standard. France considered this their obey its law. This is especially important because the Nazi Jews lived right up against Germany, where there are a lot more Ashkenazi Jews as well. What would happen if France went to war with Germany, which they did with some regularity? So would French Jews side with France, or when the Ashkenazi Jews, Germany? Then he delves into the last six questions. Question 7 is, who appointed the rabbi? And do rabbis are Jews bound to obey them? The Pope wants to know, I'm setting myself up to have a state within a state. Jews have their own system, matters themselves. What happens if their laws don't correspond to French laws? What do you do about it? So rabbis, this is really where you see a lot of the break between prima did have their own legal system, they did have their own enforcement system, which was typically supported by state, but in France, in modern state-based democracies, you can't have two different legal systems, two different police systems for different populations. So everybody, the laws for everyone. So they found the answer satisfactory. But are Jews required to engage in usury, which is of course kind of a negative term for money things? Are Jews forced to engage in that? What happens if they want to do a different occupation? I don't know, or I don't know, it is. And of course, they gave the answers yes. Jews are free to pursue all kinds of occupations as long as there are no barriers set up for them. So the bottom line of all these questions was, he wanted to know, are you prepared to become French citizens and take on for yourselves the burdens of equality, or do you want to try and retain some kind of distinctiveness within our society that would be unacceptable to those who are living? That's essentially the gist of it. The Jews of the Sanhedrin and his predecessor, really the Assembly of Notables, when these first questions were posed, they essentially, yes, we want equality. We will figure out how to deal with the ways in which Jewish particularism does not fit with universalism. We want to introduce this to somebody else. And those decisions were essentially the ones that affected 251. Now, it's really interesting to try and think back on what was the thinking of the Jews when they gave these answers. Did they here's the right answer? The enthusiasm with Napoleon's war is so significant, we were soon disappointed by some of the decisions he laid out later, which reimposed certain restrictions. If you want to get a sense for these somewhat slave-rich population that many of these Jews had, form identity, again, not shared universally. Many of the Jews in Eastern Europe were quite hesitant to this adventure. But have a look at this remarkable medallion, which was to specifically celebrate the achievements of Napoleon. On the left, of course, you see the profile of Napoleon himself, instead of the French, the emperor and king. And then on the right, you see Napoleon actually delivering the 10 Commandments to an obsequious, genuflecting Jew, which essentially is Napoleon in the Moses mind-boggling piece of things. Really appreciate you watching. Hope some people will be able to join us. And if not, I'm really looking forward to sharing some of the things I see while I'm there. Thank you very much. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. In the course of my research for this upcoming trip to Bordeaux to explore, Jewish history in this remarkable region of France, I came across another really fascinating artifact. And what I'm speaking about now is the imperial decree of July 20th, 1888, which was concerning Jews with no fixed name. This is a pretty bizarre thing. There are 8 articles. I want to go over the first few of those and discuss simply is this strange Napoleonic law referring to. So, what the last lecture in the series was Napoleon's plans. They had been emancipated in 1790 and then again in 1791. Two different populations, largely as a result of extremely hard work by Jews coming from Bordeaux. And then when Jews had been emancipated, they were still a faction larger society. Napoleon had this really strange kind of difficult challenge of threading the needle with allowing the Jews into a rapidly modernized society, which was something that he cared about very deeply, but at the same time of the terror of the period immediately following the revolution, which had a huge backlash as well. And so he wanted to establish some kind of calming devices, speed bumps, as it were, along the road to a new France. And one of those areas, which was kind of like a test case, where so much of it was, what do you do with the Jews? The Jews are, an unusual population, potentially very helpful to the society, especially those Jews who had been adapted to French life because they had their strange status as the Portuguese stocks. But on the other hand, you also have the mass of Ashkenazi Jews now, Saxon-Lorraine, who had been held down by various anti-Semitic decrees. And once those decrees were lifted, and they were allowed to participate on equal footing in the marketplace, their long honing skills of literacy, numeracy, and so on really giving them a huge advantage in the marketplace. And as a result, there was a back from that region as well. And the Napoleon is trying very hard to find ways to negotiate these things. So let's have a look, first of all, this is July 20th, 1808, concerning Jews in Bayonne, very close to Bordeaux region. So here's article 1. I'll just read the translation. Those amongst subjects who follow the Hebrew religion and who, up to the present, have not had fixed surname or last names, shall be ordered to adopt one in the 3 months following the publication of this decree, and to make a declaration before the civil status officer in the commune where they live. What is going on? Okay, let's try and figure this out. So first of all, what is this business about you not having a fixed surname or last name? In Jewish practice, Jews always have a fixed first name. This is crucial for the obvious reasons names, but also for lots of in Jewish law, like marriage contracts and business contracts and all kinds of things. You have to know exactly this contract dealing with, and so the idea of first names, to be sure, is in practice. The surname is a little more complicated, however. Jews historically used to have always a patronymic and a matronymic. They would be named son of, daughter of their father for a whole host of reasons. Let's say Ruth being the son of Levi, marries Leah, the daughter of Shimon. And it would always be the patronymic used in that case, that a woman be the daughter of her father. In other cases, particularly in certain ritual situations, like for example, if you're praying for the mercy or healing healing of a person who's sick, then you for that. So you would say, may Ruvain, the son of Leah, have a refuah shalema, a complete recovery, that kind of thing. And so, generally speaking, that you would either use the patronymic for most legal purposes or matronymic for other purposes. And those are not surnames, but they were universal and, fixed. However, the idea of a family name that every member of that family, every generation will possess, that is only applied sporadically in Jewish history, and it depends on region, it depends on the local culture. Sometimes a particular family would get a certain name that was used, but it's not necessarily fixed, and that's basically the practice for European Jews up until the late 18th and early 19th century. And so Jews would use for surnames were much more casual. Like, for example, if a person came from a particular village to a different place, let's say a person came from, I don't know, Paris and moved to Bordeaux, they might call him Rouvain Paris, because he's the Rouvain who came from Paris. You might also have, based on a profession of a father or a grandfather or something else. Rouvain Schuster, Rouvain the shoemaker, for example. So and these things, of course, could change because there was no real reason to fix them into law. Napoleon. So Napoleon into that, he says, okay, that's it. All Jews have to have a fixed surname. All Jews have to have a fixed name, which of course they already had, and they've got to declare these within 3 months. And this also applied Article 2 to non-French Jews who came to live in the empire. We spoke a lot about what does that mean about immigration rules and how people show up, and you see how porous the borders are, but let's leave that aside because I want to concentrate on the name. Now, Article 3, I think, is so fascinating because Article 3 says names from the Old Testament, which you would think as being a pretty common choice from many Jews, and names of towns are expressly forbidden. The only permitted are those authorized by the law of the now. What is this article? What are we talking about? It happens that only a few years later, this particular article was mentioned in the Old Testament, especially for their first names. It's unclear exactly why the names of towns were forbidden. Perhaps this was a sense of the wanting to make things a little more formal. But to really understand Article 3, we have to go back and say, well, what is this law of 11 Jeremiah of year 11? Let us recall that after the revolution, there was a huge surge of changing everything. Not only our every way we measure things, the metric system, we're going to even change the way we measure time. So a new calendar, a Republican calendar, which was metric in the sense that it had 10 months and it had 10 days in the week, which wreaked havoc, of course, on any Sabbath service. And all of the names of the month. So this law of the 11th of Jeremiah of year 11 refers to actually in the Gregorian calendar, April 1st, 1803. In case you're wondering, yes, the French abandoned that Republican calendar because it was just crazy and impossible to use. So on April 1st, 1803, I know it sounds like April Fool's, but at any rate, this new law came out. This law of 11 Germinal outlawed all unusual names for French people. The law of 11 Germinal restricted the choices of names that French people could give their children to were recognized from the ancient Roman period, and also names that had been in the Christian calendar of saints and things like that. But they could not use, for example, very popular names that had been adopted in the revolutionary period, like names of particular heroes from that revolution who later have been discredited, or names of particular battles, or even the names of the months of the year. the Republican calendar. All of those names were considered way too strange, and Napoleon said, no more using those names. You got to focus only on the list, which apparently was never actually published. Then the idea was that by giving people names that people recognized, this would develop stability. This would develop kind of like a flow through from the pre-revolutionary past and things like that. But it left a gap, because what about the Jews? The Jews are not going to typically choose names of Christian saints for their children. How do we deal with them? So hence the idea of the law of 1808, which was to pose the same kind of stability on the Jewish population as the law of 11 Germinal did on the French population as a whole. I read a really interesting article on this issue by Pierre Birnbaum, who was professor emeritus, and he said, unfortunately, there's never been any good study done of how this law was. Apparently, many of its provisions were abandoned shortly thereafter, but there definitely was a transformation that was affected on the Jewish population. Women with names like Gil or Gidel became G, Rachel became Regine. All kinds of names were transformed as a result of this law, and it leads to the long-standing practice of Jews having really two separate names. It's fascinating to see Napoleon's attempt to regulate the Jewish community, which really could only happen when Jews believed in the overall project. And in general, this was the case for much of the 19th century. Jews adopted French names with enthusiasm, and with the Dreyfus affair, they'll really begin to see the of this trend as Jews become was emancipation really a success overall. I hope you found this as fun as I do, and in the future. Thanks for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. As you know, Kosher River Cruises is going to Bordeaux this fall. I'm really excited to see this place. It has such an interesting role in Jewish history. But of course, a good part of what we'll be doing there is learning about French wine, and specifically the wine of the region of Bordeaux. So I figured I got to learn a little bit about it myself. I'm not a wine connoisseur, but here's something about the history of Jews and wine, and then we'll look a little bit at Bordeaux specifically. First of all, we should be aware that wine is an important part of Jewish ritual. In fact, I had my first taste of wine when I was 8 days old as part of the traditional initiation rite into Judaism. I don't remember it very well, but I'm sure I enjoyed the wine very much, as I can judge from my own sons. There's not an extensive history of Jews as wine producers in the ancient world. It's not unheard of. We actually know a little bit more about Jews as beer distillers in Babylonia. We only begin to see Jews really engaged in the production of wine on a significant level in Christian Europe, already from the 9th century. And this, by the way, is another example of the widespread fallacy that Jews were not allowed to own land. The reality is that Jews were allowed to own land in parts of Europe. The only challenge is that, especially after the Crusades and the blood libel and the host desecration, which is like 11th, 12th, 13th century onward, owning land actually became a very poor investment, because if you were expelled from your region as a result of anti-Semitic activity, then you would lose your invest far less in land by the time you get to the High Middle Ages. Before that, you have lots of Jewish vintners, and it's also interesting because they apparently were such popular producers of it that they would sell their wine to non-Jews as well. In fact, there's significant evidence that Jews were making wine that was very, not only for Christians, but for the churches. That Agobard of Lyon complained in around 825. Pope Innocent III was complaining about it as still in the early 13th, saying that churches, and specifically Jewish made wine for communion, I guess it must have been especially tasty. Jews were also producing wine in Muslim countries where they were forbidden to Muslims, although apparently they had enough Muslim customers to keep businesses open, and they did not have to rely entirely on Jewish consumers. Let's just take a minute and understand what that makes wine kosher, or what would possibly make wine non-kosher. For most people have some sense of what kosher refers to. In general, there's basically two types of rules that could make something kosher or non-kosher. The type of food itself, like for example, pigs, not a kosher food, shellfish, not kosher types of food. And then there are kosher and non-kosher mixtures. Milk in themselves are kosher. If you mix them, not kosher, that kind of thing. So wine typically does not have any non-kosher ingredients. Nobody puts lard, shellfish in wine. So it's not non-kosher on the basis of its ingredients. And if it is basically, grapes and maybe some kind of yeast, which could make it not kosher for Pesach, and water, like how does it become non-kosher there that would render it a forbidden mixture as well? So the basic rule is ritual and purpose. It's back to laws which are explained in great detail in the Talmud, where if wine ever used for any kind of idolatrous purpose, like for example, wine dedicated to a Greek god or something like that, that would ipso facto render the wine, which would otherwise, on the basis of its ingredients or its mixtures, still be kosher. That dedication to a particular god would immediately render it non-kosher. So it's really not non-kosher in the same sense as the other types of food, really like forbidden, but for specific reasons. So the rabbis came up with a rule that said that in order for wine to be consumed by Jews, it had to be supervised all the way through its process by Jews, so that nobody could somehow dedicate it to a short and somewhat distorted view of it. But that's basically what it is. So in other words, wines are kosher in terms of what they contain, but not necessarily kosher in terms of ritual law. That's why Jews have involved in the process in order to make sure that the wine would be kosher in the end. There is a significant shift from producing wine to trading in wine around the 15th century, especially because of the reduction in arable lands under Jewish control for reasons that I just mentioned. In Central and Eastern Europe, there's a lot more Jews at this point involved in distilling, but primarily distilling beer, spirits. This is related to the unusual economic structure of Eastern Europe, where Jews were frequently given a right called propinatia. I really should call it a privilege, where noblemen would give Jews the monopoly in producing alcohol in exchange for a very heavy tax or tariff on the sale of alcohol. So as a result, you've got a significant number of Jews involved in the alcohol trade in Eastern Europe. In 1765, there was a survey of Jews in Poland that revealed that about 15% of the Jewish economy was derived from the alcohol trade specifically. But that's not so much in wine as it is in beer and in alcohol. Now, if we look at Bordeaux, there's definitely a lot of Jews from the region from the 18th century and onward, but there's not a tremendous number of specifically kosher wines being produced. In fact, the first mass-produced kosher wines released for general circulation was when the Barons Edmond and Benjamin de Rothschild established the Chateau Clark, and they, in 1988, released the first kosher wine to the world. But this area of Bordeaux, we should realize, is like one of the most fantastic wine-producing regions of the world. In fact, even though I'm not an expert, I recognize many of the strains of wine that come from there. Merlot, Cabernet Sauvignon, Sauvignon Blanc, these are all Bordeaux vintages. So I'm not sure if I'm even using that word right. But still, since 1988, the rest of the world has developed a significant taste for kosher wine that comes from Bordeaux. And so as a result, it has exploded. Okay, that's a very quick overview of Jews and wine up to at least the 1980s. I'm hoping to report back more once I try tasting some of these wines. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. One of the most fascinating aspects of the history of the Jews of Bordeaux is its influence on modern Jewish history. And today I'd like something that I didn't understand until I delving much more deeply into particular Gerard Nachman's amazing book, Jews and Judaism in Bordeaux, which has a fantastic section on this. Specifically, the role that Bordeaux Jews played in founding the Alliance Israélite Rothschild, which is one of the most important, lasting, and I believe the first international Jewish organizations to defend specifically Jewish rights around the world. So let's have a look at this story. It's actually an amazing thing. Alliance Israélite Universelle, which let's just call Alliance. The translation is just like it sounds in French. Alliance Israelites, that is universal. Universal is sort of like another term for Jew. In some languages, late 19th century, the term Jew is considered slightly derogatory. I don't know why. And so they preferred other words like Israelite, Hebrew. We see that in Russian, the term Zhid definitely derogatory, not necessarily so in Polish or Ukrainian. And so they prefer the term Yavrei, which in Hebrew. In the term Zreif is not really as shaded as it's in the East, but nevertheless, they prefer the term Israel, meaning member of the Israel. So anyways, this organization, we'll call it the Alliance in English, was founded in 1860 in Paris. The motto was Kol Israel Chaverim. All Israel are colleagues. All Israel are comrades. It also has an allusion to a very famous passage in the Talmud that says, Kol Yisrael Arevim, not Chaverim, but Arevim, which is part of a larger sentence as all Jews are responsible one for each other. And this really encapsulates the idea of this particular organization, which, as I mentioned, is the oldest international organization currently still in existence that is dedicated to Jewish causes worldwide. Its principal activities are Jewish education, vocational training, things like that, and it had some diplomatic efforts, especially up until the Second World War, when it was severely depleted by, of course, the Holocaust. And its roots are in Bordeaux. Here is the logo of the Alliance. And you can see it has, the globe that captures the internet, and on top of it, the two tablets of the law, and the word echad is, God is one. Fascinating kinds of things in their initial statement, but I want to get right to the story. The two major international events that sparked the idea, which was born in the mind particularly of one individual, Jules Carvalho, who's shown here. He was born in 1820, died in 1893. He was one of the founding members of the Alliance, and he was from Bordeaux. He was one of the first to really raise the idea that Jews need an international organization to defend them. One of the two major events that really brought this to the fore was the Damascus affair and the Mortar affair, 1840 and 1858 respectively. The Damascus affair was this story where in Damascus, a Capuchin monk and his Muslim servant disappeared February 18th. And this crazy idea circulated that somehow the Jews of Damascus were responsible for the disappearance as a recrudescent, bizarre medieval myth of the blood libel. This is something that had first appeared in England in the 12th century and then rapidly spread throughout Europe. This insane notion that Jews somehow need to consume the blood of Christian children for various ritual purposes. Absolutely, ridiculous libel, lie that had been perpetrated through much of medieval history and has no basis whatsoever to it. But nevertheless, it's stuck in the popular minds. Very to let go of this thing. The Nazis made a big deal on it. 7 Jews arrested, and they were accused of this blood libel, and they were exposed to horrific torture. 2 of them actually died while in custody. 1 converted to Islam in an attempt to avoid the torture, and the remaining 4 issued a false conviction, much like under the tortures of the Spanish Inquisition. The tortures extended beyond these 7 individual Jews as well. 63 Jewish children were arrested in an attempt to coerce mothers to divulge information as to the whereabouts of monk Thomas and Tamar, and no information was ever found. Absolutely horrific and awful medieval revival in the 19th century. This is the era already of the telegraph and things like that. And the Jewish world was absolutely shocked that this could still be happening in the 1840s. Now, it happened that one of the arrested Jews was an Austrian citizen, and so this a lot of the European power involved and say to the Ottoman Empire, "What are you doing there?" Moses Montefiore, important wealthy British citizen, traveled to the Middle East, and he demanded, together with other prominent Jews, including Kremlin, a very important French Jew, that the case transferred out of the backward judicial center of Damascus to the more advanced Alexandria, where the case could be done properly, and of course they would end up being released. In fact, when Moses Montefiore, Damascus ultimately admitted that this was just a sham, and they released the prisoners, and so they were able to shamble out of after this horrific event. The Damascus affair subsided, but it was a tremendous example of a horrific wrong that was executed on a helpless Jewish community, and only through the exertion of international effort, particularly from wealthier, more powerful nations that had Jewish populations in them, like France and England, was a resolution able to be sought. And so this was kind of a major inspiration, idea that maybe Jews should establish some kind of organization that could dedicate themselves to it more effectively and consistently. However, the revolutionary era of 1848 slowed the progress towards this goal, but 10 years later, another major event, an absolutely horrific event, very similar in some, led to the moment of the alliance. Specifically, I'm referring to the terrible story of the kidnapping of Edgar Mortara. Basically, what happened was in Bologna, Italy, which was Papal States at this time, there was a young child named Edgardo Mortara, a Jewish child. The Mortara family employed a Christian maidservant named Anna Morisi, and when the child Edgardo was about 2 years old, he was very, very ill, perhaps with some kind of stroke, and Morisi worried for the eternal life of this unbaptized child. She secretly went to be baptized without letting her employers, the parents, know that the child was now, officially part of the church, albeit unwittingly. Now, later on, when he was about 6 years old, Morisi happened to mention that she had had the child baptized secretly, and the Vatican got very involved, and they actually came and they kidnapped the child from his family. This is in 1850. This is really quite late, and the church is going and following a medieval doctrine that once a child has been baptized, he becomes even if this happened, the will of the child and the will of the parents and so on, the church insisted on taking him within their control. Here's a horrific painting of that event by Moritz Oppenheimer that really captures the horror of the family must have experienced at that point.
Yes,
The Pope
yes,
Pius
yes.
IX was unmoved by any kind of protest by the family, and they took young Edgardo from Bologna alone. And despite the protests of Jews worldwide, including in New York at this time, and including the prodigious efforts of Moses Montefiore, the hero of the Damascus affair, Pope Pius IX refused to release the child back into his family. It's an incomprehensible tragedy. The young Edgar growing up and becoming a priest, he specifically dedicated his life afterwards to proselytizing among the Jews, and only as an adult was he finally reunited his family, as you can see on the right, with his mother, his brother. You can imagine what kind of reunion that would have been. Mortado lived the rest of his life as a priest and ultimately died in Belgium just shortly before the Nazis invaded. The Nazis would have certainly considered him a Jew, regardless of his baptism and his Christian heritage. Nevertheless, this example, the incredible power wielded by the church and the thousands of the Jews led specifically to the Foundation Alliance.
Never
A gathering was held in 60 Paris, of course, being the capital of France, was the logical place for the alliance to be founded, and it was the principal center of activity. Of the 6 members, 2 of them were from Bordeaux, most prominently Louis Carlos. He was the elder statesman, expressed the idea that this should be created, and also Elie Aristide Astruc, who was a rabbinic figure. He studied in the seminary in Metz, was very prominent. In particular, he's drafting a lot of the statements of the alliance at this early period. The 6 charter members, Vallo and Astruc, developed 3 main goals for the alliance. Goals that basically they have stuck for the duration of their existence right up into the 21st century. First, to assure emancipation and moral rest of the Jews, and that phrase here a little bit of Euro sense. 2, to offer effective assistance to suffering from anti-Semitism. And 3, to encourage all publications calculated to promote the same. Very strong publication-oriented activity that we're seeking the formation of a central library like this. The alliance was especially active a century and a half in North Africa, areas was much more involved. They set up some major network schools throughout North Africa, into the Middle East, into Persia as well, and promoting the education of women. They're also quite active in helping migrant Jews flee from persecution in the Russian Empire and so on. And their heyday was really the last half of the 19th century, moving into the early 20th century. All of course, would feel a horrific blow that would be very difficult to come back from, but the alliance nevertheless continues to be active. We have a look at their website. You'll see, although it does offer an English option, it doesn't seem like there's very much translated into English on the website, but they have a relatively active YouTube channel, specific interviewing people who visit the library and things like that. They came in this unusual space where they are promoting an understanding of Judaism that is faithful to tradition, but is tolerant and open to the modern world, and they continue to do a lot of really tremendous things all around the world. And at its core are 2 Jews from Bordeaux, Vallo in particular, the elder statesman who came up with the idea of the point is so I hope you'll be able to join on this trip to Bordeaux, and if not, I will be sharing with you some of the routes that I conduct as I prepare, and hopefully some videos from this amazing part of the world and Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching.
How tall is the child yet? She's a 14, she's 3. She's just how tall? So I kind of want to be close to fucking door.
This morning, beautiful, much more rural area than the city of Bordeaux, and we're going to be visiting a vineyard in the region of Saint-Emilion. This is the beautiful river as it enters into the Gironde estuary, and you can see the city of, or it's really a town of Libourne. It's a rush hour now, morning rush hour, so you can see quite a few trucks and cars and things on the road. And we're going to head up to the synagogue, which is up by the church. It's not at all uncommon to have synagogues near the churches, sometimes cathedrals in large cities, because of the settlement of Jews typically is in the oldest parts of the city, since they tend to be the oldest residents. I think this particular town is especially fascinating to illustrate a widespread phenomenon that we don't stop. We tend to focus our energies on larger centers where you have a lot of Jews concentrating, and you tend to have like great minds involved in creating something amazing. But the truth is, after the Spanish expulsion of 1492, there's a huge influx of Spanish Jewish refugees part of Bordeaux, where they spread out into a lot of the smaller villages and smaller settlements, and it's fascinating that they retain their identity for so long here. We're going to go visit the synagogue of Libourne, which is still functioning. It's absolutely amazing, and I'm really looking forward to seeing it later today. Here we are, coming up to the synagogue of Libourne. A really great example. Okay, so you have this hallway here, which is really cool. And look at this, they got sukkah here in the courtyard. So nice. A beautiful sukkah here in the courtyard. And then check this out. This is great. It says, "Let us go to the house of God with feelings." 1837, very important date. Very typical kind of architecture with the inner courtyard, like protects me from the street. There's just a fairly, quiet gate up front. Then we come into the synagogue itself. Walking in for the first time. This is the whole synagogue. Very, very excellent example of a tiny provincial synagogue for a community that we know in 1840 numbered less than 100 individuals. They got the women section up there. Wow, just fascinating. Look at this. What an amazing thing. Excusez, Miguel, est-ce que je peux ouvrir le Aron Kodesh? Come in. And now we're going to look inside and see the Aron Kodesh. Ah, beautiful. Both Sephardic and Ashkenazic style. I really enjoy visiting that beautiful little synagogue in Libourne. Such a great illustration of what it must have been like to community like that in the 18th century. It's important to note that the synagogue actually existed much earlier, but in a private home, and finally they were able to build that modest little structure that lasted for centuries now. A wonderful, wonderful visit. We're now south. It's the next day. We had a fantastic concert last night, a classical concert that was just amazing at a local chateau. And now we are headed to Bordeaux. We'll contrast tremendously with that tiny little sort of like French steeple. Now we're going to see the grand synagogue, a phenomenal expression of the cultural might and power of the Jews of Bordeaux. I hope you found this video useful. Thank you for watching.
at 6 a.m. I'm staying up all night getting this fucking that's the dark side. Fucking ideas fill your fucking pulse. What's up, Lisa? I had another animal. I know.
Here we are at the gorgeous, massive edifice of the Bordeaux synagogue. That's really interesting looking sort of menorah right in the middle there. This building was originally constructed not on this particular design in the, I think it was 1812, and then it was burned in a fire in 1873, reconstructed in 1882. And then, unfortunately, during World War II, it was used to intern the Jews by the Nazis before they were deported to the death camps. And then after the war, it was renovated and rededicated. And with a great influx in the 1960s of Jews from North Africa, it was repopulated as well. I'm so grateful to be here with Kosher Cruises and Rabbi Moshe Tayeb from this amazing Bordeaux synagogue. And he speaks English, so he's going to share a few words with you about the history and so on, and whatever it is he would like to say about the nature of Bordeaux Jewry.
I'm very pleased to serve all the group and the people of the synagogue today in Bordeaux. And in a few minutes, the group will come and will try to explain the real the particularities of the Jewish community of Bordeaux.
All right. If you would like to say one thing to 100,000 followers of Jews around the world watching these videos, what would you like to say to them?
I see them that we are very pleased to research all people of Jewish to see our synagogue and to come to Bordeaux to see and to learn about the history of the community and the history of the Judaism and of the Jewish people in the city.
Thank you very much. Okay, très bien. Entrance here, and here are beautiful mosaics and so on. And as we come into the main entrance, just gorgeous. Wow. And look at, there's that motif of that gorgeous menorah again. Wow. Beautiful synagogue. Here I am at the top of the beam in the amazing Bordeaux synagogue. The smell inside is just gorgeous. Old wood polished for decades and decades, coming from the here the seats. And there's a massive menorah right in the center. It's evoking the menorah that's on the exterior wall. And here is the Ner Tamid. This is a really thing on Kodesh. Huge theatrical light curtains that go up. It looks like about 4 stories worth. And there's a skylight bringing natural light in over the Aron. And you can see that the Aron itself has decorative elements of the 12 tribes, and then the stones on the breastplate of Kohen Gadol. And then they have a whole statement text of the 10 Commandments. They're all spelled out as per the biblical text. Just gorgeous. They have a large women's section on the top. And it looks like they have, it goes all the way around the back as well. Beautiful acoustics, gorgeous. And look at this. There is a massive organ here. Now, I have to get into the history a little bit to find out what they did with the organ on Shabbos. That was a huge bone of contention in 19th century Europe. To use the organ, not to use the organ? Because it is possible play an organ without electricity using hydraulics and come there. But the question is it appropriate on Shabbos? It was a mark of reform to use them. Orthodoxy, the Kisei Eliyahu, the chair of Elijah, is used for circumcision. The sandek, the godfather, as it was, the baby on his lap would sit there. And the Bordeaux synagogue is just a tremendous statement of the status that the Jews had achieved after so many hundreds of years of living first secretly as Portuguese merchants in the region, and only in the 18th century beginning to assert their Jewish identity, which had long been artificially submerged. And then ultimately, by the time you get to the 19th century, when they built this great edifice, they'd come of age. They had pioneered the emancipation of not only in France, but also of all of Europe, and by extension, North America, where a lot of the articulations of how Jews were to exist in modern society were finally expressed in contemporary society, where people's membership in the state is based on citizenship rather than on membership in a community, which has its upsides and its downsides. We've discussed that in other lectures, but it's really amazing to be here in Bordeaux with Kosher Rivers and actually see artifacts like this great architectural artifice in real life. Okay, I'm going to go up into the women's section right now. Nice curving stairs here. And check it out. Grand kind of approach to the top. And it looks like you can enter into the center section. Let's see if it's open. Yes. Here we go. You've got these bank seats, kind of like like a bleacher style. Not terribly big. It's like, this is 19th century. People, seem like we use. We just sitter here, and actually, it looks like this sitter is with the photograph from Bordeaux itself. The sign here says, "Please don't forget to put your books back on the shelf." And the synagogue is active. They have a minyan. We just saw them coming out this morning. As I don't think they probably don't pray in this large. Probably use a smaller room somewhere else during the week. But on Shabbat and holidays, they have quite a crowd here. That's beautiful. Here's law that Moses gave to the children of Israel. Most of the original Sefer Torahs were actually thrown in the river by the Nazis. But several were saved by the community and hidden away, and later returned. And there are also, of course, new ones that have been added since then. So immediately, see there is a plaque that memorializes 1,600 Jews who were interned in this synagogue during World War II. This is the only synagogue in France that was used actually as a jail by the Nazis. So that's ironically the reason it was not destroyed like so many other edifices were. But the Jews of Bordeaux were all held here until they were later deported to Drancy, and then from there to Auschwitz to meet their deaths. And someone pointed out that it is a sad irony that on the wall over there we have a memorial to Jews who were interned in this synagogue during World War II, and on the front doors here we have photographs of some of the hostages who are still being held in Gaza as I record this video. It's a tragic reminder of the adage, plus ça, plus c'est la même chose. The more it changes, the more it stays the same.
We used to this game where you fill like 2 dudes would fill him up, you know? And then it's a thing, bro. It's a whole bunch of sugar in your mouth. And it's hard because all your moisture stinks, so your body starts to dry out. So then you start,
Very
you feel like the desert.
to offer you today. I'm working with Turo University Berlin faculty on a new project. We're going to spend 20 brief videos discussing this remarkable book on tyranny by Professor Timothy Snyder. Professor Snyder is a professor with a tremendous amount of expertise in 20th century politics and history in particular, and this happens to be a really fascinating book that looks at both the historical devolution of politics in the modern era and applies it as well to our current situation in some fascinating ways. Perhaps controversial, but I'm really looking forward to having these discussions with the faculty of Truro University Berlin. In particular, we want to highlight the really creative and important work that's done by the Holocaust Studies and Tolerance Studies faculty at Truro University Berlin. And today I want to invite Dr. Stefan Leinstadt, who is going to speak to us about the first chapter. Welcome, Professor Leinstadt.
Welcome. Hello.
Okay. Want to give us a very brief précis of what Professor Snyder says in this first chapter?
So this book is basically a manual how to prevent or how to deal with tyranny. And the first chapter is called anticipatory obedience, and it basically means don't be nice to dictators and don't have them become dictators if you're not forced to do so. And this obviously makes a lot of sense, and on a general level it means you should pay attention to the things that are happening around you. But on the other hand, he comes up with some historical examples from the history, especially of Nazi Germany and the Holocaust, but also with on a smaller scale, also with examples of the Soviet Union. But his historical analogies are sometimes a little bit, they are often not convincing, I have to say, or at least this very first chapter.
Well, if I remember correctly, because I just reread the chapter this morning, he gives 3 examples, right? He gives the example of Austria immediately after the Anschluss has an anti-Jewish wave of persecution, which is then, of course, repeated by the Nazis' Kristallnacht.
Like Lenin rising to power in 1970.
Germany invading with Operation Barbarossa, invading the Soviet Union, and then you have that kind of spontaneous wave, like, for example, the Lviv, the attack Jews, before the Nazis even, impose these things. And I think that's his idea of anticipatory obedience, that it's as if people try to figure out what the new boss wants. They step forward to provide it even before the boss asks for it. So what do you make of those examples, and why do you feel that they're not appropriate?
I think it's worth talking about all of those examples. I Snyder's first idea or first point, the Soviets coming to power in 1917, and he kind of also compares, well, he's not comparing it, but he also mentions the Nazis coming to power in 1933. And I think, how those two came to power is so different. I mean, in Russia, there was a real revolution. There was not really democratic government before the revolution, some sort of democratic authoritarian regime. And the thing is, why would that be anticipatory obedience? I mean, who actually obeyed? There was a lot of, there was a civil war. Like they were fighting for justice, especially the White Russians fighting for Tsarism, and which were often extreme anti-Semites. This is a different question, but they were certainly not obeying to Lenin's wishes. On the other hand, when you think about Germany in 1933, Hitler came to power by a democratic election. And you might not like his program, sure, it's for good reason not to like his program, but it's kind of, arguing from hindsight, I would say that as a democratic election, you can be against it, you mustn't, you're not required to like the result, and many politicians and many Germans actually didn't like it, to disobey, but in a way, it's a democratic government. So, what would be the alternative? Like going for a coup d'etat, or like how might I not forget that there was an immense pressure on the streets, like the words of the brown shirts, the Nazi brown shirts, the SA in particular was going out and just beating up everyone who was the real supposed opponent, and they beating up Jews and so on. People tried actually to go to court, to go to police, and the police said, well, listen, we can't help you, we don't help you, and if they did, they were stopped by the government. So again, well, there was disobedience, but on the other hand, would anticipatory? I don't know. Yeah, you would be well advised not to elect Hitler for sure, but this is kind of another question, I would say.
Maybe the problem is in the terminology, because I really like what Professor Snyder has to offer here. Maybe it's not that we're looking at anticipatory obedience, because, I'm not a sociologist, but I would guess that most people just want to keep their heads, stay out of trouble, and take care of their families and so on. But there is a certain group of people who will engage in anticipatory innovation, meaning they will say, oh, so we've got a new boss in charge. What does that new boss want from me? How can I not need and therefore advance my own cause? And I think that's the especially dangerous aspect of that. We see that, for example, in Vichy France, that even before the Nazis implemented a deportation order for Jews, they were rushing to collect the Jews in order to ship them off. And I think in terms of the Soviet Union, you see that with things like Stakhanovism, the whole idea of trying to prove to the great leaders that we are going above and beyond what you would ask for. So that, I think, is a human phenomenon and quite frightening.
Yeah, I certainly agree to this. This is a good argument, and actually have extensive research on this when it comes to National Socialism, and Ian Kershaw, one of the most prominent scholars of Nazi Germany, he coined the term work towards the Führer. And this is basically this, and his example is basically civil are trying to guess what might be expected of them, and to deliver results, though they are not yet required to provide those results. And it's not always actually is that because they're actually pushing for a career like opportunism, but just because they suppose, well, that's kind of their self-understanding, like being a good servant to the state. Hey, we have a new government, so try to work for that government. And if you like, this is what also happened in 1945. The same personnel, and they just continued their term. They became loyal servants to a democratic state by heart, but by understanding. And they actually, I mean, this is how West Germany in the end became a successful and a stable democracy. It's with those, with all the old personnel, despite them not being like persecuted for their crimes and so on, but these people actually continuing their loyal service to state, even regardless of whether it's a democratic state or whether it's a dictatorial and totalitarian state. So this is a fascinating thing.
Yeah, I agree. A little bit to the February period. I mean, one of the things I like this book as well is that it inspires me to think about today. And I have young undergraduates who are sort of exploring their emerging adulthood. Many of them have just got the franchise, able to vote for the first time, and able to engage in civil society. And I think that Professor Snyder offers us some sort of cautionary message here. What would you say that cautionary message is for average citizens, Western democracies today?
I think it's very obvious that you always reflect what you're actually requested, or maybe not even requested, but what you're going to do. So think about whether it's the like that. What we're doing is actually, well, it's to say good for the people is maybe a bit pathetic, but it's not. It doesn't do any harm, and this is something what really needs pretty. And I think this is something what our students really are interested. I mean, many of our graduates they then move on to work at memorials, and they become educators, not teachers, but educators, like for grown-ups, and they are interested in this kind of stuff, and that's kind of their motivation. How can we get people to critically reflect what they are actually doing and thinking and how they are behaving?
I'm really glad you mentioned that, because I wanted to get to promote the amazing work that you do at Torah University Berlin. Do you want to just take a second in our conclusion to say something about why your program is so unique, so valuable?
Yeah, I mean, what we actually do, what our students then often do, is that they actually curate exhibitions. So it's not just about theoretically reflecting also things we were just discussing here, but also trying to get an actual outreach, like the practical events of history, and see that the lessons that history teaches it and teaches a lot of lessons, as well as these lessons actually learn, so that we can transfer them in a way that it's understandable, and it's not a book on academic writing or so, but well, an exhibition can also be an online exhibition that is accessible, it's understandable, it reaches the audience. We do this together in memorials, so actually this means that the exhibitions, they are not just pointless, but they are really ideal. They actually, I mean, some of them traveling. I had an exhibition that my students did, and it was actually shown by us in New York. So a huge success.
That's fascinating. I hope that we'll have opportunity over the course of these 20 short videos to speak maybe with some of your students. And of course, I'm looking forward to speaking to some of the other faculty at Torah University Berlin. But with that, I just want a quick thanks to Dr. Leinstadt for participating in this conversation, and I hope all of you will join us for the the next few discussions that we have on Timothy Steiner's remarkable book. Thank you very much for watching.
Thanks for having me.
Listen, man. It's not the point I'm talking about, but that's how it applies to me as an American. I want you to plan it out this slow. You know what? I like that. Yeah, I like that. That's the
I find most
people raise their hand.
about our shared interest is the fact that
The other half of Americans that feel we gotta stop this. Yeah, man. You gotta shut it down. I was just, if they had walls, you went right out and put them up there. Well, it's, look at the fucking people who shot the whole thing. Just blame
Jewish history is so awesome. Period. Jewish history, the great Jewish historian Josephus, who was with a remarkable account of the First Roman-Jewish War, he actually titled a multi-volume work Jewish Antiquities because that was a selling point. That's what the ancient world knew, that Judaism was so old as a culture and as a civilization. And so in this short video, I'd like to just give you a sense of how awesome the long Jewish history is. Now, this is part of a new series I'm starting. I've called Jewish History for and Other Teachers of it. Now, let me just step back for a second and tell you why I've created this series. My wife recently moved to a new community. We are on the older end of the spectrum. It's a very young community with lots of parents with young children. I want to speak to the community that's why I'm sort of structuring this. I'm thinking in one sense I feel like I'm old enough that I'm like the oldest sitting around the campfire bringing the stories of the elders to the younger people, but also because it's just so crucial for the survival of Jewish people to understand how long and how important and how varied and how complicated this story really is. It is a story that we share every Passover, as the late great Rabbi Jonathan Sachs has shared sometimes. It is that story which has really kept the Jewish people alive, understanding the arc of this brilliant narrative where contemporary Jews and their children find themselves in it. And I think it's important to speak to parents and other teachers of children because, it's a little bit like when you take a flight and they explain to you, before takeoff that in the event of a sudden depressurization of the cabin, oxygen mass will drop down. If you are traveling with small children, the natural instinct is, well, let me put this on the kid first, but in reality, you're supposed to put it on yourself first, because only if you're getting oxygen are you going to be able to take care of your child as well. This is also echoed, by the way, in the thought of Maimonides, who, if you have a look at this citation here from his remarkable Mishnah Torah, in the Laws of Torah study, he says, if a parent and a child need to learn, and there's only enough money for one of them, you might say, listen, the kids are learning. Really, I want to do everything for you. In reality, the halacha, the law is, there's yourself. You're supposed to go out and learn for yourself. And only when you stop learning, then are you able to share with your children. That's the idea of this series. Way exceptions to this rule, you can reason see for yourself, but that's simply the idea of what we're trying to achieve. I want to speak to a generation of parent teachers in the hope that you will receive the information you need to do your jobs well. Now, stepping back, you'll realize this is just another way of packaging Jewish history. I mean, I like teaching Jewish history. I'm so happy that many of you enjoy listening to me talk about Jewish history. So, okay, let's talk about it in this way. It's the same material. You don't have to be a parent or a teacher of young children to participate, but I hope you'll find it useful. Okay, let's go back to how awesomely long is Jewish history? So, okay, we have to start from the beginning and figure out when does Jewish history really begin. So, the earliest date of Jewish history, and there is a certain amount of variation here. The Bible rarely dates. There are tradition that was codified around the first century by Rabbi Yosef Halafta on how to count the years. But basically, around Around the year 1750, before the Common Era, you have the important trip of Abraham the patriarch with his wife Sarah from their home in Ur, which was within the Sumerian Empire. Yeah, look at this map here. You can see that basically he's down in sort of southern Iraq, and he makes this kind of roundabout route to get to the land of Israel, and then he goes into Egypt for a while and is back in the land of Israel. That's considered origins of the Jewish people. Now, it's shrouded in mystery largely because the only source we have for these events, and for the first 500 years of Jewish history, really, is the Bible itself. And from a historical point of view, although the Bible has phenomenal historical data, it is problematic in the sense that normally historians like to find stuff from outside the community to validate the data they're looking at. But not surprising, almost every old civilization has its origins beyond the point where they start to actually record the data. The Bible, however you want to look at it, was not given to Jewish people until hundreds of years after the events described in Genesis. So those first 400 years are largely kind of like in that hazy realm of we know about it from outside sources. The first time we have a reference to the Jewish people in any form is the Merneptah stele here, which dates from about the year 1209. So 1209, maybe later, but not too much, because we know exactly when the Pharaoh Merneptah lived, and this is an account of his many conquests, and there is one little nasty comment about Israel in this stele, and so that's the first evidence we have that begins to corroborate the narrative that's presented. Obviously, there's a lot more to say about how to understand the Bible as a historical source, and hopefully we'll speak about it more in future classes. But looking at it the way we understand their history, they would date their origins back to about the year 1750 BCE, give or take a century or so. Let me also mention one small point. Those of you who are watching who are more familiar with the years BC and AD, it is not a scholarly convention today to use those terms because they are distinctly religious, specifically Christian. The word BC obviously stands for before Christ, and although that may be the actual year we're with, it has an internal inaccuracy built in because there's some debate about the actual year of his birth. And secondly, the term AD is offensive to non-Christians because it stands for Anno Domini, the year of our Lord. And so, therefore, a non-Christian who does not consider the founder of Christianity to be his or her Lord would prefer not to use that term AD. So the scholarly convention, which is secular in nature, is to use the letters BCE for the Common Era, for dates before the year 1. I like to just year 0, but there was no year 0. And the term CE, Common Era, is used after that time. Okay, so sorry if you're offended by that. Sorry, you can leave a nasty comment in the comment box. Most people do. So go ahead. At any rate, so here we have this early start about the year 1750 BCE, which means that Jewish culture is roughly 3,750 years old. If you want to start earliest extra biblical evidence, that's about 3,200 50 years long, which is a really, really long time. And I have to say, as a history, it's really good for me because we get paid by the right? So Jewish history opportunity. I want to leave as a small public service announcement for those of you who are considering Jewish history as a career. Great. Very few cities have this long period compared to other nations. Well, we should note if we're talking about civilizations, meaning civilizations that survive antiquity and the medieval period and the modern period come to their own period, Buddhism is not the oldest civilization. It's pretty close. Have a look at this right here, which basically measures how long these various civilizations lasted. Now, this is basically a back of the envelope calculation. Again, working with self-reported numbers like we talked about with Jewish civilization, but also with Chinese civilization, which has the same kind of conundrum. Here's that the Jewish civilization is pretty much the second oldest continuous civilization in existence. The Chinese is old. A lot of people make jokes how this meant that the Jews had to eat when they began rising, right? As Chinese food. There is, of course, various civilizations like the Mesopotamian, Assyria, Babylonian, and so on, the Egyptian civilization, the Peruvian, Mesoamerican, all these are very old civilizations, but only the Chinese one is currently extant. So the Jews and the Chinese have a lot in common. They have been sort of neighbors in time for over 3,000 years. But the Chinese have to say, a huge advantage here. Look at this chart here, which compares the number of Chinese people alive today to the number of Jewish people alive today. It's pretty easy. Oh yeah, we've got a civilization that stretches back almost 4,000 years. When, yeah, you got like billions of people to count. The Jews are we're talking about somewhere around 15 or 16 million people here, a tiny fraction of the Chinese. If you look at this chart, you see that Chinese people are actually just about 20% of the world's population, 1/5 of the world's population. Jews don't even make a single percent, 0.5%. So that, it is a remarkable thing that the Jewish civilization lived long with such a tiny population. And that number, by the way, never exceeds 2% of the known population of the world. Jewish people seem to hang on to all kinds of very, very difficult circumstances and to perpetuate their culture generation after generation. It is really mind-boggling. Another factor besides the sheer number of people is the fact that, unlike the Jewish people, who exiled several times in antiquity, and especially after the destruction of the temple in the year 70 by the Romans, Jews were exiled around the world, living in even smaller concentrations. Whereas if you look at this comparison map, you can see the size of the historical land of Israel is just so tiny within the geographic scope of the country of contemporary time. And as it indicates, Israel is 437 times. It boggles the mind Jews are still here, that they survive so much with a tiny little territory from which they have separated for the 2,000 years until 1920 was reconstituted in state. And they're still protecting the same sort of really is. I mean, how can I say it? I don't know how to understand it myself, even though I have so much of my own time studying it. Okay, so that drives the ancient civilizations that were around when the Jewish people emerged on the historical scene. If we were to look at empire since then, we would see that there were so many of them. The Jewish people had to witness the rise and fall of so many empires, including the Babylonian, Persians, although Zoroastrianism, the Greek still around, but they're a period of the Periclean age with Socrates and Plato and Aristotle. The language is modified significantly, and of course they're largely Christian now. They're not pagans of that era. And the Roman Empire, of course, very significant in terms of Jewish history as well. And this is the same thing that's true of empires outside of the land of Israel as well, like the civilization in North and West India, or the Peruvian civilization, the Nazca peoples, the Mesoamerican peoples, like the Aztecs and so on. They're all gone. All these empires rose and fell. Itself, which destroyed the temple and much of Jewish sovereignty in just a few hundred years later, and then the Jews see the rise and fall of the Muslim empires, assassinated the Umayyad Sultanate. I should also by the way, the Mughal Empire, so Muslim. A whole slew of European kingdoms fall during the modern period, including France, Germany. Russia even falls twice. Not counting the modern, the Jews have gone through all of this. It really is astounding. And if I were to deliver a single message about Jewish history to my children and my students, I would realize how Judaism has the ability to last through such vagaries of the human condition, historical circumstances, cultures, different languages, and the Jews are still here celebrating pretty much the same kinds of things that they've been doing for centuries, engaging in conversations with rabbis who left their thoughts 1,000, 2,000 years ago. This is all still part of the contemporary conversation. So if we look at it in a timeline, so just get a simple graphic view of the bar here represents Jewish history. This is very schematic, and basically I took an Excel spreadsheet and each box is in 500 years more. So this is Jewish history. If we overlap that with Roman history, you can see that it's a big chunk of Jewish history, but Jewish history predated it and certainly postdated it. You compare it to other major faiths, other religions of Judaism, Christianity, roughly half Jewish history, but you have a Jewish history that extends way before Christianity started, even more so. Contemporary theology, the United States has been around for over, place that against the breadth of Jewish history, it's almost like a hiccup on the landscape of the history of this. Okay, so that's just a very quick look and answer the question, just how awesomely long is Jewish history. I hope you enjoyed this short video, and I look forward to speaking next week. Thank you very much for watching. She wasn't a little girl. She had hair like that. Wow. First time in my ear. I used to sleep over with the almost fucking died. I sniffed it. Down there, a young fella. No, I didn't eat it. I just sniffed it. Right away. Yeah. First smell is pretty strong. It's real. I don't know. We gotta talk about smells. Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History for Parents and Other Teachers of Children. You know, one of the things that I find most incredible is valuable about Jewish history is not only that it gives me personally my place in space, in my community, with my family, and so on, also my place in time. With just a minimum of historical awareness, I have a sense of like where my family comes from. One particularly a long time. We've always spoken in previous lecture about how awesomely old Jewish history is. And so precocious children may ask the question, how did we get here? And that's my goal in this short video, to give you a very quick look at the overarching patterns of Jewish migration throughout the centuries and help you answer that question when your child or your student asks you, how did Jews end up there, or how did I end up here? So let's start with the ancient period, and we're going to go blindingly fast through all this. But I hope in substitutes to spend a lot more time in many of these periods. The very beginnings, as we discussed last week, begin in what would be southern Iraq. As is described in the book of Genesis, Abraham takes his family and makes this roundabout up the Euphrates River and then makes a sharp left onto the land of Israel with a very short stay in Egypt. That, of course, will be extended under later generations. And that's the whole Passover story. That's not for our day. But the end result is that the Jews settled the land of Israel. Here's a map that shows you how the Bible describes the distribution of land according to the tribes. And ultimately, they come together as a monarchy. And this exists under the kings Saul and then later Solomon, where it's expanded considerably. Not only this doesn't last, after Solomon, there is a split between the northern tribes, known as the Kingdom of Israel, and the southern tribes, known as the Kingdom of Judah. And ultimately, that northern kingdom is going to be taken away by the Assyrian Empire. See, in this map here, there are several population transfers from the northern part of Israel in particular and sent off. These are the so-called tribes. A lot more to say about that later. In the 8th century, in a contemporary map like the boundary of Lebanon and Syria, and then a little bit to the north between Syria and Turkey, and then to the east to them in eastern Iraq and West Iran. That's where these men ended up. They ended up, however, later combining with another, this time under the Neo-Babylonian king Nebuchadnezzar, who destroyed the temple in Jerusalem in the year 586 before the Common Era. This beautiful image by Rembrandt, who himself was not Jewish, but did have many Jewish subjects for his art. Here is Jeremiah lamenting the destruction of Jerusalem, very evocative. And another evocative painting while we're at it, this is from Edward Benham, one of my favorites, showing the Jewish family on the banks of the Euphrates River, retracing that route that Abraham took, and in the distance you can see the Babylonians about to cross over, very depressed at having lost their home. But nevertheless, even in Babylonia, which again would be based southern Iraq, the Jewish community flourishes. They eventually, hundreds of years later, create this massive document, the Talmud, which is an incredibly multi-generational document involving thousands of voices, absolutely fascinating, but beyond our time here. And also some cool things like these Aramaic curse folds. Again, it's just a little teaser for what we'll talk about in later lectures. By the time you get to the beginning of the Common Era, the land of Israel is now controlled by the Romans. In the context of a disaster that begins in the year 66, Romans ultimately come into Jerusalem and destroy the temple at this point here in this very evocative painting by Robert. There is another exile of Jews throughout ancient world that shows you basically where they lived after that major exile of the end of the century, which was not total. There are always going to be Jews living in the land of Israel, but the major migrations really begin after that destruction of the temple. So you see here we've got where this dot is still a population living in the land of Israel. Even more would be exiled after the next Roman Jewish war, the Bar Kokhba revolt of 132. And there's a really large population over in Mesopotamia. That's that Babylonian population that goes all the way back to the first exile and replenished with a second exile, and now is really a much more hospitable place for Jews than the Roman Empire at the time. But there are also Jews who have made their way all over the region. There are Jews living in the Italian peninsula. Josephus, the great historian we talked about in the last lecture, references 97,000 Jews taken off into slavery to Italy, and then possibly number given the overarching numbers of involved in the war. But besides that forced migration to Italy, we've got Jews who actually settle all throughout the Mediterranean basin. We have Jews as far away as Spain in the first century. You have Jews in Asia Minor, in particular, very large, well-established by the second century. You have Jews in Egypt, again, ancient there. And then there are smaller settlements across the coast of North Africa, in Greece, in Tunisia, in Morocco, and in the northern part of the Mediterranean, have a very important of Jews living in Provence, that would be the south of France. In the Crimea region, the settlers there have some fascinating archaeological finds from the region of contemporary Austria and Hungary, and even in the Rhineland in Germany. There are Jews who are all over the place. Some because of these forced migration, of them because of economic choices, for new opportunities, and so on. Jewish geography really began to develop around this time, and you can see that they're giving names to places like, for example, the Rhineland region is known as Ashkenaz. France, of course, is Safat, that's the modern term for France as well. The southern provincia we spoke about earlier, that's Provence region, that's Spain. And these are regions referred to by Jews when they want to talk about these, even when they borrow biblical terms like Ashkenaz or Sfarad to describe these settlements. However, the region is subject to a variety of expulsions of Jews, beginning really in the 12th century and increasing over the years. Now, the reasons for these beyond are now primarily economic. A certain amount of anti-Semitism as well is very significant, but it basically begins to drive Jews eastward. We'll pick that up in 1 second. But the most important of these expulsions is the massive expulsion from Spain and Portugal, which sends Jews throughout the Mediterranean basin backwards, really along the trajectory that they had first traveled to these regions, but also taking them out to the New World, taking them to South America, taking them to North America, and in fact, the foundations of the United States Jewish community is related to the Portuguese expulsion. And that's basically how Jews are spread out through the region. A combination of migration by choice for economic reasons and unfortunately expulsion for often anti-Semitism. Taking it up to the modern world then. So basically, the big chunk of European Jews throughout the 16th and 17th century in particular begins to move towards the east. And these are Ashkenazi Jews, meaning they come from the Rhineland in northern Germany, and they move into the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, countries that would today be called Lithuania, Poland, Ukraine, Belarus, and so on. And that becomes a much larger group of Jews who are called Ashkenazi. They eventually, when you get to the 19th century, they would begin to make their way westward because they were taken over by Russia. There are a lot of really discriminatory policies in place. So this map here shows you the movement of Jews between 1882 and 1917. Those dates are significant, but we're not going to talk about them here. And you can see that from that red section there, 250,000 moved to Western Europe, 1.750 million moved to the United States, 70,000 to Canada. Smaller numbers to the land of Israel, 45,000, the same number to South Africa, and tiny numbers to places like Australia. By the way, I haven't talked very much about movements within the Middle Eastern world or North Africa, the so-called Jews, sometimes they're referred to, sometimes they're called Sephardi. Which is true, especially for those Jews who were exiled from Spain, but later are identified with Jews, such as Syrian Jews, for example, who were never in Spain, but nevertheless the communities began to move. The population moved there were similar in type and in nature, but were much smaller in scale. And for example, the huge relationships in Europe. The major exception after World War II, there is a huge exodus of Jews from Arab countries, sometimes a forced expulsion, even in the 20th century, to the land of Israel, sometimes a voluntary migration to the land of Israel, which of course was established as a state in 1948. So you have a massive concentration of Jews in the land of Israel from these North African Middle Eastern territories. This is something that really is it's huge scope, and it altered the trajectory of communities that had been living, let's say, in Iran and Iraq for 2,500 years. Suddenly, those populations were reduced to a fraction of their original size, as most of the Jews were away to the land of Israel. And even today, in this very short video, I've given you a very quick overview, but it's important to categorize all of the migration, all the places in the world. It's still happening to this very day. In fact, it's accelerating. And it's very exciting to see a lot of communities that have developed quite differently from the bulk of the Jewish population, such as the Jews of Ethiopia, making their way to the land of Israel. It's a very exciting time to be. I hope you found this video useful, and I hope you have success teaching your children and your students about Jesus. Thank you very much for watching.
They had a kid in our time at the center, but something pretty close. Dress him up like almost like Jim Rohn. Like he's in a pirate costume, like he was like it was always Halloween or something for him, He's like he's a painter. I want to give a shout out to Diaz, Jesse Bryant, Peter Mandy, Jim Jorgensen, Jack Brenner, what's happening? Bad LA motherfucker. And Matt Henry, so Lowry, you better show up to class this week, cocksucker. And Dustin to Wacky. Dustin to Wacky, baby.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History for Parents and Other Teachers and Children. I'd like to speak today about the question of anti-Semitism, or why do some people hate Jews? Let me state from the outset that this entire video is intended for educational purposes. I will be discussing a very distressing topic of showing you some potentially very offensive images. But our purpose here is just to try to understand where this comes from and to get some sense of how are we supposed to cope with it. A larger question is, how are you supposed to communicate this to your children or for your students? It's a very difficult question to answer. A lot of it has to do with how old your child is, what kind of experiences they anticipate or may already have had, and I'll leave it to you to titrate the information down to a level where the goal of this video is just to give a personal introduction about how I come to this topic, and then I'd like to walk you through what scholars see as the four main stages of anti-Semitic thought. What do anti-Semites think when they think negatively of Jews, and show you how that changed over time. And then, unfortunately, I'd like to speak a little bit about the rather ominous implications of the present moment that actually is driving me to this topic before I intended to. Now, since this series is really directed at parents and teachers of children, I was thinking of talking about a lot more positive aspects of Judaism, uplifting aspects of the Jewish experience and history before we got to this particular topic. But events have overtaken us, and it seems that we really have to deal with it. Let us just remember, however, this is not the central way in which Jews mediate our experience of the world. It is kind of like an abiding background noise, an ambient noise that sometimes influences the decisions that Jews make and the choices that are forced upon, but nevertheless is a secondary, if nagging aspect of Judaism. Jewish civilization is very life-affirming. Just to give you one example, when we toast, we don't say, to your health or to your wealth. Those are nice things, but we say l'chaim, to life. Life itself is something very precious. And hatred is antithesis of that impetus, and that's why it's very unfortunate that you can talk about it. The way in which you present this to your children or to your students is very complex. You have to think a lot about how old they are, how well they can absorb this information without being damaged by it. And I'll leave it up to you to titrate this information down to a level which is acceptable for the specifics of your children. This is what the American community refers to as the talk. And to explain the realities of the world. This short video. So let me start my own personal experience of this. I grew up in a very northern community, and we were the only Jewish family, and I lived there really quite happily, playing with my Anglophone friends until I was 10 years old, at which point my parents decided I needed to move to a larger community so I could get something of a Jewish education, which they did. My mother went down and lived with me in Toronto for 4 years, so I could get a little bit of a Jewish education, could have my bar mitzvah, and then I went back up with my mother to live full time with my father. During this time, my father commuted every 2 weeks to be part of the time with us, part of the time managing his business. So what happened to me when I came back was really amazing. When I left when I was 10 years old, I had lots of friends, and played hockey, and speed, and all kinds of things like that. Like a normal 10-year-old kid from Northern Ontario. But when I came back, I was really amazed that a significant number of those kids that I played with had suddenly anti-Semites in my house. It was like, wow. They called me awful names because I'm Jewish. They called me Dirty Jew or Nosy Juif, and I had lots of fights in school, and I just couldn't understand where did this all come from. I didn't do anything different. I was gone for a few years, and then I came back. But these kids I played with in the streets, and it really bothered me. This experience was humbling, and contributed to the difficulties of being in the first place, but it sparked a really deep wonder of the nature of the human condition, the nature of hatred that has not departed from my academic agenda ever since. And I had good fortune to study the history of anti-Semitism formally at the University of Toronto with Alan Davies, who's a great scholar of it, and wrote books and things like that. Let me just share with you the two basic rules that the wealth of my experience can be boiled. First of all, anti-Semitism does not have to make sense to work for those who believe in it. That hatred will find the rationale for itself. Jews are accused of being communists at the same time they're accused of being capitalists. It doesn't matter if those two are on opposite sides of the political spectrum. Accused of being ruthless cosmopolitans, being, like very urbanized and not having any specific connection to the land. And they're also accused today of being settler colonialists, which is the bottom line is it's not about the Jews, it's about those who hate the Jews. Assad, very important scholar who did a quite insightful small book on this right after World War II, wrote Si le juif n'existe pas, l'antisémite l'intérêt, which means if it did not exist, the anti-Semite would invent a way to channel that, deep hatred. And Anti-Semitism has to be a very plowed furrow that he can slide right into, and it explains his entire world and explains all sorts of horrible feelings that the anti-Semitism has and so on. Now, more substantive things to talk about this. We're going to stay historical today. But that's the first big rule. Anti-Semitism does not have sense for it to work for those who believe it. Here's the second rule for all of you. Anti-Semitism finds its way to adapt to widely divergent circumstances. Historical circumstances, to be sure, but also the religious atmosphere, the political atmosphere, the social atmosphere, the economic atmosphere. Anti-Semitism finds a way to virus to kind of trim here and expand there until it becomes relevant to the anti-Semite, no matter he or she may live in place or in time. One of the most frightening aspects of this hatred in that it finds a way to express itself in so many different climates. So with that said, I'm going to go over the 4 basic periods of anti-Jewish hatred very briefly. I have a lot of videos on my channel that goes into greater detail in each of these periods. All right, now let's just skim over them because I'm focused on which may be so the earliest traces of anti-Semitism that we have in the historical, primarily from the Roman world. We have, of course, biblical accounts of Egyptian servitude and things like that, but let's focus ourselves primarily on those sources that come with that. We don't have, until the Hellenistic period, for example, Egyptian sources on how they feel about the Jews, minor exceptions, but we have a lot of writings from the Greek and the Roman authors. And when they say negative things about the Jews, which is, perhaps pervasive would be too strong a word, but there are definitely some very negative things said about Jews in the ancient world. It's primarily because Romans and Greeks are trying to come to terms with a society that is very unlike their own. It's really a kind of xenophobia, meaning fear of stranger. For example, Jews are accused of clannish behavior because in order to become a Jew, you had to be circumcised if you were male, and that they would only eat kosher food. So that precluded their participation in other rites. They were accused of being atheistic, ironically, because they refused to participate in faith. Basic acts of sin at the time, bowing down to idols, to the church. They were accused of lazy because they took off one day a week to rest, right? Sabbath. So there are, distortions of the ways in which the Greeks understood Jews, but they were actually observations of actual Jewish behavior. So it's more of a normal kind of like two cultures bumping up against each other, not necessarily getting along, and expressing it in writing, where you might see it, for example, in a graphic format. Here you see a picture of the great Arch of Titus, which was a commemorative arch constructed in Rome after the defeat of Judea in the Great Revolt in 66-64, when all the Romans were able to assert their authority over the rebellious provinces. And it's really like a war monument. They have this one little section. You can sort of see, look towards the bottom right of the arch, your image of it. It shows Jewish captives carrying away spoils, most famously the beds, the ritual, and things like that. Now, interpreted this as anti-Jewish animus from it and some kind of anti-Semitism. It's definitely, a complimentary portrayal of Jews. It is something that we can understand as a war monument. When one country beats another, they will put up various public edifices that proclaim their victory, and that's we don't like it maybe, but it's basically normal. It's not a pathological kind of nature. So that's basically the character of the anti-Jewish hatred, or primarily in the ancient world. It's kind of cultures bumping up against each other, not necessarily liking each other, sometimes fighting each other, but not the kind of cruel sadism that we see to the same degree in the modern era. When we move to late antiquity through, let's say, the high Middle Ages, around the year 1300, let's say, we really see a very different characteristic of anti-Jewish antiquity that is specifically related to the birth of Christianity. Unlike the regular Romans and Greeks, who were pagan, who were of a different class, they were different people than Jews, Christians had a funny relation with these Jews. First of all, the earliest Christians were themselves all Jews, but then Christianity grew much larger, adopted many non-Jewish peoples within its orbit, while still retaining the consciousness of Christianity as a daughter religion to Judaism. There's a lot more to say about how that played out theologically, but basically for a good 1,000 years, and when I say much longer than that as well, strove to articulate a position that preserved that connection on the one hand. I mean, after all, if you pick up a Christian Bible, the first chunk of it, about 5/6 of it, is the same as the Jewish book, and at the end called the New Testament, the Christian Bible. So they want to preserve that connection. But at the same time, they also want to distinguish themselves from it. They also want to say that we are something new, something improved, something better. God's chosenness has now devolved on the Christian people rather than on the Jewish people. Things like that. It's a kind of a mother-daughter conflict. And we see it primarily in the right church fathers and the decrees of popes. You can see that graphically and show you some images which are a little bit later in the period, but project this attitude backwards. You see, for example, like the Cathedral at Notre Dame. One of the most common depictions of this in Christian art is the dual form of ecclesia and synagogue, which means church and synagogue. And they're contrasted very often in manuscripts, but even more importantly on monumental architecture outside of cathedrals, things like that, which is useful when you want to explain complex theological ideas to an illiterate audience. And you'll have, typically on the left, the presentation of the church. You can see maybe churches being upright with a crown, royalty, and holding a staff, whereas synagogue on the right, which is the less favored religion, God has abandoned synagogue for it. He's got no crown. Her staff is broken. He's holding on to the Ten Commandments, but inappropriately, like they're falling from her hands. Her very posture is bowed out in decline, and she's wearing a blindfold. She's blind to the truth of Christianity. That's the kind of opposition of Christianity and Judaism that's set up by Jesus. You see it over and over again in manuscripts. This particular one, 13th century, is especially interesting because the synagogue you can see on the right there is shown with a kind of blindfold, but it is a transparent blindfold. They claim that they actually can see the whole situation. We spent a lot more time talking about these. There are hundreds of examples of ecclesia and synagogue, artistically very different, but mainly containing these essential things. So, as you see, this is quite different from the Roman and Greek pagan antiquity of Jews, which is more like cultures bumping up against each other. This is a special relationship of two cultures that were intimate and then split, and that involves a very different kind of dynamic to devotion. However, it's still basically an argument between a priest and a rabbi. It's still theological realm of ideas and is rarely expressed in violence. That happens much more as you begin to move into the later periods. And we see it especially with extremely noxious charge. It's first born in the 12th century, the idea of blood life. The idea that Jews, as they hate Christianity, which is part of that separation that we saw earlier, Judaism is turning away from Christianity. As the argument goes, they hate Christianity, they must want to reenact the passion of Jesus, the crucifixion of Jesus, which is also another element of sorry, the deicide. Jews are accused of killing Jesus, killing God. So the argument of blood libel says, well, you must want to reenact. How do they reenact it? Typically around the holiday of Easter, which falls right around Passover time. And so beginning in the tree, you begin to see charges that Jews kidnapped a Christian child, tortured and mutilated him, ultimately crucified him, in a kind of mock crucifixion of Jesus. This idea, which is just goes up in the 12th century, just spreads like wildfire throughout Europe. It has like a unique hold on the mind of the medieval Christian, and it actually has reverberations right up until the 21st century. This is a horrific depiction, for example, of the martyrdom of Simon of Trent, which is a late 15th century example of it. You can see the Jews here are all so labeled by the artist with the ruel they were forced to wear from 13th century onward. And of course, young Simon is in the center of this, and he's being bled to death and so on. I'm sorry, I have to say this, but there was no truth to any. There were some of the occasions where, in fact, there was no missing child reported. There was no body found, and yet there was a whole blood libel incident that blew up out of it. For example, so this is when anti-Semitism really goes off the rails. It has some we saw earlier period, but it is deeply pathological, pornographic in its intent and its expression. It has a slightly different version of that of host desecration. The charge of host desecration is about 100 years younger than the charge of blood libel, in which if Jews want to torture Jesus, then certainly they would want to torture first. They're used in the Catholic communion ritual, and so there are all these charges that Jews go into churches, steal the communion away, they bring it back home, they torture it like in this medieval image, and it miraculously bleeds, and then of course results in an uprising, and some of the Roman Jews are hung or burned alive, and things like that. These are the kinds of anti-Semitic things which are characteristic of much of the later Middle Ages and actually quite funny. The last element, which begins to bleed into the modern period, is specifically associated with the Black Death. This is a horrific plague that swept across Europe in the late 1340s, and Jews were accused of somehow creating this plague, specifically by being in league with lepers, and together by taking their organs and limbs and poisoning the aquifer of Europe, they spread this horrific disease. That's the charge that was very popular in the 14th century. You can see a 16th century English rendition. At this time, there were no Jews allowed in England at all, but they struck the artist. You can see a Jew who with kind of sort of quasi-oriental outfit, and he was putting a couch with the skin of leopards in it into a well, and then at the same time a demon sort of spins out of it and urinates back into the water, poisoning it. In case you don't get the overall image, there's a big system of blood libel across the background. All of these, unlike the other two periods, frequently result in popular violence, like the burning of the Jews in Strasbourg shown here. In connection with the black. So by the time it gets to the Middle Ages, anti-Semitism has really rooted itself in the popular mind, and unfortunately, in the we get to modernity. Here you see a really dramatic break with prior traditions. I've noticed that the pagan tradition of xenophobia was not religious at all, not in a monotheistic sense. Then you get some kind of ideology coming out of Christianity to just xenophobia is not a religion. And then certain elements of that religious tradition are passed into the medieval period. But by the time you get to the modern period, you have a general decline in religion in Europe as a whole. Then anti-Semites sort of abandon the whole religious argument and really focus on two basic arguments, essentially secular. The first is this notion that Jews are a race, that all Jews are bound together by some kind of racial characteristics. Later, that would be more of like genetic characteristics. And what is it that they do together as a race? They are engaged in a conspiracy to dominate the world. The classic text that explains this is a document known as the Protocols of the Elders of Zion. It's a turn of the 20th century forgery composed by a Russian monk named Sergei Milos, in which he claims to have discovered the minutes of the world Jewish government, who are doing all kinds of things like building these secret subway tunnels that connect the various capitals of the world that are engaged in a plan to dominate Christians. Here's a 1930 of an edition of the Elders of Zion published in Mexico, and the text is the invisible world government, the Jewish program to subjugate the world. You can see certain racial characteristics in the stereotypic iconography of the Jew with a large nose and the fleshy lips, and he's overweight. He's got like this capitalist sort of look with the watch fob and so on, and he's got these claw-like hands squeezing the world of his blood as he believes and smiles at it. That's really characteristic of the 19th century onwards. This, by the way, is when the term anti-Semitism is invented. An anti-Semite named Wilhelm Marr realized that he needed a more polite alternative, much more vulgar term, Judenhass, which meant basically Jew hate. And so he said, oh, no, I hate Jews. I am an anti-Semite. And by Semite, he meant those who participate in Semitism, which was a made-up idea. Semitism is this idea of a world Jewish history. Never mind. I know that Arabs are also sent Wilhelm Marr, but that's where we get the term Semitism. It was invented by the Semites to try and transfer positive light on his hatred. It has later been transvalued and now becomes a negative term, and people speak about it with appropriate degree. So those are the four big periods of anti-Semitism. See how the two rules that I've given you hopefully are useful to poke holes in all of these theories fairly easily. And secondly, that it clearly adapts to different times. Now let's go to our present moment and why I feel especially constrained to talk about anti-Semitism now so early in this series. The reason is because I think we may be on the cusp of a new devolution of anti-Semitism. I really thought about it a lot when the unfortunate experience took just a couple of one security camera of mystery hurling nasty anti-Semitic at her, and then punching her in the face and walking away. Horrific, bizarre, unprovoked attack. I think that, we may be at the beginning. And what I think is now is we may be entering into a form of postmodern anti-Semitism. This is a new period where anti-Semitism will be adapting to the zeitgeist, the spirit of the era. Let me explain that. First of all, what is postmodern? This is a body of ideas that has an unusually caustic basically argues that, there's no way to actually figure out what is capital T truth. Logic, argumentation, reason, those things are free from the coloration of individual parts into our consciousness. That's why people talk about, well, that's your truth, and this is his truth, and her truth, as if there are different kinds of truths. We can spend more time talking about what postmodernism is, but it is clear that this idea has really made a huge impact on academia, particularly in the humanities, and it has especially on young students, generations. How that adapts to Middle Eastern conflicts that we're seeing today is perhaps the most horrific expression of postmodernism, as it has provided a host environment for anti-Semitism. The accusation that is at the basis of this is, as I mentioned earlier, that Jews are somehow settler colonialists. What exactly does that mean? So it's such a silly idea. It really deserves deep. I guess you have to go in. The conflict right now is over the territory of the land of Israel. Jews are, without a doubt, the descendants of people who lived on that piece of land as far back by non-Jewish sources as the 13th century before the Common Era, and by Jewish sources like the Bible way back into the Bronze Age. If anyone has a pedigree being the original inhabitants, refugees from those well-documented exiles under the ban. It's hard to imagine one being called a settler colonialist in the sense of being like some kind of foreign import to the land if you're talking about the Jews. Let me just step back for 1 second and remind you that our goal in this video is really to track the nature of anti-Jewish. I am not on legitimate claims to make about their region and about the way in which they have been treated. I might definitely love to many injustices over the last century, and this complex series of profound expression in many wars and also many peace negotiations is not something that can be easily solved with a monolithic, absolutist kind of approach. In fact, I would be extremely wary of anyone who proposes to solve the great problem with a simple general measure, and especially if it involves violence. I think those are the kind of people we need to listen to less and focus more on the actual history and facts and come to terms with common humanity as we try to live. Let's back to our main topic. One of the reasons why I think that this postmodern approach to anti-Semitism appears to be gaining ground is because there's a certain amount of research that indicates this. So, there is research to support the idea that postmodernism is really gaining ground among Gen Zers, the youngest adult population of Americans, and is having an impact on anti-Semitism has been shown in a number of articles. For example, this article by Brad Palumbo that appeared in the very recent issue of Newsweek that's based on this very detailed poll taken by Harvard Arab School. This is a chart that shows how Americans react to the question, Hamas a terrorist group. And as you can see, all Americans overwhelmingly say yes, Hamas is a terrorist group. That's especially so for old Americans, 65 older, but it begins to drop significantly. And by the time you get to Gen Z, Americans who are 18 to 24 years of age, about 64% will say that Hamas is a terrorist group. And in fact, if you further and you them, do support Israel over Hamas, once again you see that over 65 years of age, Americans are 95% likely to say yes, and that number is pretty steady. But by the time you get to the youngest Americans, only 52% are willing to support Israel over Hamas. I know that doesn't make sense because we just said that Hamas is a terrorist organization for 64% of them. 12% of them are willing to support Hamas over Israel, even though Hamas is a terrorist group. Another question. But you see that the clarity is clearly lacking among the generation of Americans who are currently in college. This is frightening for me. The war is horrific for anyone. And one cannot but have sympathy for children. Palestinian children's test that separates legitimate political disagreement with a military decision by either the Palestinians or by the Israelis from anti-Semitism. So I'm going to offer two basic tests. First of all, how do you feel about attacks on civilians? Disputes over territory worked out by negotiations or by protest or in fact by war. But it is not worked out by the intentional targeted murder of civilians. That is called terrorism. You don't solve a political debate. You don't solve a territorial dispute by kidnapping someone. Certainly beyond the pale, of course. Gen Zers talking about the legitimate aggressive resistance of Hamas, Orwellian twist to the English language that is so deeply offensive. That's not called aggressive resistance. That is called sadism. That's called terrorism. Don't be confused by the false equivalency of saying, well, the Israelis are bombing Gaza and children are sadly killed. If a child is kidnapped and someone puts up a poster to raise awareness that this child is, you feel it is a legitimate political act to tear that down, I think you have to wonder about where is this coming from. Secondly, attacks on Jews. Is political lenience to you that it is okay to attack Jews who are not specifically connected to the military conflicts in Israel? That is absolutely my student walking down the street, she should be punched in the face because of something happening on the other side of the world. Mob in Dagestan that recently stormed the airport looking for Jews who were on a flight from Lviv, the incredible of anti-Semitism that we're seeing in universities right now. There's no justification. That's really straight up, that is straight up hatred, and it is not a legitimate expression of one's political feelings or religious feelings. By way of conclusion, I've stepped uncomfortably close to political commentary, which is something that I try to avoid because I'm a historian. I prefer to look backwards rather than look what's happening now. I'm trying to what's going on today. I do want to say, however, that I do not have the temerity to suggest that I know solve the current crisis, the horrible fate of hostages being held by Hamas, suffering of their families, the suffering of the people of Gaza. They're struggling to out from underneath the grip of Hamas. The global implications, global of this conflict in terms of the history. I cannot help but see that we may be on the cusp of a horrible new period. Let me just finish this story that, the Talmud says that blessing requires a vessel. If you want to receive blessing, you have to have something before you. And there is no vessel that is more properly suited to receive blessing than that of power. Don't have peace, very hard to receive anything. Let us hope the region is so blanketed so that they prosper. All people live together in harmony.
Brothers out there front.
Thank you.
First of all, get him, dude. Every black community got to go to your local 7-Eleven. That's somebody's dad. That's somebody's uncle. That's somebody's. Any 7-Eleven, there's a brother out there right now. Go get him and bring him home. Okay? Oh, that's the worst. That guy. Simple brother says, hey, man, doesn't change in the way. Three white guys like, hey, we need money.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I had a totally different set of lectures planned for this particular.
I go in, I get the water. You know what, man? I refrain because I saw that show where they stand in a little canyon. They fucking drive to their fucking BMW.
Series, but since October 7th, so many things have changed, and so much of the world's attention has been on the violence occurring today that I really feel like we have to focus on these particular historical topics to provide hopefully some light for intelligent people of goodwill to discuss historical facts and hope to come to a peaceful conclusion to these horrible events. To that end, I'd like to begin with the discussion of the Jews of Palestine invasion of 638. And I want to mention here that I know that word Palestine in this context will trigger a lot of people, and I'm doing it on purpose because the period of history that I'd like to study today is actually the period of time when the region was in fact called Palestine. And let me explain what that means. But before I do so, let's just go back for a second to a very important book written. He was a scholar and collector, and he wrote this book, The 100 Years' War on Palestine, A History of Settler Colonialism and Resistance, 1917 2017. Now, I disagree with Dr. Khalidi's conclusions and his analysis in many places, but this is one of the most sober accounts of the Palestinian view of it. It's very much worth reading if people want to get a full understanding of how to approach difficulty. And I want to focus in on something that he says, right at it, a history of settler colonialism, where in reality, when you look at the history of the foundation of modern Israel, it's actually the most successful anti-settler colonial movement in human history. We're speaking about a movement that brings back people to their ancestral homeland after largely being driven out of it. I mean, it's an amazing thing to really think about. So what I'd like to do today is to look specifically at the period before Islam comes to the region in the 7th century. Now, Dr. Khalidi begins his book, which is very well written and fascinating, with a citation of a correspondence that one of his ancestors had with Theodore, the founder of design, modern political science. Yusuf al-Din Pasha al-Khalidi, and he's very important involved in politics of the era, which was part of the Ottoman Empire at the time. And he wrote this remarkable letter to Rabbi, who was the chief rabbi of France, and this was in 1899. Rabbi Khan later showed it to Theodore Herzl, who forward. And here's the key phrase for our purposes. He writes, the idea of Zionism, right? This is al-Khalidi writing. The idea of Zionism is totally natural, beautiful, and just. Who contests the rights of the Jews to Palestine would certainly welcome. This is the money statement. Mon Dieu, historiquement, c'est bien votre part. So that's an interesting statement. And he goes on to say, and what a wonderful sight it would be if the Jews are able to reconstitute themselves as a nation, independent, and happy, able to render impoverished humanity its services in the region as now, Mr. Al-Khalid is going to defend Zionism. In fact, the point of the letter is primarily to protest against the large-scale immigration of Jews to the region. But nevertheless, he offers a very clear historical point. By politicians, hard to imagine politicians region in the Middle East would communicate with each other in such deference, but he writes back to him and addresses him as excellency. And he writes, you see another difficulty, the excellency regarding of the Jewish population in Palestine. But who to remove them? Right? It is their own well-being, their own individual wealth that we will improve by bringing our own. Do you think that an Arab owns land or a house in Palestine with a value of 3,000 or 4,000 francs would get angry to see the price of this land increased in short time, and to see it increase 5 or 10 to value perhaps in a few months? That will certainly happen with the arrival of the Jews. Now, I think is especially fascinating about the little exchange is that they're speaking beyond each other. Al-Khalidi's objections are not final nature. It's not about material gain. And Theodore also thinks that material improvement, prosperity, solve all the problems. In my humble opinion, I think for the next 10 decades, this would be one of the big problems that Israelis and Zionists would have with Palestinians, that they're not speaking directly to each other's concerns. But nevertheless, this is the exchange that I want to share, in particular, the mission of Al-Khalidi that this is Jewish. So where does the Palestine come from after all? Let's just do some very quick history. Obviously, the land of Israel was the national homeland of the Jews as described in the Bible. are biblical references, of course, that go way back to the 15th century before the Bronze Age, but extra biblical references date from the 13th century, and Meneptah, Staley, and others that speak about some entity of Israel living in the region. The presence of the Jews in this region is very, very well documented for the next millennium. By the time you get to the first century of the Common Era, that's when, of course, you have these Roman Jewish wars. First one, which lasts from about 66 to about the year 74, results in the destruction of the temple in Jerusalem and much the dispersal of many of the Jews, the rebels at this point, to Italy, and slaves, and elsewhere throughout the region. However, contrary to popular misconceptions, this was not the complete exile of all the Jews in the land, not at all. There definitely was a diaspora pre-existed this destruction in the year 70, but there were lots of Jews who were simply displaced within the land of Israel. I'm going to speak about that. In the next 60 years, Jews rebelled more times. First, called Tito's Rebellion, and then significantly in the years 1 through 2, under a leader named Bar Kokhba, who actually had, for about 3 years, significant success. They even printed coins like this, which portrayed the temple on the left, a little star that represented Kokhba, and about freedom for Jerusalem and so on. But that rebellion was crushed mercilessly by Emperor Hadrian, who really had to put a tremendous amount of effort, bring in soldiers from far away as England to put down the Jewish rebellion. And at that point, Hadrian had enough. And he is the who renamed the region Judea, which is a province of Roman Palestine. This is a map that shows what the Roman Empire looked like in roughly the year 2. And you can see that the region of what would be today state of Israel is called Syria Palestina, is part of the Syria province as a whole. It was not distinct and separate unit. And he divided up Palestina itself into 3 pieces. Prima, which is like the central area, which would be essentially a little bit of Samaria, and the south, Palestina, the third Palestine, was basically the Negev, and north Palestina, Secunda, where most of the Jews were actually living, lots of Jews in the lower Galilee region. Now, why did he choose the term Palestine? Well, this term had been used about 500 years earlier by the great Greek historian Herodotus, who refers to the Phoenicians who lived on the coastline. The region where the Phoenicians lived was called Palestine. Now, where did Herodotus get that name? Most likely he got it from the Akkadian name that was used to describe the Philistines. The Philistines, this term was entered into the English language as well, they occupied what was called a pentapolis, 5 specific cities listed here. Ironically, Gaza was one of them. Also, Ashkelon, Ashdod, Ekron, and Gath. Those are the 5 cities which were especially associated with the Philistine. And you can see from this map that they controlled the area around it, and they frequently had wars with the ancient Israelites. David, in particular, fought with them. David also sought refuge with them for a while. Story. So it's quite likely that Hadrian's thinking was, let us wipe out the memory of Judea in this area, and let's rename it after the Philistines. Let's call it Palestina, borrowing from Israel. And that's how we get that name. So this region, part of the larger Syrian province of Syria, was called Palestine from about the year 136 till about the year 638. It was not an independent country. It always had a capital elsewhere, but the region was known officially in the Roman law books as Palestine. So that's where the term comes from. But I want to remind you that there are still Jews living in this region. They're living primarily to the north, in the lower Galilee region. There, they successfully transferred the core what would be the future religious leadership in particular, the body known as the Sanhedrin, which was their great court of 70 judges. They had a leader called the Nasi, or the patriarch. One of the most famous of them is Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi, who lived at the turn of the 3rd century, and his rabbis, centered in the city of Tiberias, which was founded in the year 19, were especially concerned with trying to figure out how they can cement the future of the Jews. After having gone through disasters with the lost faithful and so on, they came up with several really crucial elements. One of them is the document known as the Mishnah, which is essentially a large corpus of Jewish law, stated in a very unusual sort of invites debate, and then followed up with a document called there are actually 2 Talmuds, both commentaries on the Mishnah. The earlier one was written in the 4th century, and it's called the Jerusalem Talmud. That's a bit of a misnomer, so known ironically as the Palestinian Talmud, but it is really written primarily in Tiberias and also a little bit on the coast. Jerusalem was actually off limits to Jews for quite a bit of the early period after the invasion. So really that's what's going on for the next few centuries. The patriarch is very busy. He has a lot of rabbis surrounding him. They're trying to figure out how can we make revive this post-temple, post-disastrous age, and ultimately they succeeded. Jews did survive, albeit increasingly in the diaspora. Here's a look at the Jewish diaspora around this time. Boundaries of the Roman Empire are shown with a kind of purplish lines, and you can see that the concentration is significant in the land of Israel, but you've got lots of Jews along the coast of North Africa, in what would be Egypt, Libya, also in Morocco and Algeria, and you have Jews beginning to make way into the Iberian Peninsula, certainly the Italian Peninsula, which is a major center, the Balkans, the Greek Peloponnesus, and of course Asia Minor, which was a major concentration of Jews, moving in Mesopotamia, which would later write the Babylonian Talmud. But nevertheless, Jerusalem remains the sort of spiritual center of the Jews in this far-flung diaspora existence. These kind of stars, by the way, I'm not sure I would have designed the map exactly like this. They represent major Christian communities, and I think the starburst is kind of like alluding to the evangelized, but anyway, you get a sense of where Jews are living during this period. Things changed dramatically in the early 4th century as the Roman dramatically for the Jews all over the Roman Empire and the Empire. We'll speak about that from another way. Another thing that tells us about Jewish civilization in Israel before the Muslim invasion is that they're building synagogues. We have some fantastic examples of synagogues from late antiquity. One of the things that's for sure true about these synagogues is, like today, they have plaques. If you've ever been there, and say you know that plaques are a phenomenon. You always have to anchor. This is one of the oldest of the plaques that survived. The so-called Theodosius inscriptions from Jerusalem. You've got these amazing, decorated doors like this mosaic at Tiberias, right? Inside that town, they have these gorgeous, mosaics, descriptions of the idealized temple, and this was built, about 300 years after the destruction of the temple. So we're still looking back to the golden age of one. Frequently, you have a lot of zodiac stacks, like here, for example, is the Tiberias zodiac, and another one at the Beit Alpha. One of my favorites here is this remarkable depiction in a Beit Avos of the binding of Isaac. You can see that there's Sarah there on the left, and there's the lamb, and there's Abraham with the knife, and Isaac, portrayed here as a little boy. The names are represented in Hebrew letters, and it's kind of a primitive-looking piece of art, but it's fascinating. Jewish civilization is still thriving, albeit in a far reduced state by the time we get to the 7th century with the spread of Islam. Islam spreads dramatically from the Arabian Peninsula through the entire eastern Mediterranean, coming to Jerusalem in 638, and spreading across North Africa into the Iberian Peninsula, way out to the east as well as Pakistan, and really begins a totally new in the history of the Jews in the land of Israel. But the point that I really want to make is that Jews are always living in the land of Israel in a small number as a minority, but continuously since their biblical placement in the land. I want to add one last appendix. I learn a lot from a lot of the comments I receive on my YouTube videos, and I really appreciate those of you who say nice things, and I'm especially grateful for those of you who offer useful correctives. I'm not so enthusiastic about the people who say nasty things about me or my religion or my people and so on, but it's worth it for the positive comments. And one of the things that I've noticed in some of the comments is that people want to go back to the genetic history of the people in the land of Israel. Like, who exactly is entitled to live there on a genetic basis? So the short answer to this is it's really the wrong question, because nowhere else in the world do we determine citizenship on the basis of a DNA test. But since you're asking, we can point to the fact that, amazingly, after 2,000 years, even the Jews of Europe are connected back to the land of Israel. Analysis of the DNA of Ashkenazim from Eastern Europe, where a good portion of the early 20th century Zionists came from, clearly indicates that they have a strong component as Middle Eastern DNA, clearly heavily intermixed with Italian DNA in particular. I make a lot of jokes about choice in cuisine at this point, but nevertheless, they are genetically linked to the people who originally lived in Israel. And that's only talking about the Zionists who came from Europe, which is actually a minority of the Jews who live in the land of Israel today. Besides the 20% of Israelis who are of Arab background, either Muslims or Christians, more than half of the Israelis in the land today come from Arab countries. They come from the North African and Middle East countries, many of whom the descendants of those were expelled after it was established in 1948. So the whole question of who has the right to live there genetically, it's the wrong question. If you like, we have the right answer. Okay, I hope this helps clarify basic historical details about the Jews in the land that is called Palestine, between the Bar Kokhba revolt and the Muslim invasion. Thank you very much for that.
Dude, I remember this. She just got fucked up and she couldn't get out the room, I got fucked. One of my best friends got fucked up one time. He started talking about Asian people. We never even seen any Asians in our life. And he started knowing, I guess, maybe like in a past life, he might have known some Asians, And so we started bringing up their names, bro, and knowing them and knowing.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm so excited to be speaking with you again. And this time about a topic that's very dear to my heart. Specifically, we're going to look at the history of the
Yeah, well, I never met Chinese man. We never known any. What is he saying? He's
Jews of Ashkenaz. I'm delighted once again to be invited to speak to the amazing students of the Ashkenazium, an institute that is in Budapest, Hungary, a little later this summer. And so these videos are kind of like my advanced preparation and research for the course I'm going to teach here. Last year, if you recall, if you visited my before, I gave a big survey overview of the entirety of Ashkenazi history from its origins, let's say in the 9th century, right up until the 21st. For this, however, we're going to focus in a little more deeply, and we're going to look at the birth of Ashkenaz. We're going to its rise from very, very humble beginnings in the 8th and 9th century, and take it right through its heyday until its decline in the 13th and 14th century, when the Jews of the traditional core region of Ashkenaz would make their way primarily to the east, to the regions of Poland and Lithuania and Ukraine. And then, of course, there's another chapter in the 19th century when they make their way in large numbers to Western Europe and to the Americas. We're going to be looking at a population that was always very small, as you can see from this chart here, at their peak in 1300, there were about 450,000 Jews living in the region of Ashkenaz. These are based on population guesstimates, very, very rough to get good numbers for this period of time, but they're based on excellent historians, the great scholar Whitmire Baron and the great Kenneth Stowe, who's a book called Alienated Minority. I took these statistics. And that means that the Jewish population of Ashkenaz was about a couple of hundred years later, just before the great expulsion from Spain in 1492. The Jewish population maybe grew around 0.1%, so we're only talking about a very tiny fraction of the population, but nevertheless a very, very significant one in so many ways. But for our purposes, today we're going to look specifically at the very beginning to try to understand what is Ashkenaz, where is Ashkenaz, what is it all about. So first of all, let's try to understand, where does the name Ashkenaz even come from? So if we look at period sources from around the year 1000, we see that the term Ashkenaz is bandied about. For example, the Tshuvot of the Gaonim, this is a collection of responsa written by the great Babylonian rabbis associated with the latest period of the Talmud of that era, basically answering questions that come to them from really around the known world. Rabbi Gaon, one of the greatest of the Gaonim leaders of the yeshivas, this one in particular is Pundadita, not too far from Baghdad. He has a phrase in one of his teshuvot, his responses, that reads, from all lands, from Yemen and the east, and from the north, and from the land of Ethiopia, or Kush, and Ashkenaz. Doesn't define exactly what Ashkenaz is, and then France and Spain. Now, the position of the word Ashkenaz gives you the sense that it's somewhere between Ethiopia, which is like in Eastern Africa, and France, which is in Western Europe. So that's not especially helpful at giving us a sense of where Ashkenaz might actually lie. Rashi, the great commentator, is somewhat more helpful. For example, if you look here on his commentary on Deuteronomy chapter 3 is verse 11 here in this citation, but in, for example, the King James Version, if you can look up yourself, it'll be verse 9, the verses are sometimes numbered differently. There's a passage that refers to Mount Hermon, which is in the north of the land of Israel. It's the only place where you can get any skiing in Israel, but it is amazing that tiny country in the Middle East does make a possible for people to ski. So anyways, this Mount Hermon, which the Amorites call Senir. So what does that term Senir mean? Rashi helpfully says, Ujale. That word Senir means actually snow in the language of the Ashkenazi. And in fact, in Germany, which sounds a little bit like Senir or Shira, is in fact the word snow. He also mentions Uvoshan Canaan, and in the language of the Canaanites, and this is obviously of the Bible, but the land in Europe that the Jews used to call Canaan, which is basically Bohemia, Moravia, Prague region, or the Slavic language, they call the word for snow sneak. So in other words, Rashi is specifically locating Ashkenaz in a region which seems to be German speaking. Okay, that is much more helpful. It gives you a sense of where Ashkenaz is. Now the term Ashkenaz, however, just before we get to the Rashi specifically, Ashkenaz really goes all back to the earliest part of the Bible. You see, for example, in Genesis 10, Noah has a grandson named Gomer, who then has three sons. One is named Ashkenaz, the other two are Rifas and Garma. But Ashkenaz here is specifically mentioned as a descendant of Gomer. Now, once again, we don't know exactly where this Ashkenaz specifically lived, but the idea is that the medieval Jewish thinkers applied this place name to Ashkenaz because they thought, well, okay, there's a people who are descendants of Ashkenaz, they have somewhere, and so they chose that region in central Germany to essentially refer to the Ashkenazi. That's how we get this name Ashkenaz. So now we see that the Bible specifically identifies an individual named Ashkenaz. We assume he has further descendants. They have to live somewhere. But where exactly would this land of Ashkenaz be? So one more hint also from the Bible, this time from the book of Jeremiah. There's a discussion in the verse 27 of chapter 51 that says, assembled against her Ararat, Min, and Ashkenaz. So we don't know exactly where Mini is, but the famous mountain upon which Noah's ark landed. And that's usually identified as somewhere in Asia Minor or temporary Turkey. So that would mean Ashkenaz, if it's located near Ararat, because of its proximity in that particular verse, it will be located somewhere as shown in this particular map here. Now, many other biblical scholars have outlined different places, Caucasus region, further north, and so on. But we really don't know exactly where the biblical land of Ashkenaz actually is. However, what we can say is what Jews later defined as the land of Ashkenaz, necessarily connecting it to those specific people. Ashkenaz refers specifically to the German region of the Rhine in particular. This is where we will see, beginning in the 9th century, although there's some much earlier evidence of Jews living in that, we're going to see the rise of a unique Jewish society, very heavily Italian origins, before that from Middle East origins, and grow to a significant, some 500,000. Then later in the 14th century, moved to the east as a result of both pressures driving them out of Germany and France, and a number of oceans, and a rise of this associated with bloodline, and post-desperation after the Black Death of 1547-49. And they will essentially move to the east where there is a vacuum, an economic vacuum drawing them in, because their skills with finance and commerce in particular are very much valued by the Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth, and they will find significant homes there where they will flourish. Later, when you get to the period, they will eventually make their way not only to the land of Israel, of course, in the late 19th and 20th century, but also to Western Europe and to the United States. That is really what Ashkenaz is. Ashkenaz refers to a people. It's a sub-ethnic group of Jews. They end up in the Middle East, ultimately becoming the dominant population of Jews worldwide. But it would be a mistake to think of Ashkenaz as a specific place or locale. Ashkenaz really is a way of living. It is an imagined country to which millions of Jews have belonged over the centuries. And it's going to be my privilege over the course of several videos and then to a live audience in Budapest later this year, God willing, to discuss the birth of this unique and fascinating community and its story. Thank you very much for watching.
I spoke to a teacher, but he just lost his mind. This guy's 64.
imagine how you did. Man, speaking like what's going on that catches up. All that shit catches up and I caught up 5 years later. Really? Yeah. So you're young, you're involved in activities. You have so much going on. Yeah. That it never really sets in. It sets in when level 4. And then through the years, you still have to pay for that. You still have to do that work. You gotta talk to somebody. For me, it was just fucking going in.
Let us continue our discussion with a quick look at the population status of Jews in the Mediterranean basin before the birth of Ashkenaz. So have a look at this. This is basically the basin looked like at the fall of the Roman Empire at the end of the 5th century, right? You've got all kinds of little sort of countrylets filling up most of Western Europe. You have the Byzantine Empire in between, which is largely the Greek-speaking eastern half of the Roman Empire, and this is before the Muslims who come on the scene in the 7th century. Ashkenaz is located here in the north, in the Rhineland. That's the heartland. Of course, we will have a lot of Ashkenaz in larger France, and we'll see about them in the next couple of lectures, but the heartland is really the Rhine River Valley, in particular places like Köln, Mainz, Speyer, Worms, places like that. Now, there were Jews in this region in the ancient period. Amazingly, for example, there were apparently Jews from the region of Iturea, which is the northern part of Israel, reaching into Lebanon and Syria, today's map. The Iturean soldiers were sent with Roman legions out to this part of the world, and 3 distinct gravestones have been found that seem to have belonged to people who belonged to Israel, and therefore were most of the Jews. I've had a longer discussion of these amazing tombstones in another video, but we have a sense of a very, very tiny population in the northern part of Germany, a little bit larger population perhaps in the south and Provence that we get to soon. But there's no way to tell if there was any sense of continuity between these tiny, isolated populations which may not have constituted communities. They were probably attached to Roman settlements, and we simply don't know if there's continuity between the Jews living in the region in the 1st and 4th centuries up until we get to the rise of really the 8th century. So, and it's really important to note that Ashkenaz was like Yehudatville, to use the Shalom Aleichem term, was so far away from everything. The great centers of Jewish population were primarily way off in the east, in what would be Persia, the Mesopotamian region between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, places like Baghdad, the great yeshivas of Sura and Posadita. That's really where most of things happened. There's also a small Jewish population in the land of Israel, and of course there are a lot of Jews in the Greek-speaking part of the Roman Empire, the Byzantine Empire, and there are Jews who are living in the Italian Peninsula since the 2nd century before the Common Era. So that's really where we've got lots of larger sections of Jews living, and then we have this trickle of Jewish migration that goes across the coast of North Africa, setting up in many places, of course, Egypt, but also in Libya, in what would be today's Tunisia, and all the way up into Spain. We don't know a lot about the sizes of these populations because the Jews left very, very few records of their presence, particularly in Spain. If we were to judge, however, from church records, Jews were like everywhere. It wasn't another lecture. Basically, this is where we have a scattering of Jews throughout Europe. One really important place, however, deserves more of our attention. Is the region of Provence. You can see that Provence is located here at the south of France. It's where the Rhone River meets the Mediterranean, and it's right at the border in the 5th century of the Visigothic kingdom and the Now, this is extremely important because the Visigoths, I have another folder dedicated to them, and we'll have to return to on occasion. these are basically a population of Romans who were originally Arian Christians, A-R-I-A, and eventually converted to Catholicism late 6th century. And with that conversion came a ridiculous number of anti-Semitic decrees. For about 120 odd years, the Jews in the Orthodoxy were incredibly persecuted, were chased out of town, suffered all kinds of forced conversions, which were going on with tremendous frequency and many of them, although we don't have any Jews themselves, but it's quite a good idea that many of them made their way over the Pyrenees into Northern, into the Frankish region, Ashkenaz as well. In particular, one fascinating mention that is actually repeated in several sources, so it certainly may have some basis to it, that a Jewish king rose in the city of Naragon, largely because of his instrumental role in holding back the Muslims later on in this time period. There are many scholars who feel that the entire episode is legendary, but nevertheless, even if it's a legend, you get some sense of the complexity of the situation, particularly the Muslims who become involved in the conflict between Christians and Muslims. So anyways, this is where Jews live, basically, by the time we get to the birth of Ashkenaz. That's what we're going to look at next year. Where do these Ashkenazi Jews live? Thank you very much for that.
About 30 chicks out there that are want us fucking physically know who you are. You know what I'm saying?
At this point, we should really ask the where did these Ashkenazi Jews actually come from? So first of all, we have a literary tradition that basically dates from the 12th century, so several centuries after these communities were founded, that the earliest Ashkenazi Jewish communities were made essentially of Jews from northern Italy. The Rothschild, which is a very important rabbi who lived in the 12th century, we'll return to him and his work when we talk about the Hasidic Ashkenaz. He describes his family history, which appears to be supported by other sources, having originated with the Colonimus family leaving northern Italy and coming to the region of Ashkenaz. As an additional legend, invitation from King Charlemagne and so on, those may perhaps be discounted, but we'll return to a discussion of the founding of those countries in a later video. But what's especially fascinating now is how modern genetic studies have contributed to our understanding of this literary account in a rather rich case that it seems like it's really quite that that's exactly how it is. We're going to look at two studies with you very quickly. This article discusses a rather disturbing discovery that was made during the construction of this shopping center in North. While working, they came across this medieval well, and the piles into the well were corpses. They were exhumed and studied. Why were so many people thrown down in the well at the time? Clearly was not a normal burial. Evidence that some of them may have been killed before being scholars suspected that these may be the victims of a riot associated with the Crusades in the 12th century. In fact, that turned out to be the case because with modern genetic analysis, these bones were shown to actually belong to Ashkenazi Jews. In fact, with this DNA evidence, they were able to reconstruct what some of these people looked like, including the children who were thrown in the well as well. Some of the DNA also point to their hair and eye color. Some of them red hair, blue eyes, for example. They were all very closely related to contemporary modern-day Ashkenazi Jews. In England, in the 12th century, we have some David remains clearly indicated presence. But it doesn't tell us too much yet about the actual origins of those Jews. That was left for a much more complex study related to cemetery and airport Now, unlike the remains that were discovered in Norwich, so people didn't know how they got there, who they were, and things like that. It's a much better sense of what happened in this city of Hereford. Here is a photograph of an excavation of a site that was discovered in Hereford, Germany. It was correctly identified as a Jewish cemetery, and several scholars led by Waldman from very prestigious institutions approached some rabbinic authorities for permission to study these remains, which normally in Jewish thought and Jewish practice it's forbidden to disturb the remains of the dead. They have to be reinterred and so on. But they were able to get permission, for example, to look at the teeth, which were already detached from the body, which did not have the same status in Jewish. And they studied the bones of the people buried in this particular 14th century German establishment. They were able to determine some amazing things with contemporary technology. This is, by the way, an article that appeared in 2022, so it's really quite interesting. And what they were able to identify is that the Jews in Erfurt were the product of a genetic bottle, which is something that corresponds quite closely to the literary accounts that we have of the time of the how it looks. I'll give you a layman's interpretation because that's really all I understand the layman. So if we look at this particular graph, you see that on the left you have time moving from the past to the present. And then at the bottom you have Jews in ancient Israel right before the first war of the Jews. And then at the top you have modern Jews. So how do we get from there to here? Looking at the ancient period, you have all kinds of Jews who are marrying with non-Jews, or people who are not really Jewish, some of whom may have converted. We certainly have conversion stories, for example, the story of Ruth, Mary, and Boaz. We have more recent events, the conversion of the Indian people. The last lecture we talked about the Ithurians, so on. These are people who entered the population of the Jews through various means, conversion or other ones. Then you have a big disruptive event after the First Roman-Jewish War, the Second Roman-Jewish War in the year 135, where Jews are shipped off to the Italians as slaves, and so the founding of a significant population of Jews in the Italian. There you have the same phenomenon of Jews marrying with non-Jews through the rabbinic conversion at this point, but also you can imagine all kinds of relationships. And so they're mixing with first South Italians, where there was a very large Jewish population, and later North Italians. Then when you get to the 9th century, you have that story that we began our brief lecture with, where the Rothschild describes a small group of Jews led by the colonist family making their way up to the Rhine. And largely with that small group of Jews emerging originally from Rhine Israel, moving through the Italian Peninsula, and then right up into Ashkenaz, that's where you have the the Erfurt remains were discovered, were dated to about the year 1350. And one of the most stuff is that the Erfurt support the so-called Aryan thesis. This is a bizarre thesis that the majority of Jews are descended from a huge mass conversion that is said to have taken place in the 8th century in Eastern Europe, north of the Caspian. It's a whole discussion of exactly the nature of this version, if it happened at all. But what we can say is that these Aryan Jews existed are not related to the Ashkenazi Jews, Erfurt, who are generally very closely related to Ashkenazi Jews. So if we look at it on a map, it looks something like this. Is also, by the way, a genetic of these migrations. It looks a lot like what we saw in the previous video. So here you have particularly the Jews looking at number 1, where they're of Middle East origin. They're taken to Rome, and then they make their way up to number 2, which is migration to Europe, particularly to There are also admixtures with 4 and 5. Those are Jews who make their way across the coast of North Africa and then from Spain, from the Visigothic era into Western Europe. So there are traces of these Sephardic DNA as well. And later, as we shall see, in the 14th century and beyond, you have a large movement of these Ashkenazi Jews, Poland, Lithuania, and so on. What about the DNA? The status of the DNA in the remains shows that they have Middle Eastern roots, about 15 to 45%, and about 45 to 70% of their DNA is actually Italian. That is both the South and the North, suggesting that the reason for the physical appearance of Ashkenazi Jews being somewhat distinct from North African or other Sephardic Mizrahi Jews is likely because of the mixture of Italian. So that's basically the story of how the Jews got to Ashkenaz, where they came from. We'll continue with some more discussions of their status, legally, their economy, and so on. Thank you very much for watching.
White t-shirt and sneakers. It's the first time I remember that. Even I got home, it tells you my name. My pants were drenched, my socks were drenched, my sweat. Like I had sweat so much and this constant jumped up and down so much. You think I'm feeling?
Let us continue our discussion of Jews law. This is a term that I believe was coined by Udo Kish. We'll look at a short lecture to distinguish it from Jewish law. Jewish law is that's used to refer to, the weight of Jewish thought around Jewish. It's recorded in the Bible, the Mishnah, the Talmud, the Shulchan Aruch, the Maimonides, so that's Jewish law. And typically Jewish students spend a lot of time studying Jewish law. Jewry law, on the other hand, is the study of laws which relate to Jewish behavior, so to speak, from the outside. This is a body of law that has, some ancient sort of antecedents, like in the Theodosian code, but it really begins to develop in Ashkenaz. Period that we're discussing. So we're going to spend the next few lectures really long and trying to understand exactly how this would work. Let us take a little bit of time to break ourselves out of our 21st century mindset, which is especially prevalent for those of us who live in democratic societies, which are, generally speaking, what we call direct, or a society which is governed by law. We have this sort of mindset that I grew up with, that the law is like this body of thought that's written down and it applies to everybody. Be it race, you live in a particular place. There are laws that you and everyone else must obey. This is enshrined in this statement, which actually has the phrase "the law of the land is the law." In Aramaic, exactly how Jews are supposed to behave in Persian culture, and the argument made by the Rabbi Shmuel is the law of the land is the law. We conform to the dictates of these local. We also have this phrase, no one is, again, it's a very modern democratic system, that when the law is written, whatever exactly it means, however it gets written, it applies to everybody. Now, all of this is true for most of the medieval. Medieval law is based not on territory as it is on person. That is, the law applies equally depending on your status as a Jew. where do you live in the ecosystem of human society? Are you a nobleman? Are you a slave? Are you a churchman? All kinds of different things will have implications for which set of laws apply to you. And we have several overlapping sets of laws that are called to bear. For example, there's still the vestigial Roman law, even though the Roman Empire has been destroyed, yes, right? The Roman Empire, the Western Roman Empire, all the Eastern Empire is on, but Ashkenaz is part of the leftover wall, which is under Rome. There's still some sort of people to whom Roman law applies, that would be from the Jews, because from the 3rd century on, Jews are Roman citizens. On the other hand, you have classical feudal law, in which there are all kinds of bizarre things like trial by ordeal, trial by combat, like the way you figure who is right here, who can survive horrible catastrophes. For example, two claimants arguing over something, and they say, well, we believe A is probably correct. B, if you want to prove your innocence, you must reach into this boiling oil and take out the fact you are innocent, then you will be protected by the gods or by God later. And that will protect you and keep your innocence. Or two of you who is right, fight God will protect the one who wins. So facto view is exactly right. So these are kind of weird systems of laws that have a lot to do with personal standards, and whether or not you're in a conflict with someone who belongs to a different set of laws, that can make a difference for how trial is conducted. To make it a little simpler, don't think of laws as rights. Everyone has rights in American sense of Bill of Rights, and the law protects those rights. No, law is all about privilege in the medieval world. Law has to do with what privileges apply to you specifically based on your religion, your gender, age, your status as a free person, your peasant, or so on. All of these things are all meshing together, and now we have to ask the basic question, which will run through the next week, which is, what are the Jews doing? What exactly are the Jews in this context? So we're going to let them think. Let's go on.
Strong, fucking chest and shoulders like a fucking strong French bulldog you ever seen. So, we go to his house, and the next time I see him at substitute at the school, and he's like, "Can you come back over?" I'm like, "Okay, come." He's like, "Oh, there's what to say to me, right?" I come over, brings a little bit of earth, it's behind, right? Get my friends over there, dude, and he starts fucking like getting us all stoned, and everybody was smoking out of assholes, and we're doing all kinds of fancy
One of the most important things to understand about medieval society, as we attempt to explore the Jews, is the notion that medieval society was cultural in nature. Another word that is used to describe this is feudal in nature. And it describes people not as individuals reporting to a general authority. The king doesn't reach down and get involved with every individual citizen, just like in modern society, the president can say, hey, what's Abraham's social security number? He can have to appear himself in his dental records, right? That's kind of how we deal with these things in a modern society where there's no space between the president of the society and the individual citizen. But in medieval society, people were organized in groups, sort of like classes, not exactly, and they had mutual relationships with each other, responsibilities, and privileges vis-a-vis each other. So let's look at a very rough, sort of primitive schematic map of how feudalism is. So to begin with, you'll see that you have at the top of the slide, you have the And then below that king, you have a series of nobles, dukes, and who knows what else. And then at the very bottom of the slide, the peasants, or the serfs. Note, by the way, that I make all these boxes the same size. If you want to be more accurate, say that as a really flat triangle, which had a massive amount of peasants at the bottom and a much smaller country. And the idea of feudalism, the way in which the kings and nobles, is that the society evolved was because the peasants, they wanted to farm, they wanted to live their lives and do their things the way they normally do, but they're constantly being attacked by these nomadic, first mounted Mongols like that. So they needed someone to protect them. So therefore, selfless, hey, don't worry. We will be full-time protectors. We will go into harm's way to protect you. And then eventually the leader out of that, the idea was the king and the nobles had the duty of protecting the peasants. That was essentially their job. Now, it was a dangerous job, so therefore they got a lot of extra money. They got, gifts from the peasants, tithes, and so on. It's a theological term, but taxes is another way of looking at it. And that's basically how this system works. The protection, so to speak, flowed from the top down low, and the money bottom and up. As we shall see when we talk about the Crusades, what happens when the society becomes a bit top heavy and there are too many people to taxes when there aren't enough taxes to go around. Well, we'll get to that when we talk about the Crusades. So that's basically the idea from a secular perspective. It is mirrored somewhat in the organization of the church, which has, at this point, we're talking about the Catholic Church, it was well before the Reformation. You have the Pope, who is at the head and kind of king-like function. He has a whole series of clergy, archbishops, and cardinals, lower clergy, all the way down to individual Christians. And the Pope and the clergy act in a way in which they provide, acts of salvation, confession, communion, that. And in return, Christians provide tithes, Christians provide tax money, sometimes in the form of labor, but it comes to destruction. If you're paying attention, you wonder, wait a second, who is actually in charge of the whole thing? This is a really important question for the medieval period. And the Popes argued that this was a special case when it came to the Jews. Because where Jews fit in any of the Jews, certainly Popes, although their one family actually produced Popes, but not really. And the Jews are not nobles or Christian clergy. And the Jews are also the urban, they're not peasants, they're not regular Christians, so they're really Western systems. That's part of what we're going to discover. Thank you very much for watching.
Like, what? Dude, and then we were backing him up at 100. How can you say prayer? Don't you say when I close to it, they might be getting fucked right now. Don't intervene.
As far as we can tell, if we discount the kind of legendary information, the vast majority of Jews made their way up to Ashkelon. Ashkenaz in the 7th, 8th, and 9th centuries were basically migrants, lots of them coming from northern Italy, primarily for the purposes of economic opportunity. The Jews had a unique set of skills, although they were still quite involved in agriculture, and we'll speak about their agricultural effort in another class. They're very skilled in trade because they are literate, they are numerate, they have contacts with Jewish people all over the known world. So a lot of reasons why they have a lot to do with being sort of the yeast of trade. They can start trade going. They have lots of some collections and so on. And with their literacy, interesting kind of loophole in Christian doctrine, which we will also explore later, they're able to engage in credit. So there's lots of reasons why Jews would be wanted in a particular territory. Bearing our overall discussion now, which is Jewry law and the idea of law as privilege rather than a right, what exactly do you do with the Jews? Where do they fit in that feudal structure that we discussed in the last video? So the answer is that Jews were basically given sets of privileges which vary from place to place. These were often called charters. Let's have a look at one of those charters, for example. That of Rudiger of Speyer, dated 1084. Now, this is probably, post-dated from the Jews' actual presence. And there are some interesting things about, Rudiger actually issuing these privileges for the very first time, or was he in a reality, hoping to attract more settlement? Hard to say, maybe in greater detail later, but the introductory paragraph is quite interesting. Rudiger, who is acting here in his feudal capacity as the Lord of Speyer, he writes, "When I wanted to make the village of Speyer into a city, I thought it would increase the honor of a place 1,000-fold if I were to bring in Jews." Wow. Sounds so nice. Flattered. And then the charter do a whole series of the Rudiger will do for the Jews if only they move in there. Again, it's quite possible that they lived there before, and this was kind of like designed to firm up the relationship and intentionally backdated. But let's read what it says. First of all, Rudiger says the Jews have the right to have a separate walled, explicitly refers to the Jews to self-defense, and that the wall around their community, kind of like those gated communities in Boca Raton, is designed specifically to protect the inhabitants. He says the Jews have the right to engage in commerce in city limits right up to the Rhine River, and he specifically says the wharf as well, which means that they can engage in river trade, which is extremely important. And note that you might be thinking in a 21st century manner, like we'll move into a town and then you can open up a business. No, not like that at all. This is a medieval society where businesses are controlled by guilds, and not everybody can become a shoemaker. You have to, spend time. First, you have to be accepted as an apprentice, and you have to fulfill a number of years as an apprentice, and then you have to go to a place where you're allowed to set up a shingle on your own. People just can't start a business on their own. They have to have legal rights. I don't say the word right. They have to have legal privileges, right? They have to be granted this privilege to do so. Rudiger gives the Jews the rights to establish a cemetery. Very important, right? Jews need to have several institutions within a reasonable amount of space, and some of them. They will not be charged a head tax on guests. Meaning, if a Jew is traveling from place to place and shows up in Speyer, they won't be held up at the gates. Not one of our Jews. You're not allowed, or you must pay a tax and so on. Lots of places, many centuries in the future, actually, will ban Jews from traveling through their places. Will set like really limits, like Venice had the artificial limits on how long a Jew could remain on the island. Rudiger says that the synagogus, which are meaning the leader of the synagogue, has the same authority among Jews as the mayor of Speyer has among Christians. It's very interesting. Essentially, he's saying you guys can run your own affairs with your own leader. And he specifically stipulates that the archsynagogues can actually judge cases, again, according to Talmudic law, because they're judging within themselves. We'll speak a little what happens when you have a Christian in a lawsuit. What happens then? Where do you go for redress? He specifically says that Jews may employ Christians as nurses or as servants. This was a very hot issue for at least 200 years. We're going to talk about that later. Look at how the church viewed the Jews. And also, Rudiger says that they're to slaughter their own for their own consumption, and they're allowed to share parts to non-Jews. This is a very basic Ashkenazic practice that the sciatic nerve in the thigh of a cow is forbidden to Jews. You read the section in the book of Genesis where Jacob is wounded in his wrestling with that mysterious angel. It says specifically in the Bible that for Jews no longer beat that sciatic nerve or that particular, I'm not sure what exactly it is. Yid HaNasheh is what it is in Hebrew. So removing that particular sciatic nerve is very difficult, and it's much more convenient and has become widespread Ashkenazic practice to simply take that whole section of the cow and sell it to non-Jews because it's too hard to remove that nerve to make the rest of the meat kosher. So he says, no problem, we will buy that meat from you. He outlines some possibilities of the Jews. They have to, for example, pay a certain amount of money, coined in higher currency, to compensate the church for some of the land that was used for the cemetery in particular, and they aren't in charge of guarding their own walls, so the burden of protecting them does not fall on the civil. But when you look at the entirety of these charges, it's actually pretty attractive, and you can see why Jews would say, hey, there's actually a place for us here. There's a nice carved out niche for our privileges. We can live and work here in security. And in fact, this is, during the period of the golden age of Ashkenaz, certainly before the Fates, at which point it begins to go downhill. But for now, I hope you enjoyed watching this video, and thank you very much for watching. One of the most important people who did research on Jewry law, in fact, I believe he coined the term Jewry law, is the great historian Guido Kish. Fascinating individual who was born in Prague, and he taught at the University of Halle until the Nazis forced him out in 1933. He taught for a little while the Jewish Theological Seminary in Breslau, but eventually he left Europe for the United States of America in 1935, and that's, of course, how he survived the war. He did tremendous studies of Jewry law in Germany, and we're going to look in particular at something called the Sachsenspiegel, which is basically a 12th century sort of codification of customary law in Germany, which was his life's work for about 20 years. He ended up, when he came here, he published in 1949 a remarkable book used in medieval Germany. It's a brick of a book. It's really quite dense and absolutely fascinating. But I want to point out to you one fascinating I just came across. Page 66, he buries this. And it helps me, think about that heroism of his generations of historians. We really got to just look a second. So what it is he should do. The thing about the law is that you didn't have like a single code that was repeated over and over and over. Said, well, here's our central. We have some of this in the Rome period. We have the Ziodusin Codex and things like that. But what you do have is a very important collection called the Sachsenspiegel, of which there are other versions of it. And in the 12th century, in which the writer basically tried to collect what he knew about the customary of the 12th century in Germany. It's actually quite fascinating. There's a lot of stuff about Jews, and I hope to spend a little more time talking about it shortly. But as this Sachsenspiegel spread, many municipalities said, hey, we really like this. Let's incorporate it. Oh, let's change this a little bit. Let's change that a little bit. But we'll basically keep it. And so it sort of reverberated throughout the regions. Perhaps the most famous iteration of it is something known as the Magdeburg Recht,
the law of Magdeburg, which was a particular city that established a version of the laws that were codified in the Saxon speaker. Now, and this had lots of implications for Jews, as we shall see in a while. So, what Guido Kish did in the 1910s and 1920s is he went all over Germany and went into local archives, local town halls, saying, show me your oldest records. And he painstakingly went through all of these old court cases, thousands upon thousands of them, and noted how they were related to the Saxon Spiegel to be able to write up a massive compendium of how law spread throughout Germany. Huge amount of effort. Then, of course, in the 1930s, when the Nazis came to power, they confiscated all of his papers. He just mentions this, by the way, in passing on page 66 of his book. By the way, I worked on this 20 years, and then the Nazis just took it all away. After the war, he writes, because this book was published in 1949, he tried to get back some of his documents, but it was all gone. He did know, however, that the Nazis did publish 2 volumes based entirely on his research, without any attribution to it, because of course he was a Jew. So what goes around comes around, however. The entire institute that had stolen all his material was heavily damaged in the last months of the war, and everything was lost. The entire institute, all of their papers and things like that. But what's kind of fascinating is that, Kish was primarily working as a German legal historian, but he's also a Jew and also interested in Jewish history. So as he's going through his material, he would make separate set of notes specifically about how do these various legal decisions reflect upon Jewry law. And he ended up collecting a tremendous amount of material, which he didn't turn over for publication because he was working. This was his side gig, so to speak. But he was able to side notes and then come up with this massive book, "The Jews in Medieval Germany: A Study of Their Legal and Social Status," which has proved to be an incredible resource for students of medieval law and the Jews. Absolutely fascinating. Thank you very much for watching.
Because in the last 16 hours, body parts and smell of it on fire. That fucker, I think that's the only thing. It's not about fucking barbecue.
Let's resume the discussion of the status of the Jews by looking at a different charter. This one composed about 100 years later, 1190, by the Emperor Henry IV, considerably larger and more important figure. And what this particular charter is especially good at, much larger than the 1084, is that it specifically points to a new status that Jews developing over the centuries while they're living in Ashkenaz, that of servi kamarai, sometimes called servi kamaraius, which means of the royal chamber. What this refers to, we'll get into when we talk about the economics, is that the Jews became, in terms of the system privileges and legal status, sort of like the position of the king. And this was exceptionally useful to the king for economic purposes. Again, we'll get into that in a separate lecture, but not irritating to the church. So let's have a look at this particular charter and what it refers to and what the implications are. First of all, there's a really interesting preamble in which Henry IV says that he was approached by certain Jews, led by Judah ben Kalonus. This is the famous Kalonus family, who we see at the very beginnings of Ashkenazi civilization, and later they assume, important leadership positions. They come to the emperor at Speyer, and they ask for his protection. Right? We talked about feudalism and the idea that the higher classes, nobility, and especially the king, protect the lower classes.
And the Jews, not serving in an extensive serf-like capacity, therefore producing their produce or destroying their produce, and physically defending the territory. Like, what exactly do they have to return to the king? Well, it turns out they actually have a lot. We'll get to that when we get to the economic. So at any rate, the king says, yes, I will put this protection. Once again, this may be sort of like a confirmation of a much earlier kind of status that organically evolved in the relationship between the Ashkenazi Jews and the state, or it's not impossible, but it could even be a de novo. I think that's unlikely. Most of these things you see, out of it earlier. But at any rate, what does the charter actually say? So first of all, Emperor IV says, one, neither small nor great, neither freeman nor serf, will presume to attack or assail the Jews. Right? They live under his protection. You mess with the Jews, you're going to mess with the king. And so noblemen and locals, if they want to get mixed up with the Jews in a way that's detrimental, the emperor will protect their status. The charter goes on to say that no one will be allowed to seize Jewish property illegally, including their land. This, by the way, speaks to the widespread misapprehension that Jews were not allowed to own land in the medieval period. And in fact, while there are some places where this was the case, the vast majority of Jewish history, Jews were allowed to own real estate. It just turns out that it may not have been a very wise investment in the Middle Ages, particularly because there's a lot of expulsion. We see that the Jews were expelled from France 3 times in 1 century. I mean, that's ridiculous. And so, it's hard to run with holding on to your house, right? So, therefore, real estate turned out to be not necessarily the best investment. At any rate, the charter will say that no one can seize property, neither, cattle nor real estate. And what happens if someone tries to do that? Well, first of all, they'll have to pay what the Bible would call a kofar payment. It's a double payment. So if a man were to steal $100 worth of Jewish property, he would have to pay the Jew back $200 after being caught. And secondly, pay £1 in gold to the treasury. So in other words, it was definitely in the interest of the to enforce this, because they would get that £1 of gold from the Jew. The charter goes on to say the Jews have the right of free trade. They were not to be charged any tolls. So in other words, traveling from region to region, which is something that's really important for the growth of trade. They used their easy pass to get through all of the turnstiles, and they never had to pay any tolls. The local authorities would never be allowed to billet soldiers or other people in Jewish homes. This was, interestingly enough, one of the reasons that the American Revolution happened, because local New Englanders were very upset that the British were constantly billeting, meaning like housing their soldiers in private homes. Now, there's a really interesting section here about what happens if a Jew is caught with stolen goods. So this can work 2 ways, I think. First of all, it's possible that the Jew was involved in illicit activity, as the colloquial term would be offense, right? Where someone steals, let's say, steals the household pots from Peter, and then John sells them to, and the Jew puts them there to sell to, let's say, Leon. But Peter comes and says, hey, these are my pots. They were stolen from my home. Right? So that's definitely not a good thing. You would think that the Jew should exercise some due diligence to make sure that the pots are not, in fact, stolen. But maybe we'll get into that when we talk a little bit more economics of it. At any rate, if he bought it in good faith, meaning John said, these are in fact my pots, I did not steal them from anyone, and the Jew pays for them in that case. So Peter has the right to take back his pots, but here the Jew, I should give the Jew a name, right? Let's call him Avra, those pots. So what happens? It's interesting to note that this phenomenon must have been significantly common, that it merited being included in the charter. So under these circumstances, the charter says that Abraham, the Jew who bought these goods in good faith, has the right to be paid for the value that he expended for them. And furthermore, the Jew would be able to regular oath say that, yes, I paid for them based on faith that John said they were not stolen. So it's interesting that the Jew oath is accepted here. There's a lot more discussion later of specific oaths that required the Jews to take if they were not trusted. But this particular charter of 1190 seems to give the Jews quite a bit of credit. The charter gone to a different direction to say there will be no forced baptism of children. And again, like the last case, the idea that this was sufficiently common would be raised as a concern to others before the emperor is suggestive of the kind of challenge when we discuss the church. But what if it happens? So what if a child is taken from the Jews, kidnapped, and then baptized? So as we shall see, the church regarded those baptized children as in fact Christians. The church, especially the upper levels, like the Pope, Peter the Great, and others, specifically said it's not permitted for Christians to forcibly baptize, but if it is, they're kind of stuck, are in fact Christians. So what the charter specifically says is it reiterates the papal discussion on forced baptism, but it says that if it happens, then the person performed the forced baptism pay £12 to treasury. There's no word on the status of this baptized child. That the state did not want to take a stand in this particular issue, and perhaps we just hope the problem would go away. What happens if a Jew came forward and went for ruling baptism, which was, of course, a phenomenon in the medieval ages, as it is today? So basically, there was a 3-day quarantine where the new Christian would be required to be separated from everyone in order to make sure that he really was doing it of his own free will. It's a fascinating kind of discussion here because, well, hopefully we'll get into it. There's also a fascinating discussion with regards to the baptism of slaves belonging to Jews, which is going to be incredibly important to Agobard, the bishop in Lyon. We'll talk about that next lecture. But Jews are not allowed to buy any slaves who are currently Christians. If slaves, don't forget there are lots of pagans around at this point. They're primarily from the east and sold in the slave market in Prague, and slaves are a major part of the workforce, and Jews employ them just like anyone else employs slaves. So they would be originally paid. If they were to convert to Christianity, then there's a whole discussion we'll get to shortly. The charter says that the slaves would remain in the employ of the Jewish owner, and the person who converted them to Christianity would be forced to pay a fine to the treasury. Okay, we're going to continue by looking a little bit closer at this in the next video. What did the church say about it? Very much so. That until now we've largely confined our discussion to how this state specifically changed. We talked about the what the evolution of the status of the Jews within Ashkenazic medieval society. Note, however, that there's parallel structures that will achieve tremendous heights at the end of the 11th and especially in the 13th century, which is the church. Right? The church is kind of like a parallel structure that in many ways was competing with the state authority. How did it regard the Jews? So we will come back to some of the theological discussions a little bit later. We look more at antiquity, but it's very important to note that while there certainly was a significant amount of anti-gay slang from the medieval church, as one of my teachers once pointed out, the reality is that the church also preserved the Jews for about 1,500 years. How so? Specifically because early in the church fathers, St. Maria, which became known as the doctrine of witness. This is a fascinating doctrine which basically states that the Jews must be preserved in society until the second coming of the founder of Christianity in order to testify or witness that he is in fact the Messiah. If all the Jews are wiped out, God forbid, or even all expelled, then there's nothing around who will be able to say, you were right all along. Since the Jews were there originally, since the Jewish, then the only way that new tradition of Christianity can be validated is if its originators were able to say, yes, in fact, we were wrong, you were right, let's move on to this new faith. This is a complex kind of theological relationship that is really baked into Christianity. It's not nearly strong in Islam. Islam developed a couple of notions that allowed Muslims to regard Jews who were kind of like their intellectual grandparents rather than their parents. There's more of a distance with the Jews. There are similarities, but it's very important to Christianity. And in fact, it colors much of Catholic relationship with Jews and with the state of Israel to the present day. But for now, how is that expressed in reality? So according to St. Augustine, basically, the doctrine of witness says that Jews must be preserved, but they should not be preserved in an elevated state. In other words, if the whole idea is to keep the Jews around in order to reinforce Christian belief and to validate the credibility of Christianity, then it doesn't make sense if the Jews are, obviously engaged in a lot of consumption that is conspicuous before their neighbors. You have a Christian peasant walking down the street and he sees, 12th century Jew driving by in a Bentley or something. He says, wait a second, how come I drives a Bentley, right? So the idea is that the Jews have to be sort of so that their success in a material realm is not expressed to the outside world. This is seen in many different pieces of legislation. The requirement of Jews to wear a distinct humiliating badge, restrictions on their movement, economic activity, and so on, much of which is antithetical to what the king and the state is trying to do to expand Jewish privilege because they bring in a lot of money. The economics are going to be discussed very soon. So this is something that's sort of like built in Christianity, and we see it with medieval legislation from the church, canon law. Now, where this is perhaps most strongly seen in canon law with regards to Jews is a whole bunch of legislation that specifically bans fraternization between Jews and Christians. We see it in the Council of Elvira in Spain in the 4th century, where the Jews and Christians are specifically banned from, conducting meals together and drink wine together, things like that. Note that Jews, by the way, are also engaged in pretty similar kind of legislation that emerges from the Talmud. For example, the ban on drinking wine touched by non-Jews. No discussion about that. So the idea was to try and keep them separate in order that both the Jews and Christians maintain their distinct traditions. The Christian legislation seems to be very concerned that Jews will, in fact, affect Christian belief and would erode it in a very significant way. So we see these kinds of things. It's also fascinating, by the way, to note that they have to pass laws like Christians are forbidden to attend religious ceremonies in the synagogue, something that apparently was quite popular in St. John Chrysostom's Antioch and elsewhere. Now, but when we move to medieval Europe, besides the fraternization issues, which will receive a lot of attention in the 12th century, 13th century as the church grows stronger, one of the things in the early period that is especially important, we discussed in the last video, is the idea of slave ownership, and specifically slaves who become Christians. One of the most important voices on this is a bishop named Agobard, who was based in Lyon, which is on the Rhone River in France. And Agobard absolutely furious with the notion that Jews, who are supposed to be like in a state, according to the Doctrine and Witness, own Christian slaves. Now, Agobard was not against slavery per se. You know, everyone owned slaves. He wasn't trying to change the institution of slavery. What he really objected to is the idea that Jews who should be in a lowly state should own Christians, and they should, Christians should be forced to do what Jews tell them to do, not in a regular employment arrangement, but in a slavery. So he offered to compensate Jews for any Christian slaves that they might own, which threatened the social. We see that for Henry IV's charge specifically forbade this. Slaves could say, "Hey, I'm just going to get myself baptized. Agobard will pay off my debt to the Jew, and then I'll be free." I mean, it's a great out. So the state specifically wanted to stop that because they wanted to keep the social the way it was. They wanted to keep the Jews making lots of money, and bring their slaves at a moment's notice made a huge difference. And I should also note that Agobard's offer was not quite as generous as it sounds, because the currency had been devalued in his lifetime, and he was offering to pay the old value when the current value of slaves was actually far higher. So at any rate, Agobard wrote a lot of things. His disciples wrote each, which tended to be increasingly anti-Semitic, and slavery was one of the main issues that they treated. But it's also important to note that there's another phenomenon going on that is especially expressed in the strange story of a church deacon named Udo. I'd like to talk about him a little bit because it's just so fascinating. His story is he was born in 814 to an aristocratic family. He was educated from his childhood in a monastery, and then showed some talent, so he was moved to the imperial court. Very scholarly, high office, and then something weird happened. He asked for permission to go on a trip to Rome. He was given that particular privilege, but on his way changed his journey. He went instead to Spain, converted to Judaism, grew a beard, married a Jewish wife. The whole thing, it's absolutely fantastic. And it is like a shana, to use the English term. This was like a scandal. And what was even worse is that while he was in Spain, in the Muslim-controlled part of Spain, where Jews had a lot more freedom at this time, he engaged in debate with a Jew who had converted to Christianity. And a lot of that correspondence has in fact been preserved. So the whole discussion of his conversion is absolutely fascinating. And it points to, kind of an insecurity on the part of the church that what would happen if, Jews were, what would happen if Judaism expands to a great degree and Christians are attracted by it. This is especially true because at the time the church was especially interested in the Hebraica Veritas. They had been in translation of the Bible for a very long time, called the Vulgate. But as scholarship developed, we began to like, can we really rely on this Latin translation? Wouldn't it be nice to know what the Hebrew original is? And of course, if you want to know the original, you've got to go to Jewish experts. All this contact and scholarly Jew posed a risk. Likely what happened with Bodo, who, by the way, took the name Eliezer afterwards. At any rate, he engages in an extensive debate. This individual named Alvaro, who was apparently a Jewish convert to Christianity, and this was an explosive debate that had a tremendous amount of impact on the society as well. So much more to say about it, but I think this is illustrative of the tensions that erupted between Jews and the church in the 9th century in particular, and we're going to have to see how this relationship would unfold over the Middle Ages. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. So one of the most important aspects of the development of early Ashkenaz is the remarkable attention that was devoted by these migrants to northern Germany to the construction of the social order of the Kehillah. The word Kehillah comes from the root kahal, to gather together, to congregate. But it was a term that was used synonymous with the term kahal to refer to the social structure of the Jewish communities in Ashkenaz and then beyond. And since they were basically like pioneers in this region, so they were far north of anywhere where Jews ever settled before, they basically had to make these things up as they went along. Certainly relied on earlier incidents that were set, for example, in the diaspora in Babylonia and elsewhere, but they didn't have, these large, moderating, centralized, like the yeshivas in Sura and Bavita that characterized the development of the Babylonian community. So they basically had to figure out, well, how are we going to organize ourselves? And this structure of the Kehillah was something that really got them through the next 1,000 years of diaspora in a very profound way and continued to affect the way that Jews organize themselves in the modern period. But before we approach the medieval understanding and the function of the Kehillah, we have to realize where we stand today in the 21st century. We now are 250 years out from the French Revolution, which marked a dramatic change in the structure of the Jewish community and the relationship of individual Jews only to their community, but to the society beyond. Let's just have a moment to look at France and understand what that change was, so we can go back and try to understand what the Ashkenazic Kehillah really was like. So in 1789, one of the major changes of the French Revolution was, a way that these Jews who lived in France as actual French citizens, rather than sort of like temporary resident people who were passing through for hundreds of years, living in exile from Israel. How were they to be dealt with in this modern nation state? So it didn't happen right away. The revolution occurred in 1789, but the founding principles of that revolution basically argued for the equality of all citizens of France, at least all men, at least all white men, but that begged the question, were we going to consider French women as citizens? They said initially no. Were we to consider French Jews as citizens? And that took a little bit more debate. So basically in 1790, the French extended full emancipation to the Jews of Bordeaux and Bayonne, the Sephardic Jews who were living closer to the Spanish border, and that's largely because they were far more adapted to French culture. They were much more likely to be French speaking, to live in this tightly concentrated, to have a broader demographic profile, especially an economic profile, and so on. But the Jews of Alsace-Lorraine on the eastern border with Germany, they were a much harder, dressed very differently, they were Nazi and so on. But after a year, in 1790, they were also admitted. this resulted in a certain level of outcry from the non-Jewish populations of that region, because all of the anti-Semitic regulations, which had restrained Jewish economic activity in particular, were lifted, and suddenly there was a rush of Jews into all parts of the economy that many other non-Jews threatened from. So they appealed to Napoleon. Napoleon, his characteristic, well, why don't we ask themselves what their intents are here? What's the major deliberative body of the Jews? There must be kind of like Pope, or must be some sort of Vatican for the Jews. And his advisors said there isn't, at least in the last 1,800 years since it met. The Sanhedrin is a great court of Jews that destroyed with the Roman Jewish. Napoleon first of all said, it doesn't matter anything to me. Napoleon, let us resurrect and we'll have a representative body of the Jews of Europe, and they'll tell us how they really feel about the citizenship. Are they going to be loyal to the state? And this is a whole story we spoke about in other videos. We'll get back to it now. But an amazing situation. Sanhedrin first called the Jewish notables, exactly what Napoleon wanted to hear, and they gave him the answers to 12 questions that he posed, and he said, okay, after hearing these answers, I'm going to validate the situation of the Jewish citizens in France. Not the story, but if you have a look at this, a sense of how Napoleon must have viewed it. Here he is onto these tablets that say Ra on them, and he's lifting up the fallen maiden who represents Judaism. There is a positively biblical kind of background. It looks like somehow a temple, and in the distance, the Judean desert and the menorah, and things like that. The caption reads that Napoleon the Great rehabilitates the Jewish religion on the 30th of May, 1896. The Jews, for their part, although there were certain pockets of resistance who felt like this was very, very dangerous, and it would in fact be quite dangerous to the structure of the Tehillah, they basically welcomed this affirmation of emancipation, and they put things like this remarkable medallion that celebrates Napoleon's gift of emancipation to the Jews. On the left, you see Napoleon's profile, and on the right, you see Napoleon, once again, not someone to fall for false humility. He's portrayed as God himself, presenting the two tablets of the law to a genuflected Moses. Just incredible. At any rate, that's never changed. What that means for the Tehillah is that ever since that moment, when Napoleon affirmed the decision of emancipation, basically Jews in modern states, it took 100 years for the rest of Europe, but Jews in modern states are equal citizens with everybody else, which deals with Jews as individuals, not as communities. It's not like the medieval period where the king didn't deal with people as individuals. He dealt with corporations. He dealt with the peasants as a whole, the nobility as a whole, the church as a whole. And it's a big change because now Jews have a voluntary relationship to their communal affiliation. If they choose, they may simply abandon the community and assimilate, or simply choose not to affiliate without assimilating into the general body politic. Everything now becomes quite voluntary, as opposed to the medieval, the modern period, where the Tehillah had actually coercive, where it was an arm of the state that vested in the Tehillah, in the Jews, some authority to force Jews to actually live according to their state. So that's kind of like the dark side. On the one hand, it's quite forced to essentially behave according to its dictates. This was a very salutary element of the Tehillah because it was very hard to assimilate. The only way to assimilate to the general population was to switch religion, to actually become Christian. That's actually a very high bar, and so very few Jews were simply willing to leave both. Only with modernity do we have large-scale assimilation because it's possible to simply not affiliate with the community and into a secular assembly without necessarily. The Tehillah also had tremendous powers of taxation, and they could use the funds that they generated from the deal provide for a very extensive self-government social safety network that was unparalleled. It was not strong on the participation of women, as we shall see, but there were ample roles for women to exercise power, particularly at the grassroots level, and especially in kind of disruptive activities. Let's look at how this structure works. So first of all, the Kehillah found a group of leaders called the Tuvei Ha'ir, literally translated as the good people of the city. This number was typically 7. It was invariably only men, typically wealthy men, who formed this cadre. They were put there by a quasi-democratic election. All Jewish males, sometimes property holders, but not exclusively, would vote for the Tuvei. Being a member of the Tuvei was, on the one hand, a great honor and something that was to be pursued, but at the same time, it carried tremendous responsibility. It's not only in terms of actually administering the Kehillah, but also in terms of expected financial contributions. It's a lot like the structure of modern synagogues today. It follows very similar patterns. If you're elected to the board of directors, that is a position of great honor and proud of yourself. But at the same time, there are expectations. You will support the synagogue with your wealth, not only with your energy. The two here would appoint a Parnas, who is literally the president. The word Parnas means a rider. And that might be the one that's the wealthiest among them, but he had the executive powers, and I can say he because these were all men. Also hire a rabbi, and the rabbi would be in charge of a beit din or a court. Now, this is one of the interesting factors of the Kehillah that is replicated again by God's formalities. The rabbi is, on the one hand, an employee of the Tuvei, and he can be dismissed. On the other hand, he represents rabbinic authority that undergirds all of this. And so sometimes Tuvei and the rabbi are not in a kind of a dynamic where the rabbi will exercise a check on the Tuvei, and the Tuvei, because they write his checks, they will exercise a sort of thing against the rabbi as well. The rabbi tends to be the most charismatic and populist individual in Jewish leadership, but he is nevertheless dependent on the Tuvei for his financial well-being, and so the two groups tend to have a kind of a dynamic relationship between the two, which is not always cordial, but nevertheless stable. Under these groups, you have Parnas and the rabbi both control Gabayim. This term Gabbai, singular, is used in modern synagogues today, and it's sort of like what's sometimes trying to beadle, which sounds like funny word. Basically, a synagogue functionary who chooses who is given what synagogue honors in the daily services and things like that. In modern parlance, the Gabbais see a fairly low level, but in the Kehillah, Gabbai literally means a collector or an enforcer. Both Tuvei through the Parnas and the rabbi through the beit din could enforce their regulations. Disagreeing with his tax assessment. Too bad that the Bible would come and they would collect it. If a person insisted on refusing to appear before the beit din, so that the Bible was there, then they would arrest him. They could actually impose corporal punishment on him for legally refusing to appear for the beit din. So they had real muscle. And muscle was backed by the king because the king wanted the Jewish community to function effectively and to be able to hand over reliably the tax revenues that they generated by the various economic activities that the tribes we discussed in previous classes. So they had real power. It was a civilization. Here's the upside. The Parnas would set up a whole network of chevra. Chevra basically means association, a group of friends that come up, friend or colleague or comrade in Hebrew. And the chevra were actually, social service agencies, serve a wide variety of purposes for the community. This is the amazing thing that the Jews essentially set up their own localized municipal service networks that way the huge level of self-help that allowed the Jews, especially the poorer Jews, to rely on their community for support through difficult times. A few examples of the Hebrew every community would have a Hevdisha, literally the society. This was the most important of the Hebrew. Essentially, this dealt with Jewish burial, the preparation of the dead, burial, the wrapping of shrouds, and so on. This elevated of all of them, the Hevdisha was the biggest honor. It also represented a very difficult task in which corpses prepared for burial, considered something that was reserved for people of high dignity and was considered burial. Below that, you have an example of Hebrew Shas, which would be a community dedicated to education, or the Hebrew Biko Kolim, that would deal with health and visiting the sick and so on. The Hebrew Tomka Shabbos with a food bank. Sometimes these would change the community, but all of them exist in well-organized Orthodox communities, to be sure, at least to this day. The committee for Ozer Dalin, poor relief, for Akasas Kala, the preparation of weddings for brides, Winat Sek, for people who are traveling through hospitality, Hebrew Tehillim, religious purposes like Reham and so on. And all of these Hebrews, of course, they will vary from community to community. The density of the Hebrews, unlike the higher levels of their leadership, these tend to be dominated by women. Women tend to perform a high degree of volunteeristic tasks with the support, and they would receive funds from the taxation that was executed by the Surveyor in order to make sure that their functions continue to progress. And with remarkable social safety net, the Kahula was able to find. Now, it is important to note that there were a few options for appeal to the coercive nature of the Beit and the Tuveir that include, for example, sanctioned discernment of prayers, which was kind of built in, and was something that could be used by women as well. That, for example, during the daily prayers, if a woman felt that her claim had not been adequately addressed by the Tuveir or by the Beit, people could show up and walk into the men's section and refuse to allow the services to continue until she received assurances that she would be heard. This, of course, was subject to a certain degree of abuse. It was a fairly extreme form of, but nevertheless did many elements of society that did not have conventional power to be able to nevertheless make sure that their causes were heard. And by and large, this Kahila structure really functioned very well until Napoleon basically destroyed it with the destruction of the corporate nature of Jewish society. A lot more to say about what that actually meant and how it fell apart in other countries like Germany and in Russia, but even today's American society, the Segula, has a huge influence on admitted militaristic organizations like the modern cities. Okay, we'll have a lot more to say about the Jewish community, but for now, I hope you enjoyed watching this video. Thank you very much. Let us continue our discussion of the early family life and action experience in particular. So, one of the most fascinating family life in early Ishmael are the two martyrologies that come to the very late 11th century and the early 12th century. The Crusades, which we'll discuss a little bit later, is an important event in the development of early Ashkenaz. There were a series of very memorialized by Jewish writers in a series of chronicle, which lists in great detail the nature of the violence and their incidentally also has these crusaders corrupt a lot of the important details of these matters. But if we look at these markers specifically for the data, the vital statistics families that are represented there, we get a lot of how the Jews organize things. Again, it's kind of a weird set because it has lists of families, and obviously this is the purpose for which it was recorded, but nevertheless we can't read something and borrow from the great work of Kenneth Stowe, who wrote about this in his monograph. So, if you look at mines, for example, the chronology lists 168 different groups of people. 122 of them are families, and 46 are solitaries, meaning individuals who are killed by crusaders who are probably students or orphans not connected to other family members. So we have very similar data from Durham and Turin that seem to be all of the same sort of pattern. We don't have any kind of data like this for contemporary Christian families, which makes it difficult to compare to Christians at first, unless you can see some internal comparisons. So what do we see from those? First of all, the marriage rate is close to 100%. Very high stress placed on marriage. That this is something that is an ideal for people who come of age. Surprisingly, however, the average family size is somewhat small. One would think perhaps based on looking at modern Orthodox families, modern Orthodox families, we tend to be fairly large. These families in early Ashkenazi have on average only 2 children, and only 15% of those families live in multi-generational households. And again, remember the data set, we're looking at people who are victims of crusader violence. Maybe there's some special reason why certain groups were able to avoid that violence and are not listed in the martyrologies. But if we assume that it had nothing to do with the size of the family or the generational of the family, this seems to be a reasonable assumption about the nature of all Jewish families, not just those who were killed by the Crusaders. It might have a lot to do with urbanization and with the economics of families in urban environments. Whenever Jews become urbanized, like all people, organized, they tend to have smaller amounts of children as opposed to rural economies, which are based on having more hands out in the field. Having larger families is much more of an economic benefit. And also probably relates to the use of birth control, which was discussed among the scholars at the time, specifically something called a MOF, which so fascinating kind of insights as the family size is actually surprisingly small, and 2 children at these households are not multi-generational. If you look a little bit at the lives of women during the medieval period, there's so much to say here, and I'm going to find a space of time. There's one really important thing that comes from the nature of how Judaism traditionally regards the activity of women. And this requires kind of a chart to explain. I think an easy way to understand how men and women experience Judaism from a different perspective, a gender perspective, a sex perspective, the easiest way to look at it is to consider how the commandments are considered from the perspective of man versus woman. They are viewed differently. Basically, we can divide all of the commandments in the Torah and the rabbinic tradition, which there are 613 according to the Jewish. We can divide them into positive commandments and negative commandments. That is, those commandments which are thou shalt do, go out and do something, and those which are thou shalt not, refrain from doing. We can also divide those on a horizontal axis as those which are defined by time, don't do this at a time, or not do this at this particular time, and the commandments which are not defined by time, meaning that you always do these commandments anytime, and You must never do these during these particular examples. A positive commandment, which is defined by time, would be the command to sit in a sukkah, right, which is an outdoor dwelling that is only for the holiday of Sukkot. A negative commandment defined by time would be do not eat bread on the day of Passover. You can eat bread every year, but on Passover, do eat bread. Right? So it's positive and negative defined by time. Now, not defined by time would be like honor father and mother. That is positive, it has no time. There are some other use of parents in that much for our discussion today, but the commandment to honor your parents is always, regardless of time. They do not murder against self-defense, war, things like that, but it might be not defined by time. There's never a time when murder is acceptable. Again, I'm discussing in broad strokes, just to give you an example. How does this relate to women? The distinction for women is that women are exempt from one category of commandments in traditional Judaism, those which are positive and defined by time, which means that a whole host of activities, such as, for example, going to synagogue to pray with a minion, is something which is positive and defined by time, because it's the morning prayer, the afternoon prayer, the evening prayer. Women are exempt. Women still have the obligation to pray, but they don't have to be locked into a communal time structure. This obviously has huge advantages for putting women in charge of domestic tasks, such as child rearing, which do not admit as someone who is a man of multiple children. There is definitely no time commitment that is exclusive to child rearing. And so this is really emphasize the distinction between being active in the public sphere and being active in the private sphere. The private sphere tends to be bringing children out. There are some exceptions, such as, for example, lighting candles on Friday night. That is positive. You really light the candles. It is defined by time on Friday night. And it is nevertheless associated with women, for Passover and things like that. But in general, that is the overwhelming distinction for women and men when it comes to the commandments. And it led to a very different kind of, experience of Judaism for women overall. I don't want to go deeper into this, but we should understand this. Understand the distinctions in men. Economically, however, it's important to point out that since men were involved, Ashkenazi men were overwhelmingly involved in commerce, women were also overwhelmingly involved in economic activities like commerce, specifically when it dealt not so much with international travel, which would be more public domain, but in terms of private shopkeeping. In money lending, many examples of very successful money lenders because of the distinction between public and private being something like this open to them. Well, so much more to say, but let's stop here and we're going to pick up with the narrative.
It was, I remember up in Harlem in those days, the Bronx, it was open fucking around in the 90s, the Russians came. Oh yeah.
Let us continue our discussion of the early Ashkenazi family beginning by looking at the activities of the women Gershom, Meor, and our Rabbi Gershom, the life of the exile, who had some very important to say about marriage that affected the next 1,000 years of Ashkenazi. So, Jewish women were, of course, married somewhat younger than they are today. It was not at all uncommon to have childhood slavers, even in the single days, although actual marriage tended to be limited to the age of 12 and up. I know that's shocking by modern standards, but by medieval standards, there will be a tremendous amount of emphasis placed on observing the so-called laws of family purity, which involve the visitation of a ritual bath once a month, in order to maintain regular family life. And then marriage, as we saw in the demographic results from the martyrology of the Crusades, was considered a highly cherished state of being and was pursued the vast majority of our now, we see it just some examples of this, by the way. Some of the most amazing articles from the Air Force that we looked at a few weeks ago. One of the marriage lists that was, it's hard to imagine exactly how this would have been used. Hard to imagine a single person who looks like maybe it was used for real marriages and shared, I don't know, kinds of pieces of art. Dating from 14th century Germany, they didn't see the underside. Look at the hands and clasp with absolutely gorgeous. Really, he puts to shame modern at any rate, what did Rabbi have to contribute to discussion? So he came from Metz, later he established an important yeshiva in Mainz, and his influence on early Ashkenaz was huge. He a whole generation, and that generation taught another himself, Rabbi Shlomo Yitzchaki, who famously gave Rabbeinu Gershon in return Mayor Hagolah. And in this quote, Rabbeinu Gershon made a memory of Elijah holy beautiful blessing, his sympathy eyes referring to Rabbeinu Gershon. He made lots of decisions, but there are even more decisions that are recorded in his name because later authorities would sometimes attack on his authority to decisions he may never have actually been involved with because he had such a phenomenal reputation. He had son Eliezer was forcibly converted and later possibly killed in the context of the 10-12 persecutions. We know that he himself was married twice, and his ketubah for his second wife was now, the most important thing that Rabbeinu Gershon contributed was, we discussed this very briefly a few weeks ago. I know it literally means enactments or fixes, and these are kind of like rules that the early Ashkenazi community created for themselves to organize their community. As an influential rabbi, he placed an extremely important takana on the Ashkenazi communities, banning polygamy. Polygamy, marrying more than one wife, is something which, of course, is recorded in the Bible. Abraham and Jacob have multiple wives, but it's something that does not seem to be extremely prominent among Jews anyways, so we're not sure whether Rabbeinu Gershon actually made a dramatic change in Ashkenazi society or he kind of cemented that practice. But he definitely was motivated to enact all kinds of rulings which were definitely favorable to women's rights and represent a significant advancement. For example, a ban on divorcing a woman against one of the problems inherent in the way that Jewish law is structured, at least as we very within our constraints. According to the Bible itself, a man has control over the dissolution of his marriage, which means that he could simply, if he followed simply the biblical precedent, he could simply say, I want to divorce my wife, no fault divorce, whatever reason it is, and send her away. The ancient rabbi instituted a marriage contract as mandatory and said that if a man wanted to divorce his wife, he would have to pay her a settlement. That in itself represented a huge leap forward, kind of document called the ketubah. But there was nothing in place to prevent a man from precipitously simply saying, well, I'm going to pay the ketubah and I'm going to divorce my wife without any grounds for it. So there was a block put in place. The woman had to consent to receive the divorce before the divorce would in fact be fulfilled. There's
a let's say, by the way, about the not situation of divorce, which is far beyond the scope of our discussion here, but it is a significant problem in years. There's also enact, by the way, a couple other really important bans. One of them is the Keren Hayishu, which literally is a ban on settlement, which allowed Jewish communities to regulate their own population. And to, for example, ban people from coming in and setting up Jews, from coming in and setting up competing Jewish industries, like too many shoemakers and things like this, which was somewhat controversial, but nevertheless it was some economic stability in these communities. He also issued a ban on reading other people's correspondence. So letters that at the time, if you weren't you were not allowed to read that correspondence. It had, obviously significant, especially the contemporary period where we have that. But nevertheless, Benjamin Gershon made these bans on polygamy had a huge impact, as well as many other technologies that were related to it. I want to say there's so much more to say about women in general. Use some of the earlier lectures I did on this topic if you like. But I would like to just focus on one last, specifically Ashkenazi aspect of the treatment of women, and that would be the very unusual zoomorphic representation of women that we have. Some of the things that come out of it, Hasidic Ashkenazi culture. We're going to talk more about the Hasidic Ashkenazi in a future lecture, so I don't want to jump too far ahead of myself. But basically, this is a movement very prominent in Ashkenazi in the 12th and 13th centuries. It seems to have been something of a reaction to occurs of the Crusades that we briefly alluded to earlier. And may also, kind of be a social mirror of what was going on in the Christian world. Franciscan monks who were also developing this kind of Hasidic community at the same time, but specifically looking at women, we see some of the treatment of women, and there's a lot more to say about this than that. The literature of the Hasidic Ashkenazi movement, but if you look at the representations of women, and that is reflected in the very few pieces of art we have from that period, largely illuminated manuscripts, overwhelmingly created by her Jewish clients. You see something really unusual, and that is the zoomorphic representation of women. For example, if you look at this manuscript, which represents, on the left, you see Moses wearing the hat that is associated with Jews from the 12th Lateran Council. I'm not sure whether Jews actually wore it, but it appears in a lot of, so it's useful for art. And maybe a way for the artist to label Jews, even though it was conventional more than reality. We do know that Jews wore them. That was a creating article that they railed against, but I'm not quite sure about. So on the left is Moses receiving the Ten Commandments. On the right, you have his brother Aaron, who is wearing a particularly Catholic-looking fish hat, but that's just because he is a high priest. Then they are followed by a group of Jews, who see once again with the Jewish hat. And then look at this, they don't have Jewish limbs, but they have distinctly animal-like heads. Important to note that animals unreal, they are sort of cute, puppy-like. They have a head, which is associated with cute animals, things like that. So it's not meant to be repulsive, but there's a distinct hesitation to represent women's faces in this Hasidic Ashkenazi artwork. It is something that we see in other pieces with men as well. The Hasidic Ashkenazi seem to be hesitant to portray men, humans in general, but women in particular. So here's another example from the period. You can see on the left, there's a female figure, second one on the left. This is the figure of Solomon on his throne, his dreams, things like that. But notice all of the men are also represented, except for Solomon himself, who is represented without a face, which is also something of disfigurement or a head
hesitancy to portray a human figure. There's another example, however, where Gemini, the twins, both males, portrayed with animal heads. On the left, you have what appears to be Solomon again, this time with a face. So it's really very confusing. Here's perhaps the most famous example. The period of Ashkenaz, you have the birds that have got almost all, not all of the figures are represented with birds' heads. These appear to, this is a scene at a bakery. That is a Jewish man. At the center of this is a woman who was kneading and preparing the matzahs. On the right appears to be a Jewish boy who is poking holes in the matzahs so they're baked properly. On the left, the figure holding up the matzah, I always think of him as saying something like, "What? $50 a pound? You've got to be kidding me." But at any rate, this other example of the Hasidic hesitancy portray the human form. Okay, so much to say, but I've got to move on. I want to thank you all very much for watching this video. We've had a chance to look at the community structure of the early Ashkenazi community, and then we looked a little bit about that. His mom supports he can't get a job, has a shame, and they were looking for anyway. Family structure and gender in Ashkenazi society. Let's now look at the intellectual, spiritual, religious life of Jews and Ashkenazis in the time of age. So in order to do that, let's first place it into a larger context. One of the most basic ideas of Jewish intellectual history, traditionally speaking, is this notion of the decline of the generation. Theologically, there is this concept that there was a high moment of sensitivity and closeness to God at the revelation of Sinai, and then every subsequent generation represents kind of like a step down as we move through time away from that late covenant. And for the purposes of scholarship, rabbis have tended to divide these generations into kind of big chunks that corresponds more or less with the major works that they engaged in during their lifetimes and the major kind of activities that they did. So let's look at it, for example. You have a very important generation called the Tanaim. So they basically from about the year 200 before the Common Era to about 200 of the Common Era, and their principal product is the Mishnah. Really important compilation of oral law that is based on oral traditions, go back much further, but it's a really important foundation for the Talmud. Then you have, of course, the scholars of the Talmud itself, the so-called Amoraim. The word Tana means like teacher, Amora means sayer or speaker. And they're active primarily between the years, they're kind of like ballpark numbers, 200 and 500. Not only in the land of Israel, but also in Babylon. You have a couple of other generations afterwards. When I say generation, of course, I mean groups of generations. And these are basically people who are building on the Talmud as it has been codified. When you get to our period in Ashkenaz, that's the period of the Rishonim. The term Rishonim means the first ones. And their years are basically from about the year 1000 to about the year 1500. Really important at the end point is when printing becomes a very important technology of information transfer. And there's a lot of fascinating, but not for today's lecture. We're going to focus on printing while we're still in manuscript culture. So there's the first ones. They're followed, by the way, by the Roman, the later ones, and basically up until 1900, to show that we all people after 1900, post-Babylonian, let's focus on the Rishonim. What primarily were these Rishonim who were very heavily invested not only in Ashkenaz but also in Spain and Italy? What exactly were they doing that corresponds to the first, there were those who were the greatest of all of them was certainly Rashi, who lived 11th century and is a commentator par excellence who basically goes to the text of the Bible. He also wrote a massive commentary on the Talmud, and he tries to sort of move through it. There are two main things that he does. First is he explains difficult passages in very beautiful, pithy prose, very, very compact, and it's studied by children, Rashi's commentary, because it's very accessible. And secondly, especially in his commentary on the Torah, he integrates the oral Torah with the written Torah, brings in Midrashim, kind of like an astrologizer sort of function. Very, very important. Really, you can't go anywhere without Rashi. People say that you need to learn the Torah with two fingers, one in the text of the Torah itself, and one in the commentary of Rashi. That's why he's so important. But there are many other commentators besides Rashi, although he was famous commentaries, the first among people. Then you have a very interesting thing which is very associated with Rishonim, so-called counters. So the counters of the commandments. That's because there's this passage in the Talmud that specifically states that there are 613 commandments encoded in the Torah. So that number was like, was taken for granted for a long time until the Rishonim came along and started saying, well, we've got a number, let's go back and count them. And so you have many comments. One of my favorites is the from Spain, who essentially wrote a beautiful counting of it, which not only describes what the commandments, very brief discussion of who does it, and then very why we have this commandment. Because many of the Rishonim shy away from this discussion. Why is not a relevant question. When God says jump, we say how high, right? We don't say why. But that's another discussion. It's more theology and history. Anyway, the Chinuch is one of them. Maimonides is a very important one. The Smag counters. You go through and compile it. Now you may wonder, why do we have multiple counters? Why would we have just one counter and we're done with it? The fact is, because when they actually got around to counting in the period of Rishonim, they came up with different counts. Some commentators or some counters said, here's our list, and another counter was you skipped over 6 that I was including, and you have several that I don't even think it's those, not even commandments. And so there's a certain amount of dispute between the counters, and that's why we have multiple lists of counts. But they're not hugely different. If I had to say a ballpark figure, I'd imagine the difference is probably 3 or 4% of the 613. But the vast majority of they agree on is a commandment not to murder, for example, or it is a commandment to honor your parents. But there are maybe just multiple commandments. And this is kind of something that flows out of the counters are the codified. Because until this point, Jewish law was basically scattered throughout the Talmud, and then later decisions called responsa that are compiled by later rabbis. And if you wanted to know the answer to a question in Jewish law, you basically had to know the entire thing. You had to know all of the Talmud, which is 2,711 folios. That's 2 sides of 1 page. So we're talking well over 5,000 pages of text. Very difficult, totally analytical text. And you had to know what people had written after that as well. To know anything that you saw, you really had to have a massive training in Aramaic and in the Talmud and in the response, whether or not it was posted. So around the time of the Rishonim, after the counters begin their work, some of the counters actually became part of it. Let's organize all this material. We're going to put it into chapters, numbered paragraphs. We are going to make a code out of that are embedded in the Talmud and elsewhere. It's an extremely important activity. Within important early codes, we have others like Maimonides, who we'll talk later, and they culminate in the great Shulchan Aruch, the prepared table of Rabbi Yosef Karo at the very end of this period of Rishonim. So these are the key basic areas here. Many Shonim were quite active. Specifically in Ashkenaz, we should also add one more really important, which I think if we had to put it into those three categories, I'd include them in commentators, but it is an especially important group of commentators because it was so basic to Ashkenaz and beyond, and it had such a massive inquiry to the very school called the book, which means basic addition. These are specifically commentators on the Talmud, and similar commentaries. Look at this page here, and see I've sort of broken down a color-coded page of the Talmud. This is actually the first page of the Talmud, and it deals with the laws of the particular prayer, what time may it be prayed. You have the Mishnah, you recall that's associated with the Nine, the earliest generation. And then below it, in sort of goldenrod, you have the Talmud itself, also known as the Gemara, and it is a commentary on the Mishnah. So the Mishnah is set to writing sometime around the year 200. The Talmud takes another 300 odd years, and it is a commentary on the Mishnah. Basically, you turn the page, and you'll always have in the center either a bit of Mishnah or more likely a long discussion of that Mishnah that is the Talmud. Now, on the inside of the page, towards the binder on the right is Rashi's commentary, and you can see, if you look carefully, that there are some bolded letters that are in a bolder font. Those are the opening words quoting from either the Mishnah or the Talmud, and then in the lighter font, that's Rashi sort of helping you through the text. This is what this means, this is what this means, and so on. That's kind of like the basic commentary. Tosafot, on the other hand, they're in a green big column on the left, and this is a huge school of several hundred rabbis active throughout Europe, all the way from England to Ukraine, that are doing a very different thing with the Talmud. Rather than just helping you through the text line by line, they're basically taking an analytical approach. By the way, this includes Rashi's grandchildren, who are some of the most prominent Tosafot, and they're not afraid to disagree with Zaidi either. They will say, Zaidi, we don't understand what Zaidi's saying here because it appears to be quite the opposite. But what does Tosafot do that's so unusual? But basically, they take an analytical approach where they say, okay, this is what it says over here. This is what Rashi says it means. But if you go 600 pages later in the Talmud, you'll see something that apparently contradicts it. How can this be? How can you have a contradictory passage in the Talmud? So they will endeavor to try and reconcile them, or express that perhaps there was some differentiation. So basically, they take a very holistic, analytical, critical approach that was exceptionally important in advancing the intellectual life of Ashkenaz Jews, because it took the Talmud from basically a kind of text that you would read and slowly absorb it to something which was really subject to searing investigation and held up to a very high standard of analytical rigor, and I think it's a major impact on the Ashkenazi mind. Okay, let's stop here. I want to, in the next video, look at one of my favorite parts of Ashkenaz. That is in the south, Provence, which is far from the Ashkenazic center, but shares a lot of elements. Thank you very much for watching.
This podcast would have been fell apart. We would have been talking to me for fucking days in a row.
Hello, fellow students. Thank you for coming back and one more. So today I'd like to look at
This one that shook you enough. Well, with seeing Daryl Strawberry the next day, he was 13 years sober, and he was like, I mean, it's really only part of it would not good. Good would kind of show up.
And it basically follows the Rhone River.
Life is in their lives.
And basically from Lyon down to Marseille.
I was out of Southampton, and I went to the party.
The southern coast of France on the Mediterranean. That's why it was such a conflict. Because first of all, there's a certain amount of indigenous conflict culture, like we discussed during the classic and post-social individual. That's kind of like the French school that's active in the region. But you also have a significant number of Spanish migrants who are making their way over the Pyrenees Mountains into this region, bringing with them a very different approach to community, quite distinct from post-war in a lot of ways, a great attachment to the legitimacy of the Deerstone, of the text itself, and a critical method of saying, well, you know, this must be a graphical error, or graphical scribal error, and things like that. And also some rather unusual wisdom from Arabic sources that they're familiar with. Aristotle, for example, comes into the region because of the Arab fascination with Greek culture that, of course, is familiar to the Jews in Spain as well. And then, as well, you have Maimonides influencing this region in the period of agriculture that turns out to be a huge controversy. So let's look a little bit at what's going on in Provence, specifically through Maimonides. So Maimonides is one of the greatest rabbis of the medieval period. He was born in Spain, but as a very young man, he and his family had to flee because it was an unusual period of Islamic revival from previous generations. So he made his way across to North Africa. He ended up settling finally in Egypt, and he was pretty much set on being a Talmudic scholar, although he had also studied in university and elsewhere, so he had medical knowledge. However, his older brother David died in a shipwreck, losing all of the family wealth and leaving Maimonides alone. So Maimonides would say, okay, well, that's it, I gotta go into some kind of business. He turned to his mind to medicine, where he ended up becoming an extremely successful physician. He was actually the chief pediatrician of the harem, and very much involved in it. And he's a fascinating individual. He's paradigmatic in the sense that he represents one of the greatest figures of French Jewish culture, being both fantastic as a scholar in Judaism and being very active in his chosen field of Jewish medicine. That was quite a bit with the Spanish Jewish figures, not so much with him. At the same time, he's quite exceptional. He's not afraid to disagree with lots of other rabbis. So what kind of things did Maimonides write? He wrote several types of books. First of all, he wrote in his youth a very valuable commentary on the Mishnah, which we discussed. He also wrote significant Arabic, lots of medical writings, which are still valuable and studied today. He wrote many letters to far-flung Jewish communities, giving them instruction, because early on he was recognized as being the leader of Arabic-speaking Jews. And then he wrote a fascinating philosophical text called The Guide for the Perplexed. I'm going to go into a little bit about that in a second. But what's especially fascinating for him is he wrote a massive work called the Mishnah Torah, to follow the lectures we just had before. Episodes ago, we talked about the codifiers, the early counter and the codifier. He counted all the mitzvot in his Sefer HaMitzvot, and then he codified all of them on a much larger scale than most other codifiers in this huge book called the Mishnah Torah. And this became a huge hit He wrote it in Hebrew, a fairly accessible Hebrew, unlike his God-given text, which is written in Hebrew, Arabic, and very philosophical in nature. His Torah is really written at about middle school level, so it's quite widely studied too. Now, controversy erupted when it comes out of Provence. Once the Ibn family settled in Provence, they start translating Great Arabic literature into Hebrew and making it available to French Jewish scholars, because the French Jewish scholars are not able to. And a lot of it is so valuable, like the great Husserl work, the great ethical work, Clovis, the Davos, and they also translate Maimonides as the perplexed. A lot of French scholars who look at this and say, what is this tremendous respect he has for Aristotle? Aristotle is not even Jewish. How can he be pagan, Greek author, and so on? And they criticize Maimonides for being overly reliant on Jewish wisdom. Secondly, they're really quite upset because he wrote this huge book and it has no foot. Rabbi says this, Rabbi the opposite, and Maimonides simply rules he thinks is correct. I mean, he has a system for deciding that, but he doesn't provide a background to the discussion. So people up in Provence accuse Maimonides of being arrogant, whereas Maimonides' defense was he wanted to make this accessible and transparent and popular for regular readers who don't necessarily dive into all of the back and forth of the Minusha. He wanted to make it much simpler for them. And he was certainly not expressing arrogance, although he did have a very grand scheme for the Mishnah Torah. So what ended up happening in 1232 is that somehow the Dominican buyers got a hold of these books. It's quite possible that they were denounced to the Christian group by Jews in Provence, and they were burned at the incredible burning of books in Maimonides. 10 years later, of course, the church was find that burning Jewish books is actually a positive thing, and there will be a much larger impact burning of wagon loads of Talmud, precious manuscript versions of the Talmud in the year 1242. But this was all around Maimonides' works, which were now beginning to circulate in Provence. And the controversy going for a while. Was it okay to study Maimonides? Was it not okay to study Maimonides? And eventually the rabbi came to a compromise where they placed a ban on studying philosophy until a person reaches the age of 25. That was considered the minimum level of maturity for a person to study these things like Aristotle or Plato in the 20th tradition of Jewish. So that's basically the controversy that swirled around Maimonides in Provence. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellows. Inner mind of Ashkenazi communities. I look at a very unusual religious movement called the Idei Ashkenaz. And they are a movement of thinkers in the 12th and 13th centuries, especially associated with a kind of reaction to the Crusades. Far more strict and aesthetic than many other groups, but they left a lasting impact on the Ashkenazi community, even though the movement itself did peter out, especially with the expulsions that occurred from the 14th century. So basically, we have to look at the Crusades to understand the Crusades. The Crusades were a movement that was initiated by Pope Urban II, you see the image here, that said that we have to come to the assistance of our Byzantine church neighbors and allow Christian pilgrims to gain access to the holy sites which were controlled by the Muslim claimed that this was not happening. And so Urban II took advantage really of the unique economic moment in Northern Europe to proclaim these great military parades to Jews, called the Crusades after the word cross. And they turned out to be a massive success. So in this map here, there were several crusades along several different routes. And in fact, they were at least initially successful in driving out the Muslims from Jerusalem, and they established their later objected by Muslim reaction. There was nevertheless a lot of archaeological remains of both those countries. Now, why that is especially important for us in terms of Ashkenaz is because a lot of the Crusades were not regular soldiers. They were like, ragtag bands led by people like Peter the Hermit, who said, essentially, why should we schlep all the way to Jerusalem? Why drag ourselves all the way to Jerusalem to fight non-believers right here? And so here's then, focusing their energies on making their way all the way down to Jerusalem, they act with Jewish communities like Speyer once in the summer of 1996. These were horrific massacres, and there's a lot to say about how they unfolded in the previous life. But these were massacres that came out of the blue, and they actually had a real impact on the community with the stories of Jews committing suicide, of horrible entire family dying under these circumstances or burned alive and so on. And it's a lasting intellectual scar of Ashkenaz. Now, how it was expressed in terms of thought is what we see primarily in the activity of the Hasidic. Let's turn to that. I refer to some of my earlier crusades into that specific aspect of it. But for now, let's focus on the mind. What is really Hasidic Ashkenaz all about? So perhaps the most important thing of this movement is this one here, the start of Hasidim, of the pious. The word Hasid, pious one, it actually has been borrowed all the way since the biblical time to refer to groups that follow an additional level of stringency in religious observance. Yehuda Maccabee, for example, in the Chachmanian Maccabean revolt, his followers were called Hasidim. This unusual book, Hasidic Ashkenaz, is attributed primarily to the Chassid, who lived between 50 and 1217. The fascinating, and we great to go in much greater detail, because that's like really cryptic stories that have a lot of reality in them about the life of Jews in Ashkenaz, relationships with non-Jews, some really significant things about what we did and trouble Jews got into sometimes and so on. The major themes in this book of freedom include self-denial, martyrdom. It really was part of the zeitgeist of that era, the spirit of the time, where a lot of Christians were also thinking this way about the need to self-flagellate, the need to achieve atonement for sin, and so on. And the Ashkenaz would practice some unusual things, like, for example, atonement rituals after death, before burial. Like a person would say in his will, I would like for my coffin to be dragged through the street so that the humiliation atones for my sins in this world, and I can be buried and spend less time in these kinds of things. So it's very much a story of that time. And its movement was short-lived, but nevertheless the ideas endured. We did look up in this lecture on women at some of economic implications of the sacred. The movements of the Ashkenaz in the literary manuscript, and we get a little bit of a sense of what. Okay, with that, I think we'll conclude. We'll go on to another topic in the next lecture, but thank you very much for listening.
Oh yeah, boof. Kids are boofing when they blow cocaine. That's a Colorado thing. They put cocaine into somebody's butt and they blow it. Without
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. The church, particularly in the crucial 13th century. This is the period when the church was ascending in its conflict with temporal power and jockeying for power. The church begins to really get a major leg up in the 13th century. The Crusades were a major step forward for the church's authority and power and its ability to unite all of Europe under a single cause. Of course, that's all of Christian Europe, which is all of Europe. The Jews were not necessarily so thrilled with the Crusades, and then there were the other issues as well. But for the most part, the notion that the church should have authority over kings was something that really showed its peak in the 13th century. How does that relate to Jews? Well, let's just have a look at a couple of pieces of art to illustrate this, and then we're going to look at liberal theology and specifically look at the reign of Innocent III, somewhat ironically named is a classic representation of what's called the Ecclesia et Synagoga, the church and this is an example from the Notre Dame Cathedral before it was burned down, and I wonder what it looks like. But basically, this is a piece of monumentecture, which was essentially a kind of visual text for illiterate persons who would be able to come to the cathedral and would be able to understand something about the nature of the church and relationship to Jews and Judaism. This was in many ways a kind of a visual expression of something called the doctrine of witness that we discussed in previous classes, but let's go into a little bit more detail today. So you have two female figures, symbolically representing on the left the church and on the right the synagogue. The reason why the church is always on the left, which is normally the weaker side in Western thought, is because these images are often placed in the context of a view of the crucifixion and passion. So the crucifixion happens center, and the church with our left is actually on of Jesus. The synagogue would be on the left, so the left representing weaker and so on. So here you can see on the left the church and a few key features. She had, for example, her crown is on her head, possibly sprouts, she's holding a staff that represents authority and power. And contrast this with the synagogue, who is typically without a crown or a crown fall head. She is typically blindfolded, meaning she's unable to see the truth of Christianity. In this image, she is dramatically used by a serpent over her eyes. Obviously, harkening back to the original sin of Genesis, her staff broken, indicating that failing, and she's holding the commandment. Looks like there's actually quite a few. And here, I see 4 tablets, which I think there's like 20 commandments. We have enough, I think. But she's holding them in a very weak way, indicating that she's not even holding onto her own religion, well, it's going to fall out of her hands. And there are literally hundreds of examples of this ecclesia in medieval art. You see a lot of it in the 13th century onward, when the church is especially strong and is broadcasting this message to say, in general, that the church is favored to Jews, who you might have heard of them as the chosen people. Forget that stuff. They are no longer chosen. It is the church that is ascending into your Lord. Here's another example, a powerful one. Spain is one that shows a very beautiful, clear, visionary left representing the church, and on the right, haggard old crone, once again blindfolded, claw-like hands holding onto the tablet. It's meant to be one appeal for the church and disdain for the synagogue. Here is one that is most famous. Sometimes these are called the Schlossberg sisters. And it's interesting because the church is shown here kind of like looking daggers at the sister. And I think it's a rather unappealing kind of image. Like you don't like it. It's very judgy. And synagogue graceful kind of form, but she was in an absolute posture of decline. literally falling away from the rock, which indicates the collapse and all these things I think is very just shocking. So this is a stained glass window from Werben, Germany. Here you can see the full scene. And on our left you see the church sitting on a tetramorph, a four-headed animal, which is kind of like evocative of Ezekiel. And a hand descends from heaven, and this is a throne on her head. The synagogue, on the other hand, is riding a donkey, or mule, a sterile animal, holding onto a ram's horn, which is on the one hand, reference to the binding of Isaac, but in this context, it's used as a sign of the carnal nature of the Jews being trapped in a whole cycle of sacrifices of blood and things like that. It's meant as a criticism, and the usual symbols like the blindfold and the broken staff and the crown knocked off the head. I think what's most dramatic is that whereas the church hand descending from heaven, placing a crown on the head of the church, the synagogue gets a sword driven through the top of the skull, which is pretty nasty and hard to mistake the intention. So these images are really medieval expressions of doctrines that were developed hundreds of years earlier, starting perhaps with Justin Martyr, shown in this image as Justin the philosopher, who was in the 2nd century, and he has some dialogues with a rabbi named Trypho, not the font that is mentioned in Avos. And there you see some of the basic themes of the carnal Israel, Christians as the true Israel, that the Jews are not the Jews, the Christians are now the Jews. Why don't the Jews convert to Christianity? Well, they're obdurate, they're stubborn, and so on. We see it also in St. John Chrysostom of Antioch, 4th century, who was one of the pioneers of the versus Judaeus tradition. That is the idea of using sermons to specifically the Jews and to kind of defend Christianity, especially for a lot of new Christians who aren't exactly sure what is Christianity all about. When you're trying to adopt a new religion, how do you do this religion? And if there's any awareness of the connection between Christianity and Judaism, so people say, well, you know what? The Jews rest on Sabbath. I kind of like the way they do it. I'm going to do that too. And Chrysostom in particular railed against these kind of practices. But it's interesting that from his complaints, in the sense of what must have been happening in Antioch in the 4th century, that the Christians were going to Jewish synagogues, they were participating in Jewish Yom Tov, they were engaging in prayer with them, they were eating the holiday foods and things like that. And this was like, Chrysostom really wanted to stop to it and separate. But what I think is most important to understand is, we can talk about the conflict between the church and the synagogue. What's really crucial is that St. Augustine of Hippo, who was a rough contemporary of St. John Chrysostom, very different kind of views of the place of Jews to Christianized Europe. Specifically, viewed the fact that God had a relationship with the Jews as a sort of like foundation for Christianity, for to Judaism as the death of Christianity, right? You put your papers and you write upon the death. So the Judaism is kind of like the foundation. And in fact, the observance of the Torah by the Jews as a positive sign indicating their faithfulness and so on. Now, you did certainly believe that they were wrong for not adopting Christianity, but he said that it would be very wrong for Christians to not to kill the Jews. Not only is this a clear violation of thou shalt not murder, among other things, but it also represents a a stumbling block to the ultimate justification of Christianity. That's the idea of what we call the doctrine of witness, which basically means the Jews must be kept alive until the second coming of Jesus, so that the Jews who were the original Jews, the original people to whom Jesus preached, would be able to somehow confirm that yes, this is the Messiah that we have been waiting for. Now, if there were no Jews around to do that, it's true. I've talked about this in many other classes, so I don't want to go into it more. You know, if you think of it like here, I'm an iPhone user. I like my iPhone, and I use it all the time. I've been an iPhone user. Prefer to give me a Samsung, and I say, wow, this is so much better than my iPhone. I'm never going back. That would be a huge win for Samsung. But on the other hand, I was already a Samsung user, and then you gave me a new Samsung, I would say, yeah, this is definitely an improvement. They don't really know better than me. The only way I know is if I switch. Then I could validate the Samsung case. So that's essentially how St. Augustine envisioned the witness. But there was a big downside to it, and you see this very clearly in the 13th century. The downside is that the whole system works if Jews are in a slightly degraded state. Meaning, if the Jews are successful and profitable and prosperous and happy and all kinds of things like that, then constant presence while Christians who wait for the second coming erosive Christian faith. People will say, well, wait a second, why do we do this? Like, why aren't we eating meat during the Lent? I mean, so all kinds of things like that. It only works, the doctrine of witness only works if the Jews are socioeconomically on a lower status, and that Christians see that, oh, they're being continually punished for their obduracy, for their refusal to accept Christianity. And then when the Messiah comes, then they'll be able to confirm these things. Now, this is actually not sold today. This is one of my teachers, John Davies, who that in many ways the church served the Jews for 1,500 years because this allowed them a space in Augustinian doctrine to exist in Europe as a minority. It made it difficult to sell, and economic legislation held them back as a result, but they were allowed to exist, and in fact it was considered a crime to do anything to harm them beyond that well-defined boundary. This brings us up to the 13th century, and we'll conclude with a discussion of the third. He reigned from the years 1198 to 1216. He represents in many ways the high point of medieval church power. One of the ways in which he expressed his power was through the Fourth Lateran Council that met in 1215, but issued a whole slew of anti-Jewish regulation because he felt that the Augustinian doctrine of this had kind of like ignored the prosperity of the Jews, and he felt that the Jews had put back in their and he instituted all kinds of negative anti-Jewish legislation in the church, perhaps the most significant of which was the imposition of the Jewish ban in order to prevent the communication of Jews with non-Jews and the development of civic society in which they are all relatively equal. He said Christians have to always be aware that Jews are separate, and he demanded that they wear some kind of indication of separateness on their clothing. In some places, this was a round badge called a ruel. That was a sort of a reference to the coin that Judas received for betraying Jesus. The name Judas and the name Jews sounds very similar. We just kind of associate them in that way. But in other places, different symbols were used. Sometimes it was in the shape of tablets of the law, sometimes in the shape of a drawing of pigs on it. And there's a significant amount of debate over the possibility of the use of Jewish now. We know for sure that the Jews in medieval art were depicted strange sort of past, but it's not clear if this was simply a convention of art and artists as a way of labeling people as Jewish, or whether something that Jews were required to do. At any rate, this is the period of Nisan III, and relates very much to the next subject in our discussion, which is unfortunately the advance of very significant Jew hatred. Thank you very much for listening.
Like in Pussy After Dark, out there in the streets, and just for like, I'm just having more because I think just because I'm clear at that. Am I going to so first on you want to rebel? Look, I didn't think I've never thought it was
inappropriate for us to discuss the subject of medieval anti-Semitism, or would be, I think, a more appropriate term for this period, medieval Jews. Let me just take a couple of moments to talk about anti-Semitism in general, focusing on the medieval period and the unusual forms of anti-Semitism spoken at that time. I think one of the most fascinating things that is something that does pretty much outside my mind, and personally encountered it as a 14-year-old kid. And that is this quote from Jean-Paul Sartre, who immediately after the war published this very important small book called The Question sur la question Reflections on the Jewish Question. Si le Juif n'était pas, if the Jew did not exist, I think that is the most important thing is that it's not about the Jewish. It's not a problem of the Jews. It's a problem of the anti-Semites trying to use the Jews to explain the challenging of personal lives. Anti-Semitism is quite often associated with misogyny, because many anti-Semites, male anti-Semites in particular, are also upset with women, for whatever reasons there are. And you also see that anti-Semitism tends to be especially strong when there is social flux, when there is rapid technological change, or social change, or political change, as we see, unfortunately, in our own time as well. So, anti-Semitism basically does not have to make sense, except in the mind of the anti-Semite. And it's a fascinating psychological phenomenon in that, people can invent these massive, bizarre sort of QAnon conspiracy theories that, even though they are patently absurd, they'll nevertheless hold on to them because it supports really basic things that they hold apart. So the term anti-Semitism, by the way, is a modern term. It was coined by this man, Wilhelm Haab, in a book that he published in the 1880s, and he wanted to find a polite term as alternative to the more vulgar German term Jew hatred. And so he borrowed a term from linguistics of the late 19th century that was beginning to produce families of language. I'm not anti-Jew, I'm anti-Semitic. I am against the Semitic, which also includes the Arabs and so on, but it's not really concerned about the Arabs. It's just kind of like a veneer trying to hide the ugliness of Jew hatred. So that's where this term actually comes from. But one of the most fascinating things about anti-Semitism is that it actually has many different types of hatred. That's one of the most powerful aspects of anti-Semitism is its ability to adapt to very, very different societies and cultures for consideration. Many scholars believe that there are four distinct periods of anti-Semitism. Let's go through the first two very quickly, and we're going to focus on the medieval period. So classical xenophobia is the first stage. This is basically when the Jews are hated, distrusted because they. And what I think is especially interesting about this is that although it's nice to be hated or disowned, it's pretty normal. It's something that all human groups experience as people try to categorize the world around them, and they'll make these grand assumptions that all people who look like this, who come from this place, who speak that language, who's bad, must be good, must be better, must be worse, and so on. So Jews are, victims of that, just as they are undoubtedly perpetrators of that. It's kind of like a basic, normal human phenomenon. You see it, for example, in the Art Titus, which was a big memorial that the Romans erected to celebrate their victory over Judea in the First Roman-Jewish War, and it did Roman soldiers carrying off spoil from the temple. So, it's not nice. It's not really complimentary to Jews, but it's not really like a pathological kind of hatred. It's, all societies, when they win a war, tend to create monuments to celebrate their victory, and the losers simply have to put up with it. So that's what we basically see in the Greek and Roman period. A lot of distrust of the Jews observing the Sabbath, of not eating pork, of requiring circumcision, things like that. Then you get to the medieval period, which we looked at in the last video in a little more detail. This is where it's really more of a debate between churchmen and rabbis. It's kind of a theology. It has real-world significance, actually, translate into violence, particularly when you get into the 13th century and on. But, particularly Christianity, other than Judaism, these were the reasons why, and Judaism pushing, this is what we see in the early medieval period of Christian Jewish anti-Judaism, although the Jews of Ashkenaz in particular. This is the period of medieval anti-Semitism where absolutely bizarre beliefs that have no basis either in reality or even in religious texts or these bizarre behaviors that people attribute to Jews. Notoriously is the blood lie, which is one of the most hated and feared charges that were labeled at the Jews from the 12th century on. This was an absurd argument Jews somehow needed to consume the blood of Christian children for one of their purposes. Back to that in a second. I just want to take us to the period, and let's go back to medieval. I want to mention that the fourth period of anti-Semitism, the period that we still exist today in the early 21st century, is called modern anti-Semitism. This is a period where we can use the word really what it was invented for in the 1880s by Wilhelm Bach, and it has the characteristics of two basic things. The first is an idea of racism, which is a fairly new concept in Western thought, the idea that people can be divided not only by language and by color, specifically by a ill-defined sense of race. And that the Aryan races, which are associated with Northern Europe, lighter skin and so on, are superior. Darker races associated with Africa and so on are inferior. And the Jews have a unique role as a kind of parasite race that live off the healthy societies around. Tie that together with another very modern element, and that is the notion of conspiracy. That the Jews are locked in world conspiracy to self-dominate the globe, and it's definitely a sinister conspiracy. And you can see that, for example, in some Nazi propaganda, and you see it also in modern propaganda. Things like, Jews are accused of making 9/11 or making the COVID crisis, either make the or make the vaccine. It doesn't really matter as long as it fits the mind of that person. So that's really what we are in today in the modern system. Let us return now to the medieval period, which is the period of two really crucial aspects. The first is the notion of the blood libel. This originates first in Norwich in the 11th century, 1144, and like many of these blood libels, there's typically, it begins with the discovery of a body of a man. sadly, horribly murdered Jews. Now, this is something that occurs in our times as well. It's something that happens in all societies. Unfortunately, there are some people who are predators who attack children, and the population behind the body of a child, they're justifiably upset and enraged, and they look for a victim. And quite often, in many here, beginning in 1144, there was this charge that was against done. And typically, what happens next is there will be like a popular anger against the Jews, or maybe a pogrom. There may be a judicial affair, some kind of trial that results in the punishment of Jews without evidence and so on. And in some cases, like in Dua in the 12th century, sometimes there's not even a body, but nevertheless, rumor goes around and people get this idea in their head and they go and talk to Jews. But it proves to be an extremely sticky concept in modern markets. The term that people latched onto, people really thought about the blood libel and believed it. You see in this remarkable map of Judaica, the remarkable spread of this strange notion, which maybe we call like a urban legend. It went all through Europe from that 12th century initiation, and it exists right up through the 19th century, and there are a few cases of it even in the early 20th century. Terrifying example of the spread of this idea. Simon of Trent is perhaps the most well-known. This is an illustration from the Gulf which has been colorized. Bizarre, but you can see that the 15th century child is held in cruciform position, and he's undergoing some symbolic wounding that's meant to kind of mock the crucifixion of Jesus, who's being circumcised because after all, Jesus was circumcised, and the blood is being collected there by Jews. They're all labeled with the Lurel, the round badge, and what are they going to do with the blood? There's all kinds of stories about this. The thought was that the Jews had a particular stench called the Koito Yudeis. They knew that bathing blood. There was this idea that they needed to replace their iron loss. There was especially the association with Passover and the belief that the blood had to be mixed into matzah, into the unleavened bread, and so on. And these things are, of course, all absurd. This is one of the most fascinating ones. The idea that the Christian blood fertility ritual that actually ensures that women will conceive, and some scholars even point out examples where Christians will come to Jews and say, listen, we're having trouble having you sell a blood. But nevertheless, it is important to note that the higher levels of the church consistently against blood libel. You have, the Jews who run to the Pope and say, hey, this is you were being persecuted for crazy ideas. And the Pope issued proclamations and polls and things like that to say, it's true, the Jews don't do it. With very few exceptions, Simon comes to one of them where he was actually, you can see in this image here, he reaches the Beatus Simon Nartis, the remarkable progression idea. There was this, the upper church, really tried to defend the Jews here, but it was something that bubbled up from the lower elements of society, including the lower clergy, who were often illiterate. They couldn't even read the proclamations that they issued, and they pushed this idea along. And it was an ongoing score, so that if you look in the laws of Passover in the Code of Jewish Law, you'll see a 6th century comment by the Rabbi Moshe Isserles, who says that if you live in a place where the blood libel is possible, then on Passover, even though red wine is generally preferable, don't drink red wine. Use white wine, so there will be less temptation for people that maybe, God forbid, you can. Nevertheless, the idea of the Jews attacking Christian children and killing them for blood is something which is still widespread throughout most of the medieval period, even though there's no basis in reality whatsoever. Related to the blood libel is another rather bizarre charge called post-desecration. which actually had a little more enthusiasm from the church because it ironically reinforced the transubstantiation debate that is related to something that was called Eucharist controversy of the 14th century. And this is basically the idea that Jews, if they can, God forbid, steal a Christian child to abuse in nature because of their vicarious desire to be an action, then in fact what they would do is they would seize the communion wafers that are consumed during Catholic ritual, and they would torture those wafers instead. Here's an example from Passau, Germany. You can see it's kind of like this whole broadsheet sort of tells a story in comic book form. So you can see on the left there is a Christian accomplice who's usually involved in these stories, both blood libel and the hostess case. And he's gone into the church and he is scooping the communion wafers into his bag, and in the second panel he's selling them to the Jews. You can see very well there that clearly identifies them as Jewish. The Jews take it back to their synagogue, and then in the last panel they torture the wafers by stabbing them, and blood drips from them. In the background, an attempt on the artist to read people that are in the Ten Commandments. Then, going second register here, a Christian police officer essentially, hey, what's going on? The Jews attempt to get rid of the wafers. They throw them into the oven, and miracles happen. Like the figure of a small child appears in the flames, and doves fly out and it's caught by waiting angels. But the next, all of that part is kind of like ridiculous. It doesn't happen, but the next part is important. Angry villagers come in, they seize the Jews, they behead them, they torture them, they take them off for further punishment, including in the third panel here, the Christian accomplice. Then the synagogue is rededicated to the church. These kinds of things are quite prevalent in Europe. It takes a little bit longer because it borrows from the ritual murder charge, and you begin to really only see it from the 13th century and onward. It also spreads in many Catholic regions. One ongoing question I have: why was it not popular in France, as you can see from here, but nevertheless very popular in Eastern Europe as well? One last reflection before we leave this very difficult topic, which is an unfortunate aspect of the experience of the Jews and the medieval Ashkenazis. And that is to note that, my father all of a sudden would say, blessed memory, that songs through certain shows, even in the 21st century, you have prominent people who continue to push some of these crazy ideas. This is a work by the Italian artist Giovanni Gasparo that is a modern, hyper-realistic representation of the story of Simon the Tramper, we saw in earlier images, and as you can see, it's a gross representation of anti-Semitic depictions. Here you can see the picture in performance on the website. There's these angels that are crying, and above them you see this horrible thing happening. Here's these awful Jews that are represented with really, actually, modern faces, like, modern style, bayots with forelocks and so on, and, horrible elements of torture and so on. So try to understand why people are seized with this hatred. Okay, so through this difficult period, we have lots more happy things to discuss once we get past the Owen is like
so there's a fire out there and shit. Fucking Brian night tonight, my friend. That's what's up, dude. Roll with those guys. It went well. I just let it go. Well, that was burning down. Baby Trump, baby. Let it burn, dude. Don't say that.
So as we near the end of our discussion of early Ashkenaz, the main feature that characterizes the 14th century on is the movement of Jews from Ashkenaz primarily to the east. This is partially a negative phenomenon that Jews are driven out to the rise of Semitic motifs that we saw in the latter death in particular. It's also a kind of a positive moment in that Jews are welcome, even invited into Poland or last. So as you can see from this map here, there are repeated expulsions of Jews from many regions. Look at that, France, 1182, 1306, the largest expulsion since 21 and 1300 very large as well. You know, you might ask the question, wait a second, why are you expelling people twice? Once you expel them once, obviously what happens is they are invited back because their role in the economy is so crucial that they are actually invited back sometimes on a limited basis, sometimes on a larger basis, because the economy cannot move without having the flow of credit that Jews are largely responsible for. So this is some phenomenon that really precedes a pace in the 14th century in particular. Now, I wonder, like, what changed? Why is this different? Why did this all of a sudden happen? So here's a remarkable depiction of the expulsion from France in 1882. You see the two are identified pretty well. There are word expressions on the faces as they make their way to the east. And on the left, you can see the king there, who is kind of like just got this very evocative gesture of please run along now. But this represents in particular the 12th century France, which really set tone as we follow for the rest. What changed? Why expel them now? Why didn't we expel them before, but now all of a sudden we have increasing enough for them? One reason is certainly influence of the church, which expands dramatically over the 13th century, particularly as we saw under Innocent III. Secondly, one of the ways of dealing with the debt load, particularly if it is nobles who are borrowing money from this, is simply to get rid of those in their own. We see this happening, for example, in England with both Jews and so on. It's a one-time payout. That debt is discharged, but on the other hand, you have no income as a result of taxes generated by the Jews who are in money lending in the lower parts of society. And third, you have the power of hostility that is itself by the spread of ideas, blood libel, and host. So these kinds of things are coming together and increasing the pressure and the attractiveness to the nobles who are indebted to Jews to simply get money. We also see a kind of a larger phenomenon that's especially clear in the major expulsion of Jews in the 20th century of this drive for purity, this drive for, to use the phrase used in Spain, the purity of the blood. We should have a homogeneous society. We should not tolerate pockets of minorities of people who believe differently than we. It's a very frightening idea that will not only affect Jews, but will affect dissidents as well. The idea that Europe has to occupy a monolithic piece of having other faiths, other than Muslim particular faith. You know, something that we see building and falling. Now, this is accelerated. This phenomenon is accelerated by the Black Death, which was a horrific plague of bubonic that ravaged Europe in the middle of the 14th century. That took decades before it abated. You see it here, for example, in this terrifying retrospective by Hugh the Elder, that's the title of the Triumph of Death. And what a horrific kind of image. If you zoom in here a little bit, you see that there are, like, skeletons that are parting away, find individuals who are still alive here and picking them up, cleaning them up, they're dying in all kinds of horrible ways. It's terrifying image. It's very modern. That there's this coffin that's open on one end, and this army of skeletons, army of death, are herding people into it. Whereas you can see on either side of the coffin, there are other armies of the dead that are preventing people from escaping. Horrific kind of terror that must have been experienced by Europeans. Like in some places, a third to almost half of their population is killed. And we see this also expressed in more anti-Semitism in the sense that people were looking for, who do you blame for this thing? You have all kinds of movements of self-flagellants, for example, who are walking around whipping themselves. And God wanted their atonement for pain, and that would take away the Black Death and so on. But of course, it's always very easy to blame the Jews. An interesting example of one of the legends that was very prominent at the time. This is from also a 16th century representation, and it's in English, so it's especially valuable for us. This is a depiction on the left of a Jew, and this is around the time of Shakespeare. There have been no Jews in England since they were expelled in 1290, so it doesn't even know what a Jew is. So he's sort of giving him this like outfit. It's not historically accurate at all. And what he says as this particular English depiction describes, he's made a pact with lepers to collect some of their diseased skin that's been shed through their Hansen's disease, and then he has gone to the aquifers of Europe and has dumped poison mixed with other things we shall see into the well, and that poison the drinking water, which of course that had nothing to do with the bubonic plague, was by particular Phyllis that was on a flea, was on a spread throughout Europe. But anyway, sitting up out of the well comes this demon that urinates into the water and that creates the poison. And of course, part of the basis of the concoction of this poison is the blood of the cow. As you can see, the cross there is the child. At the next page, where we actually read some there, it's quite fascinating. You see the shoulder note says a great action throughout all Europe was poisoned. From the top line it says they allied themselves in concert with diverse lepers by whose succor ointment, spelling, with a man's brine posed with certain venomous herbs wrapped in a little linen cloth, tying a stone to the same to make it sink to the bottom. Tightly cast in the said infection into all the fountains and wells of the Christians, whereupon this corruption generated such contagious diseases in all Europe that there died well nigh a third person throughout the same. Roughly 1/3 of the population dying. This is, you can imagine if you're living in the middle of the 14th century and full deaths are happening all around you, there's something to blame. And with a legend like this, in the evil mind, there's a certain amount of credibility that is associated with such an absurd statement, especially built on top of the blood libel and the education. And in fact, what we see throughout the period of collections of Jews, as one in Strasbourg, for example, and the public burning, seeking vengeance for horrible period. This is when you have an accelerated movement of Jews away from Western Europe towards Eastern Europe. That will be the final chapter of this particular series on early Ashkenaz. It's a positive chapter, but
like Facebook, and always sit here in the street nationwide. Just post once and watch you qualify. Believe it, because for your office. Quickly screen cap was recruited.
So we to the end of this particular series of classes. The last couple of classes really look like it's supposed to black gas, lights. But thankfully, because although Jews are being driven from on Western Europe, Eastern Europe is turning out to be a haven for Jews. In fact, Poland, which is later united with Lithuania into an Axis Commonwealth, this directly from the Baltic States, will actually be like this beautiful home for Jews for several hundred years. And Jews will sort of riff on the term Poland
universe with you guys. I'm going to be in all these early American
here we live
Trump let me out of the country, son. You come
because whereas in Western Europe, January 26th through 29th, there was a recognition value of Jews as to initiate the economy, so they were actually attracted into the Illinois and offered the possibility of settlement there, occasioned various economic activity, largely under their population was not well adapted. We see this, for example, here's a beautiful